Hello, hello. What's going on? What's up, Nicole? What's up, Jason? Hello, what up, Doodlebug? What's up, Kenneth? What's up, Jafer? Hello. Happy Friday, y'all. What is cracking, peeps? Here we go. Hello.
Yo, what's up, boy?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Duh.
Nice. Okay. What do you like about Trump?
I like that he's See, first of all, I like what he's doing, bombing Iran. I personally had a sit down with Trump. I met him before, and he told me his plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did he say?
Well, he has a plan for if this country, if we have to go to war, if World War III ever were ever to break out, he has a plan set up.
Okay. Is it
You
as
want
good
to
as
hear
all
it?
of his
Or?
other plans? Yeah.
Yeah, it's way better. Um, First, if World War III ever struck up, he would send a proposal to Mexico and Canada to form an alliance called CUM, Canada, United States of America, Mexico, and this alliance we will be aimed at world domination. So first of all, we would storm Central America, take over South America, and everyone would fear this alliance. Who is touching us? Form together. We got our own little legion formed, and yeah, that's basically
Sounds
his plan.
sounds
World War
brilliant.
Three.
If only Mexico and Canada didn't fucking hate our guts right now.
Doesn't matter what they hate. If they want to win, they better accept our proposal. If we send a proposal to Mexico and Canada, I can guarantee you they're going to take it.
Okay. This sounds like fifth grade like lunch table politics.
This is what Donald Trump told me himself.
Checks out.
I met the guy.
Grats, did you wash your hands?
Nope. I also like Trump because he don't like gay people like you, and he's getting rid of all of these illegals.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're a real big thinker.
Are you gay?
No.
Are you gay?
No.
How did I say a slur?
If you're bashing on gay people, I mean that's just on you. It's not a good look for anybody.
Are you gay?
No.
You look gay.
What does that mean?
You look gay as shit.
Okay.
Bro, you asked me why I like Trump, and then I tell you why I like Trump, and then you just say okay, and then
Yeah,
just
you don't sound
continue to
serious.
sip your gay coffee.
You just don't sound serious. You sound like you're just trying to get underneath my skin.
Yo, I'll catch you later, nigga.
Chat, tap the screen. Guys, that's the MAGA party for you.
Yo, what's up?
What's up? Are you a
What's
Trump
going on?
supporter?
Absolutely.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Man, I love everything about him. We just brokered peace in the Middle East, sort of de escalated a nuclear situation. I'd say that's a pretty good start. I mean, Kamala Harris or Biden had no capacity to ever do that and ever settle any relations over in the Middle East. They kind of just treated them as a joke. So, that's priority number one. I mean, the
You want
stock
to talk
market
about
is
that?
all sure.
So, you know who else brokered a deal in the Middle East that caused peace? Who got a Nobel Peace Prize for it?
Barack Obama,
Yeah. You know who undid that peace deal?
Donald Trump.
So Trump's just fixing the mess, kind of making a mess that he
Well,
made.
it's funny it's funny they go ahead and give this participation Nobel Peace Prize to the president that dropped more bombs on the Middle East than almost any president in history. So
Besides who? Besides who?
kind of,
Besides
it's
who?
kind of hilarious.
Besides who?
What?
Trump, who increased drone strikes by 450% when he came in from Obama. Did you know that?
I did. I actually served. That you have no capacity to ever serve in any branch of the military.
That's not true.
Usually that's what the liberal side does. Is they
Just
hide
because
and
you
let
serve doesn't mean
people
you know
fight their
anything.
battles. No, you're right. You're absolutely right at all. Poorly educated guess. Yep, absolutely. I would love to hear your stance on, if on Trump's, economic policies. I mean, stock market just hit an all-time high,
Did it
today
finally
and
get back to where
yesterday.
we left him?
Oh,
Where
where
Biden
you
left it?
left them. Is that exactly
Did it
where you
finally
left
get
them?
back to where Biden left him? Is it at
I
44,000
don't
again?
think, I
Is
think when it's all-time highs, it's stuff that's never seen before.
every
Usually
president
it's
gets
higher
all-time
than
highs? It's
presidential.
not even at all-time high. The Dow is 43,000. We left him at 44,000. He's not even back
Oh,
to where we
gosh.
left him.
Yep. Yep. I mean, I think this is probably one of the greatest presidents in history. Not even just in our generation that we've got to see, honestly,
That's two
of
strikes. What are you talking
any
about?
of
Are
of
you just gonna
any
pivot?
generation.
You said that the
What?
Dow Jones is back. Dude, it's literally not even back to where we left it.
Yeah.
Trump is
Okay.
fucking up our economy, and you're cheering him
Oh, is
on.
that what it is? Is that
Yes.
what it is? So, I love when all these countries make investments into America, of deals that Trump has brokered, but that's just not helping the economy.
No, I think
I
for
should be
for
rage
every
baiting.
deal
No,
he's
I'm
got
not.
going, there's probably thousands of more people losing their jobs because of Trump's tariffs.
Oh, Trump's tariffs. I honestly don't think the tariffs have any impact on the general worker, on the bottom line worker.
You
It
mean the
it's
consumer?
really it's really, huh?
It's literally a tax on the consumer. It's tax on you and I.
I know, and I don't think that it has any significant, increase of prices anymore.
So
Like,
you're saying that tariffs in it, like on their face, they don't even work. We might as well not even have them if it doesn't like deter
no,
us from
it
buying
sort
those
of balances
goods.
out the tariffs that generate economic revenue into America that the Americans essentially pay a smaller price for. I think benefits the country as a whole. It
So you're
keeps more
saying you're
money in
admitting that it's
circulation.
just a way for Trump to collect taxes and that you got duped. He raised your taxes.
No, I don't think my taxes didn't get raised at all, and I don't think
Of course they
any
did.
person's taxes under 400,000's gotten raised at all.
That's literally the opposite of the truth.
I think that is the opposite of what the Democratic Party believes in, is that they want to
No,
tax you almost at,
it's the
50
opposite of what all of the
percent.
economists are saying.
All the economists.
Yes.
All that's a very vague and general statement.
Okay,
Which
we can just
singular
we can
economist?
just look at Institute of Taxation and Economic Policy for Trump's
Let's look it
tax
up. Are
plan.
you good? You're googling it right now? See, I don't
Yeah,
even need
bub.
to have Google or anything pulled up. Like, I'm actually educated.
I'm sure you are, bud.
Let's see.
Here it is. Here's Trump's tax plan. This is if he just repeats what he did and does what he listed in his promises. See all these yellow lines? This is where Trump is going to increase taxes. Everybody left of 360,000, and then Kamala was going to lower them. So it's literally the opposite of the truth.
Kamala, see, that's my favorite comparison. You're comparing to Kamala Harris, who
Yes,
didn't even
this
get
is what
to
we had to
implement
choose
her.
from, and you
She
chose
could
the
have just
wrong
said
side.
she could have just said she was going to decrease it by 20%, and everyone would have believed her because she's never going to take any action, and she's never going to win the presidency.
Okay, these were the
So yeah,
proposals, and this is what you voted for. You voted for
oh,
Trump to raise your
proposal.
taxes, and you're claiming it's the opposite.
No, I haven't seen any increase on my taxes at
It
all,
doesn't happen until next year.
and we're good. So then if you don't, if you don't believe in increased taxes, or obviously you're probably against, Doge and the Department of Efficiency trying to eliminate wasteful spending in the government, all the BS DEI programs,
Oh,
everything
you
like
sweet
that.
summer
How
child.
how would you like to reduce the deficit then? If you can't generate more taxes, if you don't bring more GDP growth to America and invest in America,
We could stop
if you,
electing Republicans because they blow
is
out the
that how it is?
deficit. They blow up the
So,
deficit every time they're in office. We're the only responsible people with the budget. The Democrats are the only party historically in recent history. Trump is responsible for 24% of this nation's debt. And you guys are crying, oh, let's cut things that save 3 million lives a year. Let's do that. How fucking silly are you, dude? What piece of fraud did the Doge finally uncover? Did they finally make an arrest?
they should have made. They probably could
So
have
no.
arrested hundreds of Democratic officials by
Dang.
now.
And they haven't. Damn. It's almost as if they'd found nothing. And we even have reports from
No, it's
somebody.
almost like they exposed the truth to the American people, and then the government just tried to conceal it and hide it up more because they were exposing their friends.
All right, let's see if this is true. All right, so these people are supposed to be forensic auditors, and they claim that they've saved us $165 billion. And if you add up the receipts, it's only 69. And if you actually look at the receipts, it's only $16 billion, which is pathetic. They said they were going to get $1 trillion in savings. What percent of 1 trillion is $16 billion, bro?
Okay, well, what department could uncover $16 billion in the first 5 months of
They
establishment?
didn't uncover anything. They had
They
things that they
actually did.
politically
They actually
disagreed with.
uncovered.
They had things
It's
they
right
didn't
there. They
like.
just uncovered $16.3
No,
billion
they
of
cut
wasteful government
they
spending.
cut USAID. That's not uncovering anything. They just didn't like USAID and they cut it.
They've exposed hundreds of things at this point.
Yeah. What did they? So like we just had
Let
one
me.
of. Hold on. We just had a Doge employee come out, and there was an article on this June 5th. He said there was virtually no waste or fraud found. Virtually none.
vir- Virtually none.
Yeah. And Big Balls, that kid quit. He's gone. Yeah.
Yeah, you
They
probably
have nothing, dude. They found nothing. You guys got tricked.
they found nothing.
Yeah, they got rid of a bunch of people that were investigating Musk. That's about it.
Mm.
What a joke, dude.
Yeah, what a joke. Honestly, I think it was good in theory, but you're gonna have people trying to, reduce wasteful government spending. I'm trying to figure out a solution.
No, you're
I don't
not.
complete.
You're
I'm
blowing up the deficit while pretending like you're fixing things with a $16 billion cut. Trump's raising the debt ceiling by $4.5 trillion. $16 billion doesn't even make a dent in that, dude. You guys are so gullible.
then
Sad.
what's then you're really quick to outline all the problems, but I haven't heard one solution.
Yeah,
What's
we had solutions. You guys talked about cats and dogs. All right. This is what Kamala was going to do with our budget. You see these red lines? This is what Trump did
I
to our
don't want to
budget.
hear. I don't want to hear what
We have solutions.
What we would
I'll
do.
just
What
go with
did
Kamala's
What did
proposals.
Biden try to
My
do
solutions-
for the Democratic Party?
My solutions will be Kamala Harris's proposals. Okay. We see where the
Okay.
deficit shrinks. That would be my proposal. Do what Harris said. Whoever
Looks
runs
good
next,
on a
do what
graph.
Harris said. I'm sorry.
I said it looks good on a graph. Graphs really
Yeah,
don't.
dang. It's almost as if Justin Wolfers, the guy who went to the same economic college Trump did, one of the most prestigious economic colleges on earth, Penn Wharton, came up with this, and he's respected.
Let's see.
It's right here.
What does it outline in the graph?
It
a
shows
nice
what
looking
Trump's
bar
going
graph.
to do to our deficit, to our budget. This is what Trump is
Okay.
doing to our deficit, and you guys are like, look how much money Trump's saving this nation. What
Yeah,
a
we'll
fucking
see.
goon.
We'll see. We'll see. Well, no, then let me hear one plausible solution. How would you and your Kamala fans and Biden, how would they try to manage this budget deficit?
Gee, I
By
don't know.
giving $600 billion to Ukraine? Is that a good
Okay,
start?
first of all, it was 175.5% of our military budget. It was literally nothing, right? Trump is spending
literally
hundreds of
nothing.
millions of dollars on
Literally
parades.
nothing.
Yes,
16.3 billion, billions of dollars. It's just nothing.
it literally is. We made $80 billion off of arms sales. 75 billion of that went to Ukraine as humanitarian aid. The rest of it stayed here and was $100 million for our own military industrial complex. Literally created jobs.
I'm still just waiting on to hear one plausible solution how we could reduce the budget deficit, in your opinion.
Do the Kamala tax plan. Do something similar to what Kamala was going to do. How often do we pass a tax plan? Do you know?
No, I don't know. I would imagine probably every 4 years it's good. How often do we do it?
It's every 8 to 10 years. So Trump made these tax cuts, and they are set to expire. And he was going to blame Kamala or Biden on how us letting them expire for individuals, even though that's how he wrote them. The corporate tax breaks he made were permanent. He basically just told all of the people who give our government money to go away. How about we stop doing that? How about that? All of his rich friends who get huge tax breaks, how about we not do that? They're just fine,
So
right?
why? So if that's a solution, then why, other than the fact that they're part of that exclusive elite group of multi-hundred, billionaires, um,
Yeah, they don't
why
have
hasn't
15
any
billionaires.
why haven't any why why
There's not
if Biden,
15 billionaires in
Biden,
their cabinets. That's Trump.
no, I'm
Trump
saying
has
all
15
their
billionaires in his cabinet, bro.
it's good. I mean, I
So
would
now it's
imagine
good.
I in my
All right.
eyes, I said I wouldn't mind having a billionaire, someone obviously that's a billionaire, has a ton of knowledge and experience to know how to succeed in this country, and they probably are good at, they're probably coming from a major company that has been successful. They know how to lead people. So honestly, it's pretty
Do
smart.
you think they're going to start
I don't think
passing
we-
laws that hurt them and benefit the masses?
Sorry.
You think they're going to start passing laws that hurt them and benefit the masses?
I don't think any government body in history has put the people 100
You're
and totally absolutely first.
I think you're
It's
silly
always
and you haven't even looked at this. You just listen to Trump's soap opera on TV.
Oh yeah, I got it on repeat. Trumpstein pardon Diddy. No, it's the
Yeah, how do you
liberal.
feel about Trump selling pardons, inviting people that were accused of sex trafficking, like Andrew Tate and his brother, back into the country?
I don't really want to speak on anything like that. I don't. I
Yeah, that's
think
pretty
what he's
damning. I wouldn't
mainly trying
either.
to do is stop. The FBI director Patel has ran many successful operations already stopping sex trafficking, and that's essentially what they're trying to do. In a lot of
Hmm.
this immigration stuff, it involves, unfortunately, sex trafficking and criminals and a bunch of things like that. So honestly, I think he's taking a strong stance
I think Trump is a
against
human
it.
trafficker, so I don't buy it. I think
No,
Trump
I
kidnapping
think
people and sending people to third countries is human trafficking. That's all it is.
human trafficking, sending them back to their home country,
No,
is
sending
human
them back to a
trafficking.
third country, a country they've never been to, that's in war, that's in a fucking, it's in a crisis. Sending people back to Ukraine. What do you think? Are you guys just silly, dude? Trump is
Yeah,
undoing 230,000 people's legal status so he can send them home too. God knows why. I guess he maybe just has like a deal with the charter plane company that he uses to deport these people, because there's no reason why he should be
maybe.
doing this.
Well, I think his main priority is, homeland security and, the safety of the American people and the well-being of American
I
people.
don't think he takes any of that seriously. Have you seen the signal leaks, like the signal chat leaks? He didn't give a fuck. He didn't give a fuck. That drunk guy is still in charge of our Department of Defense, dude.
I mean, I think our, defense and military is still the strongest and best in the world. So who's ever running it right now, I think is doing a pretty good job.
I don't know, man. That Iran thing. Turns out we
I
didn't
don't know.
really.
I
It
mean,
turns
yeah,
out we didn't even get their enriched uranium. It seems like they offloaded it from the site before
I
he
know
struck.
they might have got rid of the uranium, but I mean the sites are destroyed. I mean,
They're not even
one
destroyed. They're not even destroyed.
that's
The
I
entrance to
think
one
they're
is
probably
destroyed. They're gonna
destroyed.
take a few months to dig it out, and they're back to business.
No, yeah.
What a hero. What a hero.
Yep. It took us one day to do that. I mean, imagine,
Yeah.
imagine what we could do if
So we're going
anything
to
actually
continue
went
bombing
wrong.
Iran. So the president of No New Wars is just
No,
going to keep
I
bombing
don't think
people.
I don't think I think it was mainly just a flex on real honestly, there was nothing more than to just show them the size of our planes and fucking the capacity that we have and the power of the United States military, send them in real quick, scare them a little bit, and then be like, all right, now if you want to
So
pursue any further, we're gonna unleash everything.
showing how incompetent we are is going to scare him a bunch. Got it.
I don't think it was incompetent at all. I mean, they stealthily flew B-2 bombers and launched precision strikes with no with no signal or warning at all. They just didn't see it coming, so they know that they could get
It's
destroyed.
almost
And
as if they saw it coming and they hid everything.
I mean, they probably have multiple sites. They,
Hmm.
if you think they only have one source of uranium in one
There were
place,
3 sites bombed, bro. Dude, you
I
don't
know.
even know what you're talking about.
I don't think you understood what I said at all. I did.
All right. I think
Um,
Trump's a joke. I think our hopes with a peace deal with Iran are even worse with Trump posting fucking memes with like parody songs of bomb Iran with a jet plane. Like
yeah, man.
it's
I would have
it's
loved to
so
see what
sad. It's
Kamala
so
Harris.
petty.
I would have loved to see what she would have done in this
She wouldn't be
situation.
doing
They
memes.
probably wouldn't even have let her into the Middle East. They probably would have just not even allowed her access.
Okay.
She's so incompetent.
Okay. She's a
Literally,
lawyer who served 27
yeah,
years in our
you
government.
guys
She's so
follow
incompetent.
incompetent. You think your party cares about you in the slightest?
We're the only party that does things
Absolutely.
for the people.
Oh yeah, you do. You guys do a lot. You
Yeah,
guys do a
we do.
lot. You do a lot for everybody but the American citizen. That's right.
That's a
You do a
joke.
lot for. You do
You're
a
right.
lot
You're
for
right.
people
We
in
need to
third
get
world
around. We
countries.
need to get around to gutting the Department of Education, pulling SNAP benefits out of kids' mouths. We need to
Well, for the
close
dumbest and
FEMA.
uneducated country, if we're
Okay,
leading
we
towards
need
that trajectory,
we
is
need to
everything going
we need to
okay?
gut FEMA so that hurricane victims are just left stranded without a home, food, or water. We need to do all of
Yeah,
these
but
things to make America great again.
we can't even provide disaster relief for our own cities that get affected by natural disasters, and you think it's good to go send FEMA and our aid
FEMA's
overseas to
for
all these
us, dude.
third world
FEMA's for
countries
us,
around
you
the world?
fucking wiener.
Oh yeah,
FEMA,
you
he's
don't.
gutting FEMA
Yeah,
for us.
FEMA doesn't deploy to third world
They
to
could,
other
but he's
countries.
gutting
No,
FEMA for us. That doesn't.
They actually
It
have.
doesn't
They
make
actually go to every
it
big
doesn't
natural
make FEMA
disaster
better
ever.
to delete it. That's what I'm saying. Are you saying that since those other countries don't get any help, now it's okay that we don't? Because Trump is
No, I'm
deleting it
saying
for us.
we're sacrificing our own benefits to go support other countries.
Okay, Trump is gutting all of FEMA. Is that better or worse?
Is he doing that? I don't think I haven't seen anything like that where
Okay, well, I
FEMA's
just feel
just
sorry for
getting
you.
just
He
get,
even denied FEMA aid to one of his Republican states, Arkansas, and they begged and begged until he finally gave it. The same shit you guys cried about Biden possibly doing. Biden had people out the day before storms hit. Trump is
Biden
out
didn't
there
even know
taking
where
golf.
he was. Biden didn't run this country at all. He sat in the back like a puppet and didn't do anything. While
Okay,
Obama
Biden
pulled
was the
strings
most
for 4 years.
productive president we've had in decades.
Yeah, productive, dude. Dude couldn't even walk up a
Can
flight
you
of
can you
stairs.
name some stuff that Biden
Absolutely
did?
incompetent. No, I actually can't because there was nothing actually significant
No,
that I
because
gave two
you don't
shits
read
about
the
that
real
Biden did.
news. That's why. You
Oh
don't
yeah.
really know what's going on.
Oh no, I just have no idea what's going on in the world.
You don't.
Yeah. You look
Have
very
you heard of the
educated.
Inflation Reduction Act? Have you heard of the
I have heard
Infrastructure
of it.
Bill? Have you heard of the PACT Act? Have you heard of the Chips and Science Act? Biden got more monumental legislation done than any president in recent history.
Hmm.
Fucking read it and weep,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah, and how did that work?
It worked great. Y'all
Yeah,
care about
Biden was
cats and
great. Everybody
dogs.
bitched and cried that they couldn't fucking afford to live for the last 4 years, but Biden was great.
Yeah,
Biden
and
was
Trump
great.
convinced you it was Biden's fault, and you guys fell for it.
Yeah, exactly. The funny thing is, honestly, they're both just puppets. Honestly, at the end,
Oh, they're both
they're
puppets now.
flaming at each other's. Yeah,
Okay, so you're ragging
yeah,
on Biden for no reason.
yeah. Honestly, this is like a complete joke, and you're falling for it. You guys are so like invested in this. You guys have no lives outside of politics or anything. You guys sit here and just cry like a baby all night, and let little 14 to 18-year-olds on TikTok make you feel good because you're educated. Have a good night, bro.
My main audience is 55 and older. Nice try, though. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. If you are a friendly, please hop out of the box. Sorry, chat. Guys, by the way, in a little bit, I'm going to show y'all. I got a care package from Jason and Jennifer, and I want to show you what I got. Hello, what's up, Air? Are you a Trump supporter?
MAGA for life.
What do you like about MAGA? What do you like about Trump?
He's the right archetype to run a country, the largest economy on the planet. So you need somebody that is more of an archetype of a businessman and not necessarily a politician, which politicians lead to a lot of bullshit that look good on the surface but end up being detrimental in the long term.
I think that's
More
exactly what
business.
Trump is. I think Trump
Yeah,
is
I think
just a politician.
yeah. Nah, you to exist in the business world for as long as he has, and everybody, even I, can look at it and say, "Oh yeah, he's probably not the most ideal, like as terms of making money and all this type of shit, but in terms of making hard decisions, he's the
Making hard
type of person
decisions.
huh?
That's what you're gonna say. He makes good hard decisions. You think when Trump is faced with a problem, he handles it gracefully?
I didn't say graceful.
Do you think he handles it
See,
well?
that's the I feel is the difference.
You
When
think he
you're
doesn't
used to
freak
somebody
out?
being when you're used to somebody being in the politics, you look for you look it for it to look good. Nobody gives a fuck about shit
No,
looking
I'm not
good.
saying
You
looking
need
good.
shit to work.
Okay, yeah. So, for instance, Trump promised he was going to get Mexico to build us a wall, and then he spent most of his campaign talking shit about Mexico. Do you think they're going to come build that wall now? You think after he put tariffs on Mexico, they're going to want to do any sort of alliance with us? Same thing with Canada. You think that we're in a better spot now because Trump is so short-sighted and has a temper?
Well, really, we're in a better spot because of the tariffs, and I don't think people are realizing it. But people will realize it later down the line.
Yeah, I think
Be-
Trump is horrible at diplomacy, and he, like, for instance,
Whoa,
talked
ho,
about
ho.
he talked about invading Greenland, and then went straight up to Denmark, who owns Greenland, and said, "Hey, can you do us a favor and give us more eggs? We're short on eggs." How fucking dumb could you be, dude?
I mean, sometimes you just gotta fuck with people, man. Y'all gotta loosen up a bit, because like the game that's being played, I don't know if y'all understand this, but this game of life, you do shit to put yourself in a better position. Sometimes you say some crazy shit that what I'm saying, show that you're gonna do something just to get them to the table to negotiate, and
I
you really
think
don't do
I
it.
think Trump can't help himself. I think that he, for instance, like I just mentioned, when Trump bombed Iran, and then he put a video on his Truth Social of a fighter jet with a parody of a song, "Bomb Iran" on it. And like, do you think they're going to be willing to come to the table after he memes bombing them on his Truth Social? Do you think that they're going to be
We
willing
can't,
to be friendly? They're going to respect him?
bro. Respect. I mean, we're more respected now
That's not
rather
true.
than
I can show you a poll from Pew. Pew Research shows that so few countries have confidence in Trump. It's gone down. It's gone nothing but down, dude. This is from June 11th this year. Image declines in May. Nations amid low confidence in Trump. All these blue lines on the left, these are all the countries that have no confidence in Trump. Canada, Hungary, who was an authoritarian dictatorship, his bestie, Viktor Orban, they like him a little bit. The UK hates him. Greece, Poland, Italy, Netherlands, France, Spain, Germany, Sweden, India likes him. Japan hates him. All of these countries hate him, dude. All of these, especially Mexico. Especially Mexico.
hey, some of them have good reason, but what also is a reason if you've been taking advantage of America as far as terrorists for forever, and then somebody says, "Hey, man, you know what? I want you to stop that shit." And matter of fact, we're about to up it on y'all and bring our own tariffs. And now it almost reduces. So for the
So he's
example,
gonna fuck up our economy and raise taxes on you to punish them?
no, it's not. That's what I'm saying. You have to have a long term
He's fucked up our
outlook.
economy, and you're coping with saying it's just wait, it's gonna get better.
Listen, that's what I'm talking about. As far as somebody making hard decisions, y'all can't see. Y'all are incapable. Y'all at this point in time, because y'all looking at it with rage. Y'all can't see the reality of the move.
I think
If
that you guys have rose-colored.
let me
You
just
guys
ask
have
this question.
you have rose-colored
Let me
glasses, dude. You
let me
can't.
just ask this question.
Okay,
Is AI and robotics gonna take over more in the future, or is it gonna be less?
it's gonna be
Are we
It's
gonna be
gonna
more? Are,
it's
are
gonna
we
take
gonna be
over
more reliant on AI and robots, or less reliant in
more,
5 and 10 years?
more.
Okay, thank you. So when that's the case, what does that do? That reduces the cost of services and goods
And
from America.
okay, and Trump did this.
He's aiding it.
Okay.
He's aiding he's aiding AI and he's aiding AI and crypto, which is
Yeah.
the future. It's
Biden
not
passed the
it's
Chips and
you got to
Science
move
Act.
on.
Biden
Yeah,
passed the Chips and
that's
Science
that
Act to do that, not Trump.
yeah, that was fantastic, but it didn't hold its weight because
So
China was still
is
able
Trump just
because
going around
China
saying
hold
AI
on,
is
hold on.
awesome? Is that what he's doing?
No.
What's he doing?
Do you know who the AI and crypto czar is? Are
The
you familiar
czars?
with No, are you familiar with the AI and crypto czar?
Who? Peter Thiel?
David Sachs.
David
David
Sachs?
Sachs.
Okay.
Are you familiar with him?
Okay, so he has David Sachs in his back pocket, and he's probably going to do things like pass a federal bill to stop states from passing any sort of laws against AI in the next 10 years. Does that not worry you, bro?
Bro, listen, we have to win this game of AI and robotics or it's over. You understand that? Y'all are not getting that. If we
So-
don't win AI and robotics, nothing that you care about matters. And that's
Okay,
and that's a fact.
I know that.
That's a fact.
I get that, and thank you, Daddy Biden.
So that's what I'm saying. When you look at the tariffs is the realization that we're going to bring back the manufacturing. We're going to bring back making services and goods here, and what we're going to do it at a lower cost with AI and robots.
Okay,
which is
so-
going to reduce the cost, and then you make up from the tariffs, and then you're able to charge your products and services out to the rest of the world.
That's
and
a cute
charge
story.
them on the
That's a
outside.
cute story. That's
It's not cute.
That's not what the tariffs are doing.
It's the reality. Y'all just can't see it because you're so caught up in Trump,
You're
which
right.
I understand. He's a figure that is polarizing, but y'all can't see it because y'all when y'all looking at these deals, it's like y'all incapable of like hold
We're
on.
criticizing
This
Trump
actually-
because he lied about every aspect of this, and he even introduced these tariffs saying they're reciprocal tariffs when none of these countries have those kinds of tariffs on us. He lied to y'all and said that these are taxes on foreign countries. Who pays these tariffs?
Initially, the taxpayer.
And then who?
And then when you bring manufacturing back home on American soil, it
Mhm.
pays for itself. You
Right.
see, are you getting it?
Yeah, so
it pays for itself.
You're gonna
because
have to,
why? Because
you're gonna have
hold
to
on, hold
explain.
on. Why,
You're gonna have to explain how we're gonna have better manufacturing than China at a cheaper rate without just saying AI is magically gonna show up. China's already ahead of us in
No.
technology and manufacturing. We're never gonna make
and
things
you-
cheaper than China. Unless
Yes,
it's a
we are.
critical good, unless it's a specific good, we're not going to start making this shit. We're not going to start making plastic. You guys are so silly. You guys are eating this up. Trump raised your taxes, and you're like, listen, it's for the greater good. Meanwhile, all we have to do is subsidize companies to make manufacturing in the United States. We don't throw blanket tariffs on shit that we're never going to make here. And first of all, we don't even make it at all right now. Some of this stuff. So we're tariffing and protecting industries we don't even have. So wait 5 or 10 years. You're gonna be paying these tariffs for 5 or 10 years until you finally get a product from domestic made.
Also, it was a part of bringing people to the table. Listen. For example, if whatever neighborhood you live in, and all your neighbors for the past 5 or 10 years was collecting $50 from you every week because y'all made this agreement. $50 every week. Each of your neighbors, $50 every week. It was just normal. And then you realize, like, hold on, I'm the one that's actually doing this for defending this neighborhood. I'm the one that's putting up the money to do this and do that. I'm the one to come when your house burns down. I gotta be the one to come save y'all. I'm doing this, and then you say, hold on. Am I doing all of this for the whole neighborhood? Y'all are taking money from me. Y'all are freely taking $50 from me every week. And then you scratch your head and say, hold on, why the fuck am I doing this? Hold on. I want $50 from all of my
This is
neighbors
such a bad
now.
analogy.
No,
Okay,
no, it's not.
If okay, for instance,
You didn't let me
Norway,
finish.
if Norway
You
puts
didn't
a
let me
tax,
finish.
if Norway has a tariff on us and taxes their own people to buy something from the United States, how does that hurt your feelings? How does that hurt you?
You didn't let me finish my analogy.
You're sitting here making an analogy as if we give people money all the time. It's not true.
No, I'm looking at the countries that take advantage of tariffs
Okay,
against
who does that?
America.
Who does that?
The European Union.
The European Union, who has a 3% average tariff on us? Meaning we have free trade with them on literally almost everything besides like 3 things?
I don't know where you're getting that stats from.
That's literally the truth. Have you ever looked this up?
But even if it is true, you got to look beyond the just the surface level. It's laws that go behind it, which don't even allow us to sell our products in those countries. We
Give
couldn't
me a
even sell a
break.
car. You couldn't sell a
Nobody
car
wants one of
in
our
the
cars.
European Union. Listen,
They don't
you
even fit
couldn't
on their
sell.
roads. They don't even fit on their fucking
No,
roads.
listen. They won't even allow it if you wanted it to. That's the
That's
thing.
not
Even
true.
if you want,
That's
it
not true.
is.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Because they make laws that make it impossible for us to sell our products there.
Which country bans our cars? I'm gonna look it up. Which country bans our cars?
The European Union.
The European Union bans U.S. made cars.
To my recollection, yes.
No, I think if a car's too big and doesn't fit on the road, that's it. EU hasn't
Bro,
banned all U.S. made cars.
We got plenty of small cars, bro.
The EU is concerned about the safety of large American pickup trucks, so that's one of them.
Of
the
course,
Cybertruck.
yeah, they say, they utilize
Yeah.
safety and say, hey,
Yeah.
it's unsafe,
just
so
like
we
I
can't
said,
let it in.
Dude, European
do
roads
they do
and
the
parking
same?
spots are smaller, dude.
They do. That's what I'm saying is they do this to blanket it across to say this is why we can't have your products over here. But meanwhile, they have tariffs on us for the products that they sell into our country.
Yes, they have tariffs on their cars because automotive is a protected industry, just like we have protected industries, and we tariff people for automotive as well. They tariff and protect whatever industry makes sense.
But the difference is we freely allow their products in. They don't allow free markets.
Not true.
You know the free markets. Free markets. They don't allow free.
We have
markets.
mostly free trade with all these nations, dude. What are you talking about?
What world are you living in?
Dude, I know that Trump told you once that they rip us off and you just make up this story about how they're tariffing us so hard. But if you actually look at it, it's literally nothing. It's literally nothing. It makes sense for most of these tariffs. Like Canada has a tariff on their milk. They have dairy farms that if they started buying U.S. dairy, those dairy farms would be very volatile and they'd go out of business. That's why they have tariffs. They're not just ripping us off, dude. You fucking silly goose.
So tell me why also in the lines of all of these things occurring that we send all our products to go be made elsewhere at lower cost for lower labor in other countries with their laws that are less for environmental sake and all these other things. We rather do it over there than here. What I'm telling you is the changes.
All right, somebody already paid for you to get kicked. Tay Taylor, thank you so much for the kick. MAGA hasn't thought about tariffs longer than 3 seconds. They don't know shit. Don't ever let MAGA tell you what the deal is with tariffs. None of them know. They can only speculate. They can only do this like hopeful, wishful thinking that Trump's gonna make these amazing deals that are somehow gonna make their lives better and make it okay that they're paying insane tariffs for goods that are imported. Yellow?
Hey, how's it going?
Going good. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I kind of swing. Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter. Yeah.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
I like his relationship that he's building with Canada and Germany specifically. Well, it kind of contradicts what you said earlier, but
You saw that Canada
Trump-
and him just had an explosive like walk out the door thing with their trade deals today, right?
Yeah, but they're still in plans for continuing the Golden Dome up into Canada still for protection.
We're gonna spend $1 trillion on more military stuff.
The Golden Dome, that's protecting us from nuclear warheads. What do you mean?
And we already have a
Why
lot of that.
wouldn't you? Why?
We already
wouldn't
have a lot. I don't know. I think it's tacky. I think that Trump came in. He said, "Oh, we're gonna save so much money. We're gonna look at the budget. We're gonna reduce the deficit." And then here we go with Trump passing huge $4.5 trillion bills to explode the deficit, including a gold dome. Gold.
a Golden Dome because it worked so well with the Iron Dome, and the success rate of it's like within a fraction of a missile ever making it into the U.S. I don't see what's wrong with that.
We already have that. We already
protecting us.
we have tons of stuff. Someone said turn my mic up. One sec.
We don't have anything that can completely negate the use of nuclear warheads against us yet. That's what the Golden Dome is being made for.
Yeah, I don't know. It almost seems like he's trying to give Elon Musk a huge contract to make up for losing him hundreds of billions of dollars.
Elon Musk doesn't have anything to do with the Golden Dome.
It's speculated that his satellite technology would be in charge of it.
Well, it's speculation, but that's not what's been said straight from the horse's mouth on it, though.
Yeah. Okay. Did you know that we also just gave X, Elon owes X, we just made it to where all communications with Social Security go through X now?
And we also hurt Elon Musk. That's why him and Trump had a falling out in the first place, too. That they're working on reconciling, or at least Elon Musk is.
Yeah.
So it's not like Elon Musk is favorited, and that obviously shows with the leaving of the White House.
Yeah. I knew they would.
I feel like you're trying to make comparisons to things that aren't actually there to prove.
Dude, Musk also got a fucking contract from the FAA to use Starlink as their official internet as well. It's open like crony corruption, and I don't know how y'all don't see it.
What about the relationship between Germany? You brought up your poll earlier, and one of those relationships was Canada and the Golden Dome. I mean, there might be quarrels between the nations, but
we have an 80%. Germany hates us the second most. Third most.
That's a crazy statistic to pull because Trump just had an interview with the new prime minister of Germany, and they're very eager for moving forward with each other.
Yeah, you have to glaze Trump to be in good terms so that he doesn't make personal, hot-headed decisions to hurt you. You have to glaze him. Yeah.
I think that's a little absurd.
Okay, I mean, I can just tell you about a million times where he's used the power of the federal branch or the federal government to pursue his personal enemies, and how he lashes out people and tweets 40 times in one night when he gets mad at somebody. Like he's a fucking joke.
I personally think he is just a powerful person. He intimidates other nations, and from my standpoint, it looks like he's trying to do what's best for the U.S.
I don't know. I think that
it kind of ties in with what Air was saying.
If you want to be in Trump's good graces, give him a $400 million jet and you're good.
And he doesn't even plan on using it with what he said last.
I'm sure he's never going to use it. If he's never going to use it, why didn't he just not take it? He's the one who asked for it. He asked them for it. Did you know that?
That was a gift.
No, he literally requested it. They said the only way we'll give you this gift now is if you admit that you asked for it.
Where's your facts for that?
Raises ethical concerns.
Because according to them, it was also a gift.
He asked first, and that's stated by Qatar. Sources contradict Trump narrative about the Qatar offering the plane as a gift. Qatar was one of the clients. By the way, Christy, what's her name? Pam Bondi used to be the ambassador to Qatar. So this is all, it has corruption written all over it.
All of this kind of ties back into my key point, though, which was versus you and Air's conversation or debate earlier, which was you were using statistics from a poll, but then you have the actual people that are in interviews with Trump that are saying they're eager and they're excited to work with them, and you're going to trust a poll over what they're actually saying.
You have a video of one person saying they like him, and that means the whole country does?
No, I have a video of the Prime Minister of Germany.
So one person?
Trump. Yeah, over a poll. It's coming from the direct.
A poll asks a lot of people, and a video shows one person.
He literally runs that country. I'm gonna take his word over a poll.
Trump loves Putin. It doesn't mean I love Putin.
My point is like 80% statistics for countries that it doesn't even make sense for.
Well, I'm
That doesn't
sorry.
make
This
any
is
sense.
Pew Research, one of the most respected pollsters on planet Earth. Cope.
So how do they pull those statistics? What
I'll
are
read that in a
what?
second. Let me find out this guitar thing. Let me find this guitar thing. Four sources familiar with discussions told the Trump administration first approached Qatar to inquire about acquiring a Boeing 747 that could be used in Air Force One by President Donald Trump. Four sources familiar with the discussions told CNN. That's contrary to the narrative from the president that Qatar reached out and offered the jet as a gift to him.
What is your source? I'm sorry.
CNN.
CNN.
Sources contradict Trump narrative is the title.
I'm not gonna be able to argue that. I'm not pulling things up actively in front of me for that. It's just my opinion on it. That's why I wanted to talk about it. From my opinion, some of the stats on the poll doesn't seem accurate to what the actual.
How do you know what it's like in Germany? You just watched a video of Trump and their prime minister, and that's it? I still think that's a huge. That's a wild assumption, bro. It's a wild assumption.
I don't think it's a wild assumption. I mean, you just use CNN, which is a news outlet, to justify your point, and I'm doing the same thing.
No.
Got you there.
Yeah, okay, a news outlet conflating a news outlet with a poll doesn't do anything.
Yeah, you just used a news outlet to justify your point that you were trying to make, and I was doing the same thing.
This source is from Spring 2025 Global Attitudes Survey, and I'm sure if you want to go look in the methodology of that, you can. And by the way, we have the opposite showing for Biden. Their confidence in Biden was much better. Most of them had a much better. Oh my God. Look at the down rating. Mexico down 32%, Sweden down 28%, Poland down 22%, Canada down 20%, Netherlands down 19%. It goes down for everybody besides South Africa, India, Israel, Nigeria, and Turkey.
I'm not surprised on Mexico. They're pretty mad at us. But anyways, I don't want to take up much of your time. This is my first time doing this, so I appreciate you bringing me on.
All right, no problem, dude. Take it easy.
You too.
Can we get the 50,000 likes, chat? Let's get on the For You page. Yo, I'm really important. What's up, dude? How you doing, bro?
Hey, what's up, Pickles? How you doing, bro?
Doing good, man. I enjoy watching your stuff.
Thank you. The same to you, man. I'm jealous of your setup. You get to draw out all these facts for people and keep them up on the screen. It's brilliant.
Yeah, if you ever need help setting something like that up, let me know. I got you.
I appreciate it, man. I tried to do that once for like Congress to do play-by-play, like when they do for football. Like, look at this congressman over here doing this and that. So maybe one day.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I just wanted to say hi and yeah, thanks for hanging out, bro. Good to see you.
Yeah. Yep.
All right,
man.
I'll catch you later. I'm gonna go back to debates. Thank you, dude.
Have fun, bro. I'll be listening.
All right. Oops. I think I accepted 2 on accident.
Hey, are you good with friendlies right now or no?
It looks like we only have 2 friendlies in the box, so yeah, sure. What's up?
So just taking notes off of like what y'all have been talking about. For reference, I've studied history, theology, basically dating back to caveman days up until now, politics. So just taking notes of what you guys have been talking about. You guys talked about tariffs, trades, AI, Trump, the Golden Dome, blah, 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 blah. So I'm just going to go down the list as I took notes. The tariffs. I think I've actually came on here before with you. Tariffs are literal taxes, guys. They get paid by importers or businesses. Then they get passed on to U.S. consumers or consumers, period. So if it's tariffs that say the US has put on, other countries, we pay those tariffs. I know you pickles already know this, but people in the chat, if it's another country putting
Oh, we lost you.
tariffs after they are paid, they get deposited into what the US calls the general fund. Anyone in the chat, please look this up. You could fact check me. So tariffs get deposited into the general fund. The general fund is the same fund that our taxes get deposited into, and they get spent the same way. So at the end of the day, businesses, those importers, get to write that off on their taxes. So that's another tax break for the 1%. We as consumers do not get to write that off unless we are using it as like our business, if we're importing stuff for our business. So that's just another way that the 1% can make money. It is taxation without representation. One of the things that are, frameworkers of the Constitution, if you read the 27 grievances in the Declaration of the Independence, it'll tell you taxation without representation. But also, I highly emphasize reading those, because I'm pretty sure this administration has violated every single one of those grievances. You guys talked about trade. I just wanted to make note, if US is paying more, it's because we are trading more. Our nation as a whole, compared to other countries, we rely more on other countries than, say, like if they are producing their own manufacturing or their goods. Just for Panama, for example, 66% more. We use the Panama Canal more. Okay, so that was just one thing that, I think it was two guys previous was mentioning trade. He mentioned AI, that we're going to be bringing it back to America, that manufacturing is going to come back to America. Guys, monopolies are not good. Monopolies in general are not good. These 1% manufacturers are in bed with the FDA. They pay lobbyists to pay lawmakers. These lobbyists pay our doctors. They pay off the FDA. And specifically, y'all mentioned AI. They're polluting like even though they have some benefits, AI has brought, like with just say medical, for example, there's advances in medical, and it does have some benefits, but we are not using it ethically. And when I say ethically, it pollutes. Just for example, millions of liters of water per day. And then they are putting these hubs, the cooling centers or whatever, in marginalized poor communities. And they're creating massive amounts of pollution that these communities are literally saying they are choking on the air.
Yeah, I think there's one with Elon Musk terrorizing a city right now. I just saw that people are being affected
exactly.
by it.
So circling back to bringing back to America, if these 1% businesses are paying off the government, they are giving those tech bros high level positions that usually take 25 years or more, in military positions, and they're banning words like clean drinking water. And just look up Aaron Brockovich, for fuck's sake. You know what I mean? Like, it's like they paid off the government to be able to essentially poison us in more or less words. That's not even going into the mining of the tech industry, like the components that they need for AI or even your cell phone. The minerals, like if you look in Congo or even Iran, that's a big topic. Iran found massive loads of minerals that are needed in technology. And people are like, oh, they're making
antimony.
Yeah,
Found
yeah, exactly.
7,000 tons of antimony beneath their soil, and we just so happen
Loads,
to.
loads. And to think of how much that is worth, like, and they think that, it's just because of the nukes. History repeats itself. So going back down the line, the guy mentioned the Golden Dome. Trump paid for Israel's first Golden Dome in his first term. He paid for their other boom booms in his first term. So, like, the connection of him wanting to instill it into the US, why would we need it unless he is invoking or trying to stir up trouble? You know what I mean? And then they were mentioning all that. So I don't know if y'all have heard of Palantir or Palantir or whatever that company is that is connected to our US military. They have all of the technology for it. Peter Thiel or whatever his name is, he is connected to IDF. And I'm not going to say anything else about that because I don't want your account to get dinged or kicked off or whatever. But that is something very sus when they're putting those tech bros in high level paying positions and then finding out that Palantir or whatever, however you say that, was connected to the atrocities that happened over, what's happening in Gaza or whatever. There was a few other things.
I have somebody in the box to debate. Do you mind if I bump you down? I appreciate you.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for expanding on all this.
Yeah. Thank you, Pickles.
Have a good one. Yellow.
Yeah, what's up, Pickles?
What's up, bro? What do you want to talk about?
Well, I wanted to talk about the Supreme Court decision, but just real quick, like, if that lady that was just talking, if she knows Aaron Brockovich, I would love it if she could, like, maybe reach out and see what she thinks about chemtrails.
You think chemtrails are real?
Well, she just listed a whole bunch of stuff about water and this and that and what Elon Musk is doing to burn people out.
Wait,
whatever
you just said you think chemtrails are real?
Of course.
Have you ever looked this up, bud?
Have you?
Yeah, it's a conspiracy.
Oh, they're contrails, condensation trails, right?
Yeah.
That lasts for miles. I gotcha. Anyway, so listen. So what do you think about the maybe top 5 all-time Supreme Court decisions that happened today? What do you think about it?
I think it's horrible for the United States, and I think that if we ever do get somebody back in office that is a Democrat, how would you feel about them creating executive orders banning weapons?
Okay, so here's what happens. You have, first of all, the weapons thing is an easy one because then you're starting a civil war.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's something in place that could start a civil war now. Got it.
Now, the president would never do that because they know better. Even if it was a mindless robot like Biden, even he would know better.
Okay. So, but it's still possible, right?
But it's absolutely possible. So what we need to do as a country is hire the people that are going to follow the law and not do stupid stuff like that.
What?
Okay. So
you hired a felon.
Your vote is going to be much more important. And by the way, the substance of your comparison doesn't really count. And here's why. Because the reason that it was so important that decision was made was because they were going after the executive over issues that are in his purview, that are specifically written in the Constitution, like border security.
So
if you
what I'm hearing is you're
Biden,
justifying Trump altering the Constitution because ultimately whoever enforces that is in federal government.
all that happened today was that federal judges cannot stop the action. They have to go to court,
Yes,
go
they
through the
can.
process to stop it. They can't no longer enjoin him.
Injunction.
No, enjoin. Injunction is the noun.
Okay.
Enjoin is the verb.
So ultimately, what we have to do is, if Trump say he takes away all people's guns, we would ultimately have to sue him, and maybe my state or whatever class I'm successful in suing him in,
Right.
like say I'm a people over 21 should be able to have pew-pews. If I successfully do that, and I have I've had hundreds of thousands of dollars to do it, maybe millions, then maybe I get my guns back. But if not,
but right,
you know, no big deal.
but the situation there is that it would be quickly run up to the Supreme Court and taken care of.
Oh, okay. The 6-3 Supreme Court.
Yeah, what I'm saying is what they're doing now is, like, for instance, the Boasberg guy that told him to stop the planes,
Okay.
Okay. He can't do that because that
But-
has to do with
So
with-
you
with-
wanted Trump to be able to break the law. That hurt your feelings?
No, you're accusing him of breaking the law.
He did.
I'm
He
not-
deported people without due process. That law that said you have to bring them back and put them back in this institution in Texas and
it-
give them due process.
In his duties, in the executive's duties, a judge can't just come up and tell him how to perform those duties.
Yes, you can.
have
It's
to
called
take-
checks and balances.
Right. So you have to take him to court and you have to play it out and get to the end of the court case, and then Trump has to abide
Got it.
by the decision
it.
of the court.
Until
All it's
then,
doing
until
Pickles, let me
then,
just say-
Trump gets to do whatever he wants.
No, Pickles. This is all I'm saying. They're taking the pausing. They're
Alison
pausing
Ray
the
super
action.
chatted $10. Lol, I didn't even care you spelled my name wrong. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
I'm so sorry. There's one L chat. Let's fix it.
All right. All this decision says, which is constitutional, because the word injunction is not in the Constitution. Okay.
Neither
All
is
it
assault
says-
rifle.
All it says is that you have to go through the court system to stop the president. You can't just stop him on a whim. It's got to go through all the way up until the Supreme Court. And when the Supreme Court makes the decision, because either you're upset about a tyrannical executive, and your means to correct that, you believe, is to have a tyrannical judiciary.
No, I just don't. Presidents don't usually just write laws from the desk. That's not normal. It's not normal for the
Okay.
president to just be like, "This is what I think is going to happen. I'm going to write it into existence, and even if
It's
it's
not a
not
law.
constitutional, I'm gonna enforce it."
It's an executive order. See,
I
so
know.
let me
I know.
let me explain it to you this way.
He's changing the way the law functions. He changes the way the federal government behaves with an executive order.
Correct. Here, the legislative branch, they have a long, super long, drawn out process to carry out their function. Right? They gotta have somebody sponsor law. They gotta they gotta vote on it.
It's just too
Right?
hard to follow all the laws. This is what I'm hearing. This is what Trump.
No,
is
no, no,
convinced
no,
of.
no.
It just takes
No.
too long.
Just please listen to me. Just please listen to this one point, Pickles. So they have this long drawn out thing, right? That's the way they function. The judiciary has not so long of a process to carry out their functions. It's not as long as the legislative process, okay? And then you get to the executive, and they basically have, like Obama said, I got a pen and a phone, right? That's called an executive order. So you have these three different means of the three different branches on how their process to carry out their duties. If you take away the executive order from the executive, guess what you don't have anymore? You don't have an executive.
What?
That's what makes them
They can
The
do
executive,
things so long as
their
they're
power.
constitutional. They can do things as much as they want, whether so long as it's inside the law. What Trump is saying is he wants to make it harder for things that he does that's against the Constitution to be shut down. That's all this does.
Right,
If you
right,
think
but
you think that we can still protect our rights by suing the federal government, then you're fucking high, bro. We're not all rich. Unless you're
happens all the
very rich,
time.
we can't do that.
it happens all the time, bro.
Okay.
What I'm saying is you have to see the fact that his ability, not his, the executive's ability, the president's ability to move at a moment's notice is the reason why you cannot take that away.
Listen, you're not
And
going to sell me
when
on
you
how this
say-
is good. You just gave the president more power. We've been telling you guys that he wants to be a dictator so bad, and this is just a huge cope, dude. This is another step in the direction of the federal branch having more power than they should.
No, this has gone on for the last 6, 7, 8 presidents. This is a terrible
Yeah,
thing. that's been
okay.
going
I'm sure
on.
you guys were crying when Biden had federal injunctions on his student loan relief.
Right, and the vax shot too. They
Holy fuck.
enjoined him on that also. You're right, and I agree with you.
Travis,
But what I'm-
Travis with $100?
Oh, Travis, he loves you.
Holy shit, dude.
But what I'm saying is, when you look at the facts, the fact of the matter is, the plane going, with the immigration stuff, that is part of his duties. You can't tell him how to carry out his duties. A student
Absolutely
loan,
can. Absolutely.
back shots,
Dude, if Trump wants to start
all that
kidnapping
stuff
people
is
in the
not-
middle of the night, we want to be able to stop him.
you can't. I'm here to tell you, you cannot.
What?
You cannot do it.
Wait. So
He's
now
in
we just
charge.
can't?
No,
We
and
just can't
this-
stop him from kidnapping people in the middle of the night?
No, you'd
Got it.
have to take him to court.
Okay, well, I
Who's
mean,
gonna
if you're
enforce it?
rich.
But listen, the decision just told you that today. That no, you cannot do that.
I get that. I know.
But with
You're
Biden, it's
buttering me up
different.
for this to be not so bad, or this is okay with you. This is what we call a cope. Like, I don't think that you disagree with this at all, but I think you're more or less trying to sell yourself on how okay this is and how this should be allowed. And you're trying to sell this to me.
Pickles.
I don't think this is good. This is not
Pickles,
good.
Pickles, you're wrong in this sense. I don't think this is okay. I think this is eminently necessary.
Oh my god.
Eminently. For both sides. For this country. We cannot live by a tyranny of rogue justices. Period.
Rogue justice, dude. You guys want a
Bozeberg.
president like he ran on so many lies, and you're just like, yes, I want to co-sign everything he does, no matter
Right,
what.
Right. Because he got voted in. Bozeberg
By
did not.
lying, yes.
Who cares? Then if you're right,
Who cares?
And-
We care. People who are smart care.
well then vote differently. That's my point. We're gonna see it play out in New York with this Mondami guy.
Alison Ray super chatted
What are we gonna
$10.
see?
You're still
The
my
people are
fave.
calling for him to be.
Like how you don't do it. It's stressful just to listen and not get physical. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Keep it up, kiddo. Victory hand emoji. Blue
you.
heart emoji.
Thank you so much.
Is this the accountant's sister?
Me? What?
The account. You never saw the movie The Accountant with Ben
Oh.
Affleck?
No, I have, but I don't.
His
was-
sister. It sounded
okay.
like that. That was a good joke. Come on, Pickles. was funny.
I didn't catch it. I'm sorry.
All right, well, just tell me it was funny anyway.
You're funny.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't.
So-
I think this is real bad. I know you guys are cheering for it. You're going to be able to see him make a lot of us squirm. You're going to see him making a lot of us upset. He's not a president for everybody. He's not president for the people like Biden was. And I
No
think
president
it's gross.
is. No president is. And people called Obama the Antichrist. I said, no way.
Dude, Obama was so
'Cause-
good. Obama was so good.
Dude, but whatever you think is fine. You think he was great, that's great. But there's people out there that thought he wasn't great. There's people that didn't think George Bush was good. There was people that loved George Bush. I mean, every president has been called the Antichrist.
All right. This is not the same. All right. This is not the same. This is the whole world's watching. The whole world disapproves mostly.
Are you
with
going to
Trump.
argue with me? Are you going to argue the fact that every president in at least my lifetime, I'm 49, I don't know how old you are, but every president has been called the Antichrist.
Sure,
Everyone.
sure. But this is a little different. This is a little different. We've got Trump selling Bibles. The guy who cheated on all of his wives. We can't trust him as far as we could throw him. And you guys are just greenlighting everything he's doing and pretending like this isn't
Cheating on
an
his wife?
authoritarian takeover.
Are you talking about Clinton in the Oval Office? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
Cheating on his wife?
we're not the party that claims family values and to be super Christian.
Bro, I don't care about his Christianity. I'm a Christian. I couldn't care less. I didn't vote for a pastor. I voted for somebody who's going to kick a little rear end.
I think he's a goof, and I think that we're being played. I think that Trump is a very small-minded man, and we're more dangerous. We're in more danger in his hands than anybody else in history. I think we're in more danger. We're at risk of losing all of our friends on the world stage because of him. I don't think that the strong leader applies.
Alison Ray super
I think
chatted $10. No, dude, I'm just loving watching him roll you, dude. Smiley face emoji.
Thank you.
Listen, you say that, but then you got this guy over at the EU, the head of the EU, calling him Daddy Trump.
Yeah,
So,
good stuff.
I
And
mean,
it
you
was,
say
it was
that,
the guy in NATO, not the E EU.
I'm sorry, the NATO, right? It's not, you say that, but it's not supported by the facts. I mean, it's just not. And your fear of Trump is totally misplaced. It's born out of the deep state. That's where it's born out of.
Bro, nobody's gonna tell me on that. You guys, I literally make a living off of fact checking y'all. And if anybody's the deep state, it's Trump and his cronies telling y'all what to believe on a daily basis, and me fact checking it on a daily basis.
Yeah. Well, everybody was wrong about everything over the last 10 years.
That doesn't
Like-
mean anything. You'd have to tell me
Like the
more than
laptop,
that.
like Russia.
Okay,
That was
you
totally
guys,
planted by the CIA.
That's BS, dude. First of all, there were 37 indictments between from the Mueller report. 37, some of which were Trump's friends that are in his inner circle still today. That he pardoned. He pardoned from all those crimes that they got indicted for.
They were all political persecutions, and you know it.
Yeah. Okay.
Everybody knows it.
Okay.
Talk about small-minded.
It's just
I mean-
you have no reason to say it's political persecution besides the fact that Trump told you it was.
No, I looked at the facts myself. Mueller didn't do
Uh-huh.
a damn thing.
Okay.
Didn't do anything because he knew he couldn't. Comey basically, he should be in jail. I mean, what he did, and one of their guys went to jail for marking up a document that they sent to the FISA court.
Dude, this
So
is such
it's
a
like-
cult. For you to point at like a few things and then question everything and say it's a lie when Trump literally he lies every week. I can catch up one of the biggest lies ever each week from Trump, almost daily basis. And when your administration gets called out, they just say fake news. Everybody's fake news. They get mad at the media for holding them accountable for things.
Yeah, but Pickles, you can't blame me for that. I mean, you could go right to
It's doing
2020.
damage to America. It's causing doubt. It's causing
Yes,
people
but who's causing
to
it?
think.
Is it the people that said that the vaccine was safe and
we're not going to talk about that, you guys. We're not going to get
Because
banned on YouTube. I'm not going to ban on YouTube.
Okay, all right, fine. But I mean, it's just over and over and over, we've been lied to about so much stuff. Of course, nobody trusts anybody. That's the point of the deep state.
No. The point of the deep state is what Trump is doing to y'all. He is casting doubt on every news source that's holding him accountable, so that you guys don't believe it, and to only believe him. That's what he's
Right,
doing. It's the oldest trick in the book. You guys are falling for it.
Like Hegseth ripped Jennifer Griffin, rightfully so.
For what? For asking him about whether or not they got all of the enriched uranium with the targets that the strikes were effective?
She went
Asking?
with some bad reporting when a good reporter would check and make sure she was right before she did it on the weekend.
You're talking about the lady that asked him if the strikes took care of things.
Yeah.
That's unfair. Couldn't he just say, yes, I have confidence? Or couldn't
No,
he just
no,
be transparent?
No, because he was referencing something she reported on over the weekend.
Okay. He's too emotional. I just don't see him being able to hold his own on the world stage either. I fear for everybody's lives with him at the head of the DOD.
Yeah, and I'm here to tell you, Trump, out of all of our presidents, is the one least likely to get military people hurt.
Literally, he's the one who did the worst pullout ever from Afghanistan. He was the guy who got those people killed. Do you know that?
Who was the president when they were leaving?
Yeah, Biden was constrained and he had to follow what Trump made a deal with a terrorist organization. He had to follow through with the deal.
So what happens on Trump's term is Trump's fault. What happens
Stop
on
making
Biden's
weird
term-
rules. No, what Trump did and negotiated, he's responsible for.
Oh, is he? So the executive couldn't just make an executive order to override the prior executive's order?
Executive orders. The Taliban doesn't give a fuck about an executive order.
Okay, so why didn't Biden just say, no, screw you?
What do you mean,
We're
no?
not doing it
No,
this way.
what?
We're going to take everybody out first, then we're going to pull the
We're going to
military
kill everybody?
No, I said we're going to pull everybody out first, then we're going to pull the military out, not the other way around.
Dude, you guys literally just watched Trump bomb Iran before we got all of our people, all the United States citizens out.
How many?
What?
How many were unalived? Exactly.
None. But you know what? You guys are condemning Biden for something Trump just did.
It was a year later.
Okay,
It was in August.
Trump negotiated a ceasefire with the Taliban, and the pullout that was May 1st. Trump thought he was going to win that election, and he didn't. So Biden had to pick up the slack and go, okay, what do we have to deal with? The Taliban's going to start shooting us May 1st. How are we going to do this? And he somehow got them to agree to delay the ceasefire to August, and he pulled them out in August. And some of the people that Trump released from prison went and broke out another ISIS-K member from another prison, and that's the guy who sewer slide bombed our 13 soldiers. It's all on Trump.
Oh, that's fine. It's your lie. You could tell it any way you want, Pickles.
Okay,
Because it's
you guys
not
don't have any
fact.
alternative facts. You have nothing to debate that with.
I
You
don't
just
have
doubt
alternative
it?
facts. I just have the facts. The fact is Biden was the president.
Okay, and
No alternative. You got to do better.
Trump said he was going to have him home by Christmas. Did he do it?
You are very intelligent, but telling me something Biden did is Trump's fault is totally ludicrous.
Okay, it's not. I know Trump went and campaigned for 4 years saying it was all Biden's fault, people that he got killed, because that's exactly what Trump would do, and you know it. He did that, and you just believe him. That's all. That's the only information you have. You haven't looked any further into it.
The claim I made is that Trump is least likely out of all of our presidents to get military members on a lie.
I don't even know what that
fact.
means. Trump had 65 people die during his last administration. Biden had 18. That doesn't even add up.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not joking.
Listen, if you want to claim that Trump's some kind of warmonger, while he consistently
Is
fights
bombing people?
all the warmongers in his own party. I mean, come on.
While he bombs people without any sort of approval, like debatably against the law, bombs people, and then
Again,
puts a meme up on his page bragging that he bombed them.
yes, the nuclear. How about this one? Here's my theory. So he drops the boom booms, right? Because what was happening right before that? There was a little war going on between Israel and Iran, right? Immediately before.
There was a proxy war. Yeah, they were funding T groups.
No. I'm saying recently, in the last couple of weeks, Iran and Israel were firing rockets.
So the Middle East is shooting each other again when Trump's in office. Never would have happened if Biden was in office.
Yeah. So my contention is that for the last 30 years, you can go back and see Netanyahu making speeches that Iran is 6 months away. 6 months
Yeah,
away.
you can see videos of him saying that since 1995.
Right. Okay. It's good. So we're agreeing here. Good. This is productive. So So then everybody's talking about when they start fighting, oh, if Trump does anything, we're going to be sent to World War III in the Middle East, blah, 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 blah. Okay, gotcha. What does he do? He bombs the nuclear sites.
And doesn't even do anything. It doesn't even. It
Hold
turns
on,
out it
hold on.
doesn't even. It's not even
Just-
effective.
Just here, let's make believe it's effective for this argument, Pickles. Okay. So he bombs them effectively. And now, since the nuclear sites are gone, Netanyahu has no way to lure us or bait us or drag us into a ground war of any kind. It's over. He neutralized Netanyahu.
Okay, and you think you think that Iran has no friends? You don't think that they're going to make us suffer by closing down the Strait of Hormuz? You don't think that they're going to fuck up the world economy in retaliation?
What I'm trying to tell you is the bombing was not about Iran. It was about Israel. We have to disengage from Israel's government.
You're sitting here just speculating, and no, Trump is besties with Netanyahu. This is not a step towards that.
Listen, I said that. This is my theory. Don't tell me I'm speculating. I just told you I'm speculating.
Yeah, well, I'm
That's not a good.
It is pure speculation. Like none of this stuff makes sense until you go into conspiratorial territory and make sense of it.
Well, do you think it's good that we have most of our Congress that belongs to AIPAC? Do you think that's good?
No, I think Trump is the #1 person that belongs to Israel. Trump having fucking Netanyahu at his personal residence, even when he's not president, doesn't tell you anything.
Listen, I can look up plenty of, one of the Trump's top aides just came out recently and said to him, you know, we're not going to do what Netanyahu, he basically disavowed Netanyahu. I mean, there's all kind. What are you doing?
I'm hitting a vape.
Nice. So the idea that we could be this far along in this relationship with the Israeli government is a big problem. Now, if you want to blame it on Trump, that's fine. But what about the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and maybe thousands of politicians before him that got us to this point? That are still.
Trump is one of those people who got us to this point. Pulling out of the JCPOA was a move towards us having to eventually bomb them, and you're just sitting here acting like this is some brilliant move when we could have done diplomacy.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is you keep pivoting to something else. What I'm saying is do you agree that we have to be disengaged? Our government has to be disengaged from the Israeli government. Do you agree with that?
Of course. Yeah, sure. This is not a win for Trump, dude.
Well, what I'm saying is this was Trump's way to do that. He can't just come out and do it. He's got to be
Trump is not playing 4D chess. He can barely see 3 feet in front of him.
He's playing 7D.
No, he's not. Trump is prolifically stupid. If you haven't seen that by now, I just feel bad for you, dude. He is so stupid. Remarkably dumb.
Listen, I got to go to sleep because my 16-year-old son has a kickboxing match tomorrow with a 23-year-old.
All right, girl. I'll catch you later.
All right, bye.
All right, we're going to take a tiny break real quick. I want to give a shout out to Jason and Jennifer. They sent me a care package. So I got some t-shirts. This is one of them. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I got another one. Because I'm done dealing with you people. Such a badass shirt. And then here's the third. Thank y'all so much. And they also sent me a thing of spicy dill pickle almonds and some Skittles and a lovely note. Thank y'all so much. Oh, and some Pepto-Bismol because my tummy was hurting. Much love, Jafer and Jason. Thank y'all so much. Dolphin, I see you in the box. Give me just a second. I'm trying to pump that algo love. Hello?
Hello, hey Pickles.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Um, you know, I don't know. I mean, I agree with that last caller a lot more than I agreed with. I mean, that guy knew what he was talking about. He's 49 years old. He's a few years older than I'm 41. How old are you?
36.
36. Yeah, so you don't know, you didn't experience a lot of stuff that we've experienced. We've seen a lot of shit. And
I'm
it's been
halfway done with
fucked
my
up for a
life, bro.
long time. Huh?
I said I'm halfway done with my life, man. I've seen some stuff.
Dude, right? Okay. You've seen some things, right? You've seen 36 years worth of things. I've seen 41 years worth of things, and the gentleman who just called, he's seen 49 years worth of things, right? That it makes a difference. You may shake your head at this,
My
but
grandpa's
this is
80 and he's incredibly naive and racist and doesn't know. I mean, like this. I don't think age means very much,
okay,
bro.
but we're not your grandpa. We're not the baby boomers. We're not
You only
brainwashed.
have
We've
5
seen
years
it
on you, dude.
all.
You have 5 years. I don't know. I don't think this
All
affects
right,
you
all
then.
right. So here, I'll just tell you one thing that I just learned at the age of 41 that I've never known my entire life, and that is we are not afforded the rights that are in the Bill of Rights. We are not afforded due process. Did you know that?
By says who?
Says the court's rulings. So
What?
here, I gotta hang up on my friend over here. I'll explain it to you. I can explain it all to you. So there's enumerated rights in the Constitution. There's the Bill of Rights, is the first 10 amendments. And there's like Article 6 that says that the Constitution and treaties are the supreme law of the land, and all of this, right? Now, before the Civil War, the states acted as though they were sovereign. They weren't abiding by the Constitution. The Civil War was about states' rights. It wasn't about slavery. It was about states' rights. No, this is a fact.
The states' rights to do what?
To enslave their citizens. Because the 13th
Okay.
Amendment, we're taught in the 13th Amendment. What's the 13th Amendment do?
I
Do
know.
you
I'd
know?
have to look it up now.
Okay, I'll just explain it. The 13th Amendment, we're taught that it abolishes slavery.
Okay, yeah.
That's what we're told in school. That's
Except
what,
for
if you were to Google it.
except for being in
Exactly.
prison. Yeah.
So what it does is it transfers the slave trade. The slave trade was the chair that the judge sits on is called the bank. It's all about commerce. It's all about slavery. That's what the Constitution was based on: slavery and commerce. Everything is based on slavery and commerce. Okay.
I don't know where this is going. Can you get to the point?
So in the Fifth Amendment, there's Article 1 of the Fifth Amendment says no person should be held for any crime, any capital or otherwise infamous crime without a
Due process.
without a grand jury. Right. So what that means is that the prosecuting attorney needs to take their charges against you to a grand jury of your peers and say, here's the
I
evidence
don't
that
think
we
it says
have
grand
against
jury.
this.
It says grand jury
Yeah,
somewhere in there, but it doesn't just say grand jury.
Yeah, it's the first article of the Fifth Amendment. It's the very first right of due process outlined by the Constitution, is the right to a grand jury.
Except
Okay,
in cases
we
where
don't
the
have the
naval
right.
force and militia. Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
We don't have the right to a grand jury. We don't have the right to due process. The states can come up with alternative due process due to the 14th Amendment, which allows due process by the states. And they can enforce inferior laws like indictment on information. So the way it works in most of the country is the prosecuting attorney writes up takes in all the police reports. He writes up an affidavit of probable cause. He signs it, and another police officer signs it. They give it to the judge, and then you are charged with a felony. That's how it works. No grand jury, because there's things called incorporated rights, and if the right hasn't been incorporated into the states, then it's not a right. You have the right to remain silent. Everybody has the right to remain silent because of the Miranda versus whatever, right? The Miranda rights. You have the right to an attorney. You have the right to self-representation, because those rights were ruled on, and the ruling is then the precedent, right?
Are you just saying that do you think we shouldn't take our rights to due process as like constitutionally given rights? Like, what are you saying here? Like, are you saying that Trump
Not
should
in the
allow
States.
Trump should just be allowed to
No,
arrest people?
I see it's 7D chess. It's not about immigrants. It's not about anything that it appears to be on the surface. That's not what it's about. The ruling, they just did a ruling on gun control, right? They just said that states can't infringe on the Second Amendment. They can't require a license for somebody to carry a firearm. But there are many states right now that are now currently in violation of the Constitution. That's just the Second Amendment, right? The First Amendment, we already got the First Amendment.
I feel like you're
they're
just
not infringing on our
gish-galloping.
First Amendment.
I don't know what this all means, man.
It means that the Supreme Court and Trump are restoring our constitutional rights, and that's what's happening. And just because Trump breaks the Constitution and then has to get a ruling saying, hey, oh, you can't break the Constitution, and then he's got to be like, oh yeah, right, that's right, I can't break the Constitution. Guess what? Gavin Newsom can't break the Constitution either.
Okay.
Right? So I don't vote. I abstain from voting. I'm American Indian. I believe this whole entire system was built on slavery and commerce, and I just don't agree with any of that. And it's just whatever. But as far as presidents go, and as far as what he's done so far this term, I have nothing bad to say. So they put on a charade in the Middle East to end a war, to take away, like he said, to take away Netanyahu's power. And now the whole world sees what they've done in Palestine.
The thing is, that's not gone. You guys are just like skipping every important detail. First of all, they're like months away to going back to business as usual.
And he sat and he put his fucking little Jew hat on and he went over to the wall and whatever, and he did all this stuff. It's all a charade. It's all a show.
Yeah.
Do you think he got shot in the ear? Do you think he got shot in the ear?
I'm not going to talk about conspiracies.
Okay, well, I don't think it. I think it's. He said one time that politics is, or somebody said it's like WWE. Politics is like WWE, and he hangs out with those people too. He hangs out with I don't know the WWE guys, but
Linda
you know
McMahon,
what I'm talking
Department
about.
of Education. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So,
I don't know.
So my point is,
I think that yes, Trump says a lot of bombastic things to get y'all to believe that what he's doing is for the greater good. Meanwhile, what he's doing is he's just consolidating power to the federal government. He's setting up a thing where we'll probably never be able to get him out. He's going to do a lot of things and stomp on people's rights, and you guys will cheer him on.
The federal government should have their power consolidated, and he'll be out of the presidency in like 3 years.
Sure.
So it's like he's going to be gone. He's not going to break the Constitution.
What?
He's not going to fight. He's not going to break the Constitution, okay? He's not going to do it.
Okay.
He's not going to run for a third term or whatever.
Got it. Sure. You know he's selling hats, right? Trump 2028.
That's cool. Do you believe it? He's a liar, right?
Steve Bannon also came out.
He's a liar, right?
Steve Bannon came out. His advisor came out and said we are literally looking at ways to get him to run a third term.
The executive branch is allowed to lie. It's a thing that they can do. That's why cops lie to you all the time.
I know they're
cops
allowed
always
to
say,
lie.
I can lie to you. You can't lie to a cop.
So when it's convenient for you, it's a lie.
It's all a lie. It's all a lie. It's
All
all a
right.
fucking show. We've been watching this show our entire lives. You can
So
watch it on the news and the TV, and you
So
can
you're just
follow
here
it
for
all
the
you
ride. You
want. Or
don't
you
care.
can,
We should just stop listening to everybody. It's all you just go with the flow, and then speculate that everything Trump does is for
no,
the
you should
greater
stand
good.
up for your rights. You should
What do
stand
you,
up
what
for
do you
your
think? I
constitutional
do this
rights.
for a living. This is what I do. I talk to people about, and I criticize the government for the things that they're doing, including
Okay.
Trump violating our rights.
Okay. So then, when every single county across the entire nation has state courts that are running their courts in violation of the Constitution, and they're taking away people's children, and they're taking away people's freedoms and turning them into slaves, because the 13th Amendment made a felon and a slave
Dude,
synonymous.
Trump is all for big prison. You don't. This is not a point for you. He's building a giant prison
He
right
is?
now.
He's for big
Yes.
prison?
Yes, he's
How-
building
how-
a big one right
How
now.
do you know that?
He wants to
Huh?
he wants to remodel Alcatraz and start doing that.
Right, because he wants
loves
to,
putting people in
because
prison.
this is what he wants to do. This is what's happening right now, is that our rights are being violated by a cabal that has taken over the entire country, and they've taken over every district court in the entire country, and they've taken over every police force in the entire country.
What
There's
are you
reports on this from
talking
the
about?
FBI in 2012.
All right, dude. This is getting weird.
Okay. It's not weird, and it's the truth. And if you can't see it, you got to just open your eyes up and actually see that this is what's happening, right? So what is he going to do? He's going to round up all these judges. That's martial law. That's why he took over the National Guard in California. He knew if he went to California and went and tried to pick out 44 immigrants, right? To go arrest 44 immigrants, he knew that something would happen, and then he'd have to call in the National Guard, and then Gavin Newsom would be like, no, that's my National Guard. And then he'd have to say, sorry, Gavin Newsom, that's my National Guard.
I get what
Right?
happened, but all you're saying
Right.
is that Gavin
So now-
Newsom,
no, 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 no.
you're for big government now. You're for the federal
So-
government stepping in and
I'm
enforcing the law.
I'm for the Constitution being upheld.
Okay,
That's what I'm for.
it
The
doesn't look like
Constitution
it
being upheld.
unless Trump wants to
The
change it.
Constitution and the treaties are the supreme law of the land.
Okay,
And
bro.
the treaties.
All
So
right.
that's why it's very important to my people as well that Constitution be upheld, because the states they disregard our treaties because they're not held to the treaties. They're not held to federal law. They can do whatever they want. They act as though they are sovereign. They act as though their law is superior to the Constitution. And it's not, because Article 6 says the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. The treaties and the Constitution are the supreme law of the land. And all the
don't think
judges under that will abide by
Nothing
it.
by what you're
will
saying.
abide by the Constitution.
Nothing what
not
you're
abide
saying is
by
profound. I don't think anybody's picking up what you're putting down, bro. I just think you're just going to this rant that the real way the Constitution should be enforced is the way Trump sees fit.
No, that's not it. It has nothing to do with Trump. The Supreme Court made the rulings.
They're to allow Trump to make edits to the Constitution, yes, to enforce it in a different way, right? He's
No, they
interpreting
enforced the Constitution.
the-
The Supreme Court ruled for the Constitution, what it says in the Constitution.
No, no.
And in fact,
Yes, they
said they-
interpreted the law in Trump's favor. 6 conservative, 3 liberal judges said no, and they're saying that literally Trump can make edits to the Constitution, do things that are unconstitutional, and then
what
one federal judge
unconstitutional thing did he do that they ruled against?
changing the way
The-
birthright citizenship works.
Birthright citizen, the 14th Amendment was the worst thing that ever
Okay,
happened
so now,
to this country.
okay, you're gonna have to get 2/3 of the states to sign off on that. You can't just have some dude who paints his face orange change that.
It literally makes us slaves. The 13th and
What?
14th Amendment combined makes us all slaves. Literally. It also makes a separate due process for the states so that they don't have to follow the due process in the 5th Amendment. That's what it does. If you read it, if you do your research, in fact, ask your AI right now, why don't all felons have a grand jury? This is a simple question, and it's a very simple enumerated right within the Constitution, right? It's enumerated, and it's like a sentence long, right? It's plain English. What is a grand jury? Why aren't we afforded our right to a grand jury? And it's going to tell you because the states don't have to follow due process. They don't have, the federal government has to follow due process, but the state governments can follow their alternative due process, and it's called incorporated rights. And there are unincorporated rights and there are incorporated rights.
Yeah, so it is the state's requirements. They don't have a grand jury, so states use alternative methods like preliminary hearings.
Right.
Grand jury, so do you know what a grand jury does? All they do is they look at an indictment that says, is this indictment worth pursuing?
Right, exactly. And you know what? Do you know what they do without a grand jury? They just pursue the indictment without a grand jury.
With a preliminary hearing.
That's a judge and that's
prosecutor.
That's the judicial branch and the executive branch. Where is the people involved in that? It's a check. It's a check for the
It's only
for the
required
executive
for federal
branch.
All federal crimes, all federal felons.
Because why? Because it's
Because-
enumerated right because it's enumerated right in the Bill of Rights. And if we don't have that right in our states, then we have no rights.
Regardless,
in our states.
you get due
no.
process. Right?
It's due process by which the state prescribes.
Yeah, and
As
that
if it's
that
sovereign.
involves a judge.
As if it is
That
sovereign.
involves a judge and a jury of your peers if you choose.
It does not. It does not. It doesn't include the right to a grand jury, which is a check for prosecutorial misconduct. So the prosecutor,
I don't even know where you're
overzealous
going with this.
prosecutors,
I don't
so
even know where you're
over
going with
process. That we don't have rights we don't have the Bill of Rights in this country, and that's what Trump is trying to give us back. That's
right.
what he and the Supreme Court are trying to give us
Hey,
back.
Someone
But
paid.
the thing is,
someone paid to kick you. You're welcome to come back some other time. All right.
really,
Yeah, Cynthia. Thank you. I'm sorry. Don't say me. Thank you for the kick. I'm so sorry. All right, chat. Tap the screen. Let's get to 100K likes. That was hurting my brain, y'all. Martin, thank you for the 5.
Martin Gingerich super chatted $5. He's right about the check. I got to give it to him on this one.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on, Pickles?
What's up? Have I talked to you before?
Not on TikTok. I've talked once on YouTube with you
Okay.
a couple weeks ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago.
What do you want to talk about?
I think there's a couple things I want to talk about. First, that guy was not very concise with his words, but he is technically correct in that we're not guaranteed the Bill of Rights. That's a federal guarantee, not a state guarantee. So, your First Amendment, second, I don't know about Second Amendment, but no, your first, second, third, fourth, all the way up to the 10th Amendment or 9th Amendment is only guaranteed for federal law, right? So like back in the day, you didn't have a right to free speech up until it was incorporated into the Constitution in the 1900s.
Okay. I still don't know. There's obvious glaring situations where Trump is using the federal government to stomp on people's First Amendment. I would still say that's true. I don't.
Okay.
I don't know how Trump pulling the strings and undoing protections we had in place for certain rights is a win in anyone's book.
Yeah, well, so let's talk about that. When you say that Trump, so you're saying the executive.
Mhm.
What rights are the executive taking away that you're concerned about?
So Trump is suing, for instance, he's written executive orders towards certain law firms that have represented maybe political opponents or personal adversaries of the president. He's using that to
Okay.
to put restrictions on those law firms so that they can't step foot into a federal building, therefore effectively losing their clients that they're representing in federal court. And then when he's being sued for that, he's copying and pasting that same executive order on the law firm that's suing him.
Okay, wait, but like, that's not really answering my question. First and foremost, that Trump is using, he's suing entities. Doesn't how is that
That's not
taking
him
away
suing
anyone's
anybody.
constitution?
So
Well,
for
you said Trump is suing.
okay, but it's an executive order. He wrote an executive order. He's using the power of the federal government to stifle people for their opinions, for their ideas.
Okay, let's discuss that executive order.
Okay.
Okay, so March 2025, right? He's talking about federal legal engagements, right? That was the executive order we're talking about.
No.
Yeah, it is. Unless you're talking about a different one. That's the only one that I'm aware of. Protecting integrity in federal legal engagements in March of 2025. What?
Oh,
That's
that
what I
should
just
be
said.
it.
Which one are
That
you
could be
talking
it.
about?
Yeah. Trump's executive orders against law firms. Yes, that's it. Yeah, I thought it was earlier than March.
Okay, so that executive order barred federal agencies from contracting with law firms that represented parties engaged in politically motivated litigation.
So in
So
his
how is that unconstitutional?
so
Like
it was
what right is he taking away? And how is
so
that a
like
First Amendment violation?
the firm that provided free counsel to Jack Smith. So him doing that to that firm for that reason, that is against free speech, right? So if I wanted to represent a person that is against Trump and he uses the federal government to stifle my law firm and in no way is directed towards like Jack Smith. It's just that, and in return, the law firm says, "Listen, you know what? I'm going to bend the knee, and I'm going to give you hundreds of hours of free legal time if you just take this down." That's what Trump is doing. He's doing the same thing to Harvard. He's doing the same thing Columbia University. He's doing the same thing using the FCC to harass news stations and defund PBS and NPR.
Wait a minute. Hold on. That doesn't mean that he's violating any First Amendment rights. Like that's not a violation of a First Amendment right.
Yes, it is.
And I'm how is it a violation of
Because
a
he's using the federal government to punish and
okay?
attack people for things they say.
Just okay, when you say punish, he's not sending any he's using his discretionary power as the head of the executive. You may not agree with it. I don't agree with it,
He's
frankly.
using it
But
for
that's not
personal
that's not
reasons.
okay. That doesn't mean it's a violation of a
Yes,
First Amendment
it
right.
absolutely is.
No.
There's a whole article on
I'm
it.
talking
First
okay, fine. Let's talk about
Amendment.mtsu.
okay, let's talk about it. Because if they have a violation of a First Amendment right, depending on the agency that's doing that, they can bring a Bivens claim or a 42 USC 1983 claim. And I don't see either one of those filed.
Okay.
So
This is
what violation are you talking
what I just
about?
told you. What he's doing is he's suing the law firms that are also doing this. So there's like a coalition of law firms that are now gathering together to do this. But Trump is he's weaponizing the government against law firms, private law firms.
Okay. I'm still not seeing like just because just because the executive uses discretion against private firms for contracting for personal reasons doesn't mean it's a violation of a First Amendment right. Like what gives them the right to be contracted with the federal government
It's not
if
just
the
the right
president
to be
doesn't like them?
contracted with them.
What else is
It's
it?
also their ability to step foot into federal buildings.
That's not a violation of a First Amendment right.
If you're punishing somebody and that action isn't necessarily a ticket saying you said something bad, but it's an action to hurt you because you said something, that is in violation of the First Amendment.
No, no, I'm serious. It's not a violation of the First Amendment to punish someone for something that they say if it's not a legal punishment. You can make civil punishments all day against First Amendment violations.
Okay, I'm saying
If I say to you, if I said something that was like really bigoted, and then you were to like say like as an employer of the federal government, if the head of the FBI was like, some dude just said something that was really pro fascism, we're gonna fire him. We'd be like, well, that's a violation of their First Amendment right. It's like, wait, no, it's not. There's been no legal pursuit.
If the federal government called me a socialist and
Okay.
I don't know, and I had a nonprofit charity, and to hurt me, they took away my nonprofit status, would that be a violation of the First Amendment?
Well, that's a very complicated analogy because in order to qualify as a nonprofit, you have to be, is it apolitical or non-political? So if you made a political statement,
It's not
like
true.
you see my point, like
That's
yeah,
not
it
true.
is.
No, PACs are nonprofits. They're literally political.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You're talking about a 501c3. Sorry. I thought you meant a not for profit,
Okay.
right? Because you're saying you're social. Anyways, the point I'm trying to make is that the way that you get your right violated under like a 42 USC 1983 or a Bivens claim is someone's preventing you from saying something in a place that you are supposed to have the right to say something in a personal capacity. So how is that happening to these firms?
Well, actually, I really don't even have to tell you. I can tell you how judges have done injunctions against these executive orders, saying they're this exact same thing, that it is a violation of First Amendment.
Okay. So let's talk about that.
So
Let's talk about those injunctions. So wait a minute, wait a minute. Another thing too, just because a judge makes an injunction against something doesn't mean that it's the law of the land. Matter of fact, that was the decision that was brought down today. And that's another thing I wanted to correct you on. SCOTUS didn't touch the issue of birthright citizenship in that opinion, and you said they did.
they allowed it for now for Trump to change
Pause.
the way
What did
that
they allow?
the way that Trump enforces the 14th Amendment, and for
No,
now
they didn't.
he is
No,
allowed
they
to do
didn't.
that. Yes,
Let's
he
pull it up.
is.
Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. I've read the whole decision today. I've listened to the oral arguments. I've listened to this. I read the slip opinion. Where does it say that Trump is allowed to deport someone who is categorized, quote unquote, as a birthright citizen? Because in the opinion, they didn't even touch it.
That's not what he's fighting for. He's fighting for the birthright citizenship to not take effect immediately when you're born on U.S. soil. That's what Trump has changed effectively.
No, no, that's not. The Trump administration made an argument that if you have a parent, uh, one or both, that's born in a separate country, and you as a an infant are born here, there's an issue of jurisdiction with that person, right? The courts didn't touch that decision. What they said was that if you have personal injury, like you are affected in that specific issue instance, you can seek an injunction in the court only to you,
Yes, I know,
not to
or a
anyone
class
else.
or a state. Yes, I know. And what that means is that
Well,
federal judges
okay.
can't stop you single-handedly. You have to be rich, and you have to sue the federal government yourself.
Okay, let's talk about the legal opinion and not your wacky extrapolation of what it means in order to do this in court. SCOTUS didn't touch birthright citizenship, and you said that they did in effect.
They said that the means of birthright citizenship proposal can likely move forward, at least in part, although specifics remain to be seen, and it could be blocked by courts and other grounds. It is now Supreme Court curbs injunctions
So,
that block Trump's birthright citizenship plan, allowing him to move forward with his plans to change it.
okay, so we're in agreement that they didn't discuss birthright citizenship in that opinion. You still
I
have
This is
under legal
effectively
recourse your
doing it.
birthright.
This is
No, it's
effectively doing
not.
it.
No, it's not. And Elena Kagan said it in the first hour of that oral argument that she said, bring a case on the merits to the AG, to Trump's AG, bring a case on the merits, and you know you lose. So you have to bring it prior to the case being here on the merits.
The courts also say the
And
administration can continue working administratively on how the policy would be implemented. Like what you're
okay,
saying is like that. In fact, this didn't like. I'm saying that this is allowing Trump to do so, right?
it, no, it's not.
For now,
It's
yes,
not
it
allowing Trump
is.
to. No, it's not. It's not saying that, dude. What it's only talking about universal injunctions. This is what I'm saying. If someone with an injunction or someone gets an injunction delivered against them, right? And it's in regards to birthright citizenship, it will go up to SCOTUS, and SCOTUS will then have to, if they accept it on cert, make a a um a decision on that birthright citizenship case and say this is or isn't considered under
Is
the
he allowed to
pretext of
do
history.
anything right now in regards to that? Is he allowed
In
to do
regards to
anything
what?
different with birthright citizenship right now? Is he allowed to do anything?
No, he's
Yes,
legally
he
not allowed.
is.
How is he legally allowed to do that?
Because the injunction's curbed. The injunction that the
The
federal
injunction's curbed? What do you
yes,
mean
the
injunction's
injunction was
curbed?
curbed to allow him to start doing these things.
Okay, but two things. The universal injunction was curbed. Individual injunctions aren't curbed. You know that, right?
Now it's moved to a position where we have to do personal.
Individual injunctions until we get Federal Rule of Civil Procedure Rule 23A class action certification. Why? Tell me why that's a bad thing.
Because not everybody is going to be able to stop Trump from doing something that is against the law of the land immediately, meaning he's going to be able to just write an executive
Correct.
order. He's going to be able to write an executive order, and until we somehow, as the people, not a federal judge, sue the federal government for this and win over 100% of these cases across the land, we're not protected from Trump's actions.
Wait, did you just say we as the people sue the federal government?
Yeah.
How do you do that? Tell me how the people sue the federal government. Tell me
You
that.
don't think that's a thing?
I know it's not a thing. You can't sue, quote unquote, the federal government
Yes, you
wholesale.
can.
Name one suit.
Okay.
name
Anything
one
versus
suit
the
where-
United States government.
What? What do you mean anything versus the United States? Name a suit.
Okay.
Yeah, Google it, you bitch.
Yeah. Yeah. The federal government intervenes in the lives of individuals, merely to primarily protect their rights. Da, 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 da. When is an instance someone sues the federal government? Suing the federal government, when and how? You can sue the federal government in certain instances, primarily under the Federal Torts Claims, the FTCA.
Okay.
This act allows
Yeah.
individuals to seek compensation for injuries or property damage caused by the negligence or wrongdoing of the federal employees acting within the scope of their duties.
Okay, so tell me again, how does the federal tort claim mean that people are going to sue the federal government? It's saying as an individual or as a class, under the Federal Tort Claims Act, if there's a tortious act, you can sue in specific instances against federal employees. How would that apply to our situation here?
You just cast out on this as a thing. This is a whole thing. You can absolutely,
Do
as
you
an
wait a
individual,
minute, wait
sue
a
the
minute,
federal
wait a minute,
government.
wait a minute, wait a minute. Do you think that immigration is a tortious act issue?
No, I guess not.
Okay, so
right?
then okay, it's definitely not. It's not. It has nothing to do with torts.
Okay, and why are you just saying just because that's not something that this isn't something?
No, what I'm saying is when you said we, the people, are going to sue the federal government to prevent executive orders from being issued, I'm just like, what are you talking about? Name an instance. What the fuck? That's not a thing,
So
dude.
okay. So however it looks, right? We're now left to the states or whatever municipality would be in charge of stopping Trump's executive orders from affecting you, right? Not a federal judge.
No, what are you talking? Wait, are you saying we're going to use state courts instead of federal courts for executive orders?
No, I'm saying that we would be left up to our own. Well, I mean, I think essentially yes, right? Like we would have to.
It's a federal issue. It goes to federal court, dude.
Okay, we would have to say if I'm in Texas and Trump's executive order undo my rights, my suit towards the government or whoever sues the government might undo Trump's authority to apply that law in Texas or whatever jurisdiction or towards a certain class of people, but it wouldn't effectively undo his executive order nationwide, would it?
That's not how that would go at all. Let me steelman your argument, right?
Okay.
Let's say that an executive order is let me take the temperature down. Okay, it's like this,
The
right?
federal
So
district
you
court will only cover their jurisdiction, says Sarah. I think that more makes my point.
No, it's not. A federal district court does only cover federal law in that specific district, right? But if it's a federal issue, like an executive order, it's going to go up to the circuit and then it's definitely going up to SCOTUS.
Okay, and that's the new way of doing things, right?
No, Pickles. It's always been that way since day one. Since Chief Justice Marshall was the first Chief Justice of the SCOTUS. It's always been that way. It goes federal, circuit, SCOTUS.
I know.
And by the way,
now federal judges can't
Okay.
do an injunction nationwide. It would just be by district, right?
No, again, okay. That's also not necessarily true. A federal judge can still do class action injunctions. So
right,
you just have to
affecting
get
a type
class
of
action
class.
certified.
Yes.
Right. So in this specific example, that's what the argument that was brought up to SCOTUS about the specific opinion was. SCOTUS was saying, why don't you go get class action certification, and then you don't have to worry about this universal injunction thing. All people that are in this class, i.e. people that one parent's born in Mexico, another parent's born in America, and the baby, once you get class action, you can get that injunction to apply to all those people. And they're like, no, why would we do that? Let's just use universal injunctions. And it's like, because that's insane. That's insanity.
The way that we've been doing it forever is insane.
How long do you think universal injunctions have been around?
I don't know how long.
Not long, dude. Like less than 50 years. It's a new concept, okay? So it's not something that has substance that you're saying it's historical precedent of a universal
Dating
injunction.
back to the early 20th century is what this says.
Okay, they're relatively new. Let's look at the first case it was used on.
Okay.
Pickles,
1913?
Okay, let's look at that case. What's the case?
Let me find it. There was a Supreme Court case for 1913. What's up, Nemo?
It's Lewis v. Morgan. Lewis Publishing v. Morgan.
Let me pull it up. It's the first one that it's used in. I can tell you it's Worse v. Balder, 1965. Like, I can just straight up tell you.
No, literally, it's not what this says. Supreme Court deciding several significant cases. No, this is not. Using national injunction.
Okay, I have it pulled up. Lewis Publishing Co. v. Morgan. They obtained a preliminary injunction from the Supreme Court, not only protecting themselves, but other newspaper publishers. That's not a universal injunction, dude. It's saying
was it
against
applied
the
nationwide?
appellant. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. A universal injunction is, in this specific case, and Lewis v. Morgan, a universal injunction would say that every single newspaper publisher in America, this injunction would apply to, and that's not what happened. All right.
While a modern national injunction, not a modern national injunction, this case is cited as an early example of court-ordered restriction on federal law application going beyond the named parties. So while maybe it applied to every single person in that class, this is largely viewed as one of the first times a national injunction was used.
Okay, but how we think of a universal injunction is not that case. A universal injunction is saying that it's a nationwide enforcement that's functionally universal for all beyond named plaintiffs. And the first case was Ritz v. Balder. This is an established legal precedent. And the SCOTUS was saying, well, the majority of SCOTUS was saying, the 6-3 obviously, that the concept of a universal injunction is really new, is not something that was widely used, and is being abused by the current district judges.
So
go ahead. Sorry.
I'm confused. Can you try and explain to me, in the case that we were talking about, Lewis Publishing Co. I mean, based on the description that I'm reading of this case, and the injunction that was brought, how is that not a universal injunction? And that's the 1913 case, the Lewis Publishing Co.
So the reason is because universal injunctions versus preliminary injunctions have different functions, number one. So in Lewis, they're saying that it was designed to be a status quo until the Supreme Court decided the case on the merits, right? A modern universal injunction, like the one that we think of in the 1965 case, is saying there's a final judgment and that universal injunction grants permanent relief. So that preliminary injunction is saying we're going to pause until this goes to SCOTUS. Universal injunctions are saying no, this is permanent relief and it's
Per-
binding and not just
permanent relief.
temporary. Mm-hmm.
So permanent relief pending appeal, right?
Well, okay, yes, but that's not. That's a weird way of saying that. But yes, like everything can be appealed up until the Supreme Court level.
Right. So and
So
I'm
that's
not,
like
I'm not
that's
trying
not
to be pedantic. I'm really just I'm trying to understand. So
okay.
preliminary injunction
Right.
ruling is made. Injunction basically hit the pause button on whatever this is until it hits the Supreme Court.
Okay, let me break it down like this because it's not just necessarily Supreme Court. Let me make it much simpler, right? Like an actual real world example. You have a divorce case, okay, and the female is saying, "Hey, the husband, or in this divorce, he's beating me." They're like, preliminary injunction. It's like what? It's like you are not allowed to be near her, and she's not allowed to be near you because she's made a claim that you beat her until this goes to court and we figure out if he actually did or didn't. Because you want to err on the side of safety. So you're just going to do a preliminary injunction, say, I don't even care what the truth is. The risk that it could be true is so dangerous that we're going to issue this, right?
Okay.
Non-preliminary injunction, just an injunction is general. That is the judgment itself. That's saying the judgment is we've decided something on the merits of this case. Like it's brought facts, we've had a trial, we've had a bench trial. The injunction is in place. You are never allowed to do this again. You're never allowed to be near this person. In the cases that we're discussing right now, 1913, that was preliminary. It's saying we're gonna just say you can't do this until this goes to the Supreme Court. In the cases that we're discussing in regards to the universal injunction, they're saying one person has brought something to court. We're going to issue a universal injunction saying that this judgment applies to everybody across the nation in this class of people that fits this criterion, like this thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, okay. So I guess is the difference ultimately in preliminary is that the trial or whatever it is has like the courtroom action, we'll put it that way,
Okay.
has not occurred versus a universal injunction where that has occurred.
So
I'm
principally,
using like
that's what I'm saying.
non-legal terms,
Philosophically,
obviously.
you have the right idea, but the terms are mixed because like you don't need a trial sometimes for universal injunction. Sometimes it can just be a motion for summary judgment or a judgment as a matter of law, and the judge can just issue the universal injunction, right? But the courtroom action is there's been some mulling of the evidence or the law or the facts, and they said this is the final judgment by the judge. That's a universal injunction. Well, that's an injunction, right? And they're saying now we're going to take this final judgment and we're going to apply it universally to all people within this class. And in my opinion, that's really bad law, and that's not set with the precedent of the Constitution. Like that doesn't make any sense. We agree on that, right? To be able for judges to do that, right?
I mean, but that is ultimately like the function of a judge, right?
No, not at all. No, the function of a judge is to interpret the law in a fair and equitable manner. And that's really all the judiciary does. When they issue a universal injunction, what they're saying is, hey, this one class of people, in this case, this person that's like a birthright citizen, one parent's from one country, one parent's from America, they were born here. In that instance, in that situation, if a judge were to say that all people that meet this criteria This now applies to every single person, and it's just on the district level that's making that decision. Do you see how that would be like? I don't know how many district judges there are. How insane that would be, them to have that power to do that. Like imagine this. Imagine if one federal district judge issues a universal injunction saying that, and then another district judge issues one that's equally like the exact opposite. What would you do universally? And that was SCOTUS's point. And they were saying, listen, we're not going to do this universal injunction shit anymore. This is crazy. What we're going to do is we're going to say the injunction can only be applied to the individual, or it can be applied to class action. And you have to get Class A certified. And that's all that decision said.
I mean, but it, like in the contradictory ruling
Mhm.
scenario that you provided. Okay, so I mean that would just go to the circuit, right?
Okay, it could go to the circuit in that specific instance, right? But what's going on in this entire situation, it did go to the circuit, and then the circuit brought it up to the Supreme Court. And the issue was, is this even a thing that's constitutional? We need someone to interpret the constitutionality of this universal injunction. And then and SCOTUS said, it's not constitutional. And that's my point with what was brought up today, and why Pickles, you were, and I'm giving you being, you probably weren't educated to this degree on this. Birthright citizenship wasn't touched as a legal issue in this
I
case.
know they didn't
Intentionally.
specifically. I didn't say they specifically said Trump can go do whatever the fuck he wants with birthright citizenship, but this gave him relief, right? It gave him relief from that injunction, and he's gonna allow. He's now allowed to put that into effect until somebody else rules on this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but Pickles, that doesn't prove. Pickles, do you think that there aren't legal agencies that are chomping at the fucking bit to get a bite of this, man? They're looking for the perfect person to bring up to SCOTUS. And they do it with every single landmark case that comes into mind. The NAACP.
Okay,
That's what
so
they're
you're just
there to
saying
do.
that we're good because we have a bunch of people batting for the real patriots who know that this is bad, that Trump can do this now.
So, what is it that you don't like that Trump is doing in specificity? Like, what about the EO do you not like?
I honestly think that him, one person, changing the way
Okay.
that the Constitution behaves, that 14th Amendment, the way that we enforce that, is political. It's partisan, and I would much rather see
Okay.
that put back in the hands of where it was, the either
Where?
Congress or the states, right?
So you're saying that the president is using an executive order in a nonpartisan manner, and you don't like that?
In a partisan manner. Yeah.
Sorry, in a partisan manner. So name me a president that doesn't use executive orders in a partisan manner.
Okay, this you're making it sound like a little thing. I'm saying that Trump is using executive order to alter one of the amendments of the Constitution, which is a little unheard of, right? So like if Joe Biden came out and he did an executive order banning all guns, and before this hits the next court, before anybody can do a class suit against this, it starts taking effect. Does that not worry you?
Oh, it worries me. But that wasn't my point. Like, your point was there's a partisan tinge to this, and I'm
Yeah.
saying there's been Joe Biden absolutely used executive orders that affected the Constitution.
Okay, like what?
The voting access thing into 2021.
The mail-in
remember that?
ballots?
I think it had to do with voter registration. I don't think it had to do with mail-in ballots.
Okay.
But
What did it say?
yeah. So it was a direction to the federal government to saying that voter registration, like for like military and for like prison, like federal prisoners, DOJ prisoners, they were able to do it through the SNAP offices. And so the GOP argued that violated the Constitution. They're saying it violated the elections clause. And by the way, just to prove my point, that was an executive order. People were able to do it until Texas brought it to the courts, and the courts then dismissed for lack of standing. But that's not really the point, right? The point is there have been presidents that use executive orders where they're able to accomplish what they want to do until people bring it to the courts. So I just don't see how Trump is like a trendsetter or doing something that's like fascist or
You're
unheard of.
lying to yourself if you don't think
Am I?
that Trump every day is testing the bounds of our Constitution in a way that has never been done before. You're lying to yourself and to everyone else if you think that's not the case.
I'm taking what you're saying literally, and
yeah,
and
you're
you're saying
straw
that
manning
Trump.
what I'm saying.
I'm not straw manning. No. I'm about to say. You're saying.
Tell me
if I get it right or
water
wrong.
down my opinion to me
Pickles.
not liking partisan acts, and that's not the
No,
case.
no, Pickles. That's not what I was trying to say. If you got that impression, I apologize. What I was trying to say to you is that this isn't unprecedented. Presidents do this type of thing all the time. Trump is no different in this regard than any other president who tries to test the boundaries of the Constitution. There are books and books of cases of presidents that do this, stemming all the way back to Washington. So, what is it that you don't like that Trump is doing where you think is arguably unconstitutional? And this is the important part, that isn't being checked through the process of the Constitution. Where's the fascism?
This just gave Trump more wiggle room, right? Would you admit that?
I'll admit that it gave him the opportunity to continue forth with the executive order. Can we? Is that fair? He can still do it.
And for the foreseeable future, whatever executive orders he so chooses now too, right?
Anything that's affected by universal injunctions.
Anything? What do you mean? So everything?
No, not everything was affected by universal injunctions.
Okay, so whatever he does can't be affected by universal injunctions now.
Say that again.
He's done plenty of things that had injunctions at this point.
Yeah, I agree with you, but you're looking. Okay, there's been plenty of things. Look at how many EOs he's passed, dude, and look how many things get universal injunctions. It's a fucking drop in a bucket.
So you're saying this isn't a big deal at the same time it is?
I didn't say it wasn't a big deal. I'm saying there's been very few things that have been affected by universal injunctions. Let's just focus on what I said.
Thank God the things that have been, one of which was like the wasn't it the two gender thing? One of it, something along the lines of the LGBTQ stuff that he passed.
Are you saying I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe if we get the memory going, but listen, what I'm here to try to temper from your perspective, and hopefully we can meet somewhere in the middle, is that Trump isn't doing anything that's
Martin Gingerich
actually
super chatted
fascist.
$5. Take Biden's college forgiveness for example.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, I'm saying, what is it that Trump is doing that's fascist, that's indicative of fascism, that he hasn't tempered through the Supreme Court or through Congress, that he's still just recklessly driving through to accumulate power? What?
I would say him firing all of the inspectors generals, him gutting parts of the federal government that were things like consumer protections, like the CRFB, or is that what it is? The Consumer Finance Protection Bureau.
Yep.
He's gutting the IRS. He's gutting. He gutted USAID. He's pulled us out of multiple international treaties. He's putting on tariffs that are. If you look at it, the way he's doing tariffs, he had to come out and say they're retaliatory, so he could put tariffs on everybody when usually that's something done by Congress. He's put tariffs and changed the nature of free trade in this nation. He's attacking schools. He's gonna start attacking schools for I'm sure whatever he wants after Harvard. I'm sure gets bullied out of all of their federal tax money.
Okay. Do you want you've listed a fair amount of things.
Okay.
You want to address a couple?
Sure.
You want to talk about how that's not really fascist. So the first thing that you said was that he did a cut of the inspectors generals, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how is that fascism?
How is
Like,
that
how is that
fascism? He wants to. He
Yes,
wants.
Daytruin,
He wants
yes.
to.
Daytruin, super chatted $10. Pickles, please have this man on more often. It makes me want to stay longer. I
Absolutely.
could listen to this for hours. You'll be MAGA
Okay.
yet lol.
Thank you. Thank you. I can just go through the 14 tenets of fascism if you want. If you want to go through the examples.
Let's just get, instead of doing the 14 tenets, like which if you do that, what we're going to end up doing is I'm going to end up having to go through each tenant and go, where did you get this, and where is it substantiated, and do we agree?
Okay.
So let's just sum it
we
up into a
absolutely
sentence.
can.
We agree that it's dictatorship and it's far right and it's authoritarian. We agree with that?
It's
dictatorship,
it's
far right,
getting to
authoritarianism?
authoritarian. Yes, it's getting to authoritarian. We're basically seeing
It's
the
getting
infancy.
there.
It's the infancy
Yeah.
of a techno oligarchy. Yeah, it is.
An
Weaving
infancy of a
people.
techno-oligarchy. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying Trump he's not a fascist. Well, he is a fascist,
He is
but
a fascist.
it hasn't been actualized yet, but we're getting there.
Yeah, it's been 100
Right?
something days. Yeah, he's
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, but but plus the 4 years before, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm trying to figure out is the examples you provided me. Let's talk about a couple of them, and we can go through all of them. But
Okay.
the ones that that stuck out to me was the first thing you said, which that he's fired the inspectors generals.
Yes.
How is that fascism?
So he's consolidating power in the federal government. Those are things that did checks and balances to find corruption in all of the different parts of our federal government, including the DOD, USAID, and then he came in and did his own government efficiency audit program called Doge, which we've seen has been highly corrupt and inefficient, and it has multiple errors. Like for being a forensic accountant, they're so far off in every metric that they've given y'all, and the excuses that they're giving y'all have been lies too as to why they're cutting USAID, largely misleading. Yes, and you're
Okay,
gonna
so-
straw man. Listen, this is
I'm
what I
not
want
gonna
to
straw
do.
man. I'm not.
This is what
Listen,
I
this
want
is
to
what I
do.
want you to do. I want you to call me out anytime I'm trying to straw man something, because I'm not going to
Okay,
straw man anything.
let me. This is what I do. This is what I usually do. I'm going to go through the 14 tenets of fascism. It's going to take me
Oh,
3
God.
minutes. It's going to take me 3 minutes. Okay, and then I want you to dispel what I say. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Powerful and continuing nationalism. We've got Trump yelling America first. Everything that he does that is controversial, you guys scream America first. Yet we're still sending money to Israel and we're bombing other countries, talking about taking over Greenland, talking about taking over the Panama Canal. And you see these people wearing American flags and Bibles, getting their cars and trucks wrapped with American flags, head to toe in American flag suits. It's just one tenet out of many. Doesn't mean it by itself is fascism. Disdain for recognition of human rights. Trump wants to literally just kidnap people and send them to a prison for the rest of their lives in CCOT with no due process. And he wants to do this in the dark without anybody seeing what he's doing. He doesn't want anybody. He's giving all the ICE agents the ability to wear masks, etc. Identification of enemies and scapegoats for a unifying cause. Talk about migrants. We can talk about Nancy Pelosi. We can talk about what's his name from the CDC. We can talk about Hunter Biden. Supremacy of the military. Trump does military parades. He's a narcissist. He loves stroking his D. Showing how strong he is standing in front of the military. Rampant sexism. I don't even have to explain that. We have a president that has patriotized grabbing women by the pussy. Controlled mass media. Trump has defunded NPR and PBS. He calls certain media groups illegal. He has kicked certain media groups out of the Oval Office because of personal reasons, like not acknowledging something as the Gulf of America. He's inviting right-wing Russia state news into the Oval Office now. It's fucking weird. Obsession with national security. Everything that he does is in the name of an invasion or some sort of wartime law. He says that you guys should be scared. We have all these people that came across the border, therefore I shouldn't really have to follow the Constitution. That's his own words. He doesn't know if he has to follow the Constitution.
Which one are you on? Which one are you on? Sorry.
7.
All right, go ahead. Keep going.
religion and government are intertwined. So Trump has a Christian anti-bias task force now from the federal government. The leader of it is a televangelist lady that takes $1,000 donations for special prayers. Corporate power is protected. Trump is literally allowing corporations to come in and ignore any sort of consumer protection law or any sort of restriction in the name of national security. He literally gave them instructions like, "Hey, just send a request, and we can do away with these laws that you have to abide by in the name of national security." Labor power is suppressed. Trump has bragged about firing people who are unionizing. He's bragged about people firing people on strike. He's notorious for ripping people off and not paying his contractors. But that's besides the point. He's also gutted the NLRB. We'll see what's to come for that. Disdain for intellectuals in the arts. Trump says that higher education is left-wing indoctrination. He's also attacking Harvard and Columbia with the federal government. He's obsessed with crime and punishment. Lock her up. Yeah.
Did he lock her up?
He tried to, he couldn't. But now it's all about arresting everybody who broke a Class C misdemeanor by crossing the border without inspection, even though he's a 34-time felon. Rampant cronyism and corruption. Trump has.
We're gonna talk about that, by the way. That 34-count felony. We are going to get into that because you are gonna. Okay, go ahead.
Rampant cronyism and corruption. Trump has a circle of people. Some include George Papadopoulos, Peter Navarro, Steve Bannon. He has given pardons for all these people. He sells pardons, as far as we could tell. And these people are felons.
Pardons?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to talk about that too. Trump sells pardons. Okay.
Fraudulent elections. That one says everything you need to know. Trump, in fact, was charged with putting 7 slates of fake electors in 7 different swing states.
All right.
And was indicted for it by grand jury.
I just counted 14, or do you have another?
That's 14
thing. Okay, so first things first is I looked up these 14 tenets, right? This comes from a person named Britt, right? So is there scholarly consensus on these 14 tenets, or is it just something that a personal academic made up?
These are largely agreed upon. I think this was also...
Was there any peer-reviewed consensus of these?
So
yeah, that's how you get scholarly consensus.
You're gonna cast doubt on the fact that these are 14 tenets of fascism. Do you have like a conflicting 14 tenets of fascism?
No, I don't have a conflicting 14 tenets of fascism. What I'm trying to say is you're saying these are the 14 tenets of fascism, and I'm like, okay, well, I had to sit here and listen to you read them, and I'm like, where does this come from? And then I look it up, and it's one guy. It was put in a magazine that wasn't peer reviewed, of one person's opinion. And so what I tried to do initially was just say, hey, let's just both agree without having to read through these 14 of what fascism is, right? And I was saying, well, it's far right, it's authoritarian, it's centralized power, right? And so now you're listing all 14 things, and I'm saying I could do the exact same thing you did for characterization with any president. I could, and I could. You could find and cherry pick things for any president, and you could say, well, it applies here, here, in these categories.
I would love to see you do. You're welcome to try to do it with the Biden administration. You're welcome to, but I just don't think like what you're going to do is give me examples that would probably give you like a 1 out of 10. But Trump is 10 out of 10 on all of these points. He is a 10 out of 10, maybe a 12 out of 10 in some instances.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I think that would bore the living shit out of both of us and your viewers. But if I were to go and pick out Biden's things, which I could and I will if you really want me to, but let's go ahead and talk about the tenets of fascism that I picked up on that you made claims that Trump is doing. The first one that caught my eye was when you said he's trying to take back the Panama Canal.
Okay.
It's powerful and continuing nationalism.
Yep. It's ultra-national. It's paleogenic ultra-nationalism. So yes.
How is that ultra nationalism?
So when he signals to people and does pretty much PR stunts like renaming things to the Gulf of America, or just saying America first, but then he does all these things that aren't really America first. It just gives people this sense of patriotism and this sense of fulfillment, in this blind trust towards this person, to think that we're doing all of these things are in the name of America, eagle screech. Trump is the true
Okay.
patriot, and everybody else is not a true patriot. It gives that. So it gives like a blind leadership towards this person.
So you said that there is a national trend to take back has he taken back the Panama Canal? Does he have plans to take back the Panama Canal?
There were movements. I don't know where it's at now. Do the news cycle is so
Yeah,
insane.
yeah,
I don't know, but
yeah.
they work
Yeah,
on
there
the
isn't.
military.
There isn't it.
Excuse
No,
me,
no,
didn't Pete Hegseth put the
no.
military in the Panama Canal? Are you going to say that's not true?
When you say put the military, are you saying did naval vessels traverse the Panama Canal? Because they do, like, all the time.
No,
Matter
this
of
is
fact,
not just that.
I'm not gonna get into it. I'm not gonna get into it too personally, but I've done that, dude, on a naval warship.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's not the military taking the Panama Canal.
Why
We
did
gave the Panama Canal up to Panama, and we have not taken it back. Nor have we done anything
Trump
that would
has
inquire that we
plans to
went.
take back the Panama Canal, and you're just going to say it's not true because it didn't
What are
happen?
the plans? What are the plans?
I don't know. Trump just said he has
I
plans
know.
to do it, right?
No.
Yes, he
When Trump is
does.
saying he has plans to take back the Panama Canal, he's talking about he wants to make it so that Panama doesn't let its entire canal be economically run by China and Hong
Did he
Kong.
explicitly say that?
Literally, Trump says he's going to take back the Panama Canal, and now you're just gaslighting us as if this is not something he's trying to do, and that this doesn't fall in line with your beliefs. So you're just trying to
then hold
cast.
on.
You're just
Hold
trying
on.
to. You're just
Hold
trying to
on.
muddy the waters here, bro.
Hold on. What? Let's talk about the quote. The quote he said is, "We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama. We're taking it back." Right?
Trump White House has asked U.S. military to develop options for Panama Canal.
Okay. When Trump says he's reclaiming the Panama Canal, do you think that he's saying we're literally militarily reclaiming the Panama Canal?
If Trump is asking the military to develop options, I am going to assume yeah.
Okay, let's discuss them. I want to get into the nitty gritty.
Why are we getting into how it's going to happen? We were talking about that.
Because there's no substance to it, dude. It's been going on since 2016. Give me substance that he's going to do the things you say he's going to do.
Nobody knows what Trump's going to do. He's a prolific liar. He lies all the time. What are we? How are we supposed to know what he's going to do?
Then it's a lie.
Okay, so you're
your own admission.
So your cope about this is that Trump is just a liar, and we shouldn't trust when it's convenient for you. Trump is lying.
No, I'm not saying that. You said that. When it's convenient for you, Trump is lying.
Dude,
I never
just
said
saying,
that.
You're just saying,
What
listen,
I'm saying, no,
since Trump's
dude.
a liar, this isn't really a win for you because just Trump said it, and you can't really use that.
No, what I'm saying is when Trump is saying we're going to reclaim the Panama Canal, he doesn't mean that we're going to physically occupy the Panama
Yes,
Canal. We're going to
literally,
have
yes.
No, he doesn't. No, he's saying we're going to have economic control over the key ports near the canal.
All right,
And we want
someone-
to get and Pickles. Oh, are you going to kick me? Sorry.
Yeah, someone paid to kick you. So finish your sentence.
I just hope that you.
Just kidding. Chat, tap the screen if you enjoy these debates. Give me a follow. Had you up for about an hour. You're welcome to come back some other time. Dolphin wants to come up.
Christ.
What?
Hello, Dolphin.
Hi. Hi, Nemo. Good to see you, sweetheart.
Shout out to Jennifer and
Hello.
Jason for the kick.
Thank God. Maybe you saw my message.
I didn't.
No, I'm talking to Jafer.
Oh.
Okay. First of all, I came up here to clear a few things up. To the Afghanistan pullout. We're going back for a minute, right? I will blame Trump for that. And I will blame Trump for that. Sorry, big military person. Daddy was a Vietnam vet. Right now, he's rolling in his grave. I believe it's March 19th. The agreement was that the Taliban would not attack U.S. soldiers. Places, certain places. I don't have my laptop open when you brought me up, so I'm sorry. And also the the other people, you know what I'm saying, the people that the Afghanistans, right? So they broke that by continuing to attack, and Trump continued yet to pull out. So as far as I'm concerned, I will blame Trump for this because of the fact that they should have upheld the treaty, and he should have said, well, F you, you're not doing it. I'm sorry, but I will blame him for that.
Yeah.
Okay. And to another thing in regards to Iran and everything like that with Israel and also Palestine, I do want to say Trump did put the little pieces into place by, say, I don't know, moving the embassy to Jerusalem.
Yeah.
That started a
In Tel
little
Aviv.
bit of infighting,
Yeah.
you know. And I'm beyond furious at these people's naivety. I think I said that wrong.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. These
My bad. I needed to come up and just say those few things because it makes me so angry when they sit there and try to blame Biden for that Afghanistan pullout when Trump should have upheld the agreement and discontinued pulling our troops out and left those remaining Taliban soldiers in prison where they should be.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I love you, Dolphin. I'm gonna get to the next
All right.
guest.
I'm gonna give you a wee.
All right.
All right. Wee.
Yellow. That one didn't join. All right, guys, we're gonna go to the next guest. If you enjoy these debates, give me a follow.
Yeah.
Yellow.
What's up? Hey, what's up?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, kinda, cause he just. Okay, I'm 56. He's proof positive of what we were taught when we were kids, right? That anyone can become president.
Even a billionaire.
Even a billionaire, dickhead, rapist, piece of shit. I'm just kidding, man. I love you.
All right. Much love, man.
Peace out, brother. Peace out.
Yellow.
Oh, sorry, that was an accident.
You're good.
That was actually a really good debate, Pickles. I'm really sad. I think that's what the whole pay to kick bullshit. For a bunch of leftists that like think that this is all about democracy and everything, and you guys pay to cancel someone's voice. I don't
had
really
him up
think
here
you
for
guys
an hour,
think
bro. It was an
too
hour.
much. Yeah, but then all of a sudden, right when he's starting to start the grill and get you where I think it was really fair. I don't think he like out of anybody on the right, by far, that dude was like the fairest person to you I've ever seen on your panel, dude.
I think he was also a little
Ever.
disingenuous. He was smart, but for him to just
wasn't even
minimize,
about-
to him
Sorry,
to
I
minimize the 14 points of fascism was kind of worrisome.
I think he
to be
made a
honest.
really good point about that, and that's why the pay to kick thing was bullshit, because he made a very good point. There's no Pew research on that. Where's the source?
Can you not agree
Sorry.
that all of those points that I covered apply vehemently to like the
No,
Hitler
I don't
regime?
think they do.
They apply
No,
to the
I don't
Hitler
think they
regime.
do.
Super
Absolutely
chatted
they do.
$5.
Oh,
Bet
you're
this
saying-
sad streamer used to be a non-binary Twitter worker Lamau.
Thank you, Justin.
No, I'm saying that's someone's opinion.
Trish just paid to kick you too. Much love, Trish. Debo. Too easy. Abort. Sorry, Debo. Hello.
Hi, I just want to say that I think that guy had a fair chance. Like, he had an hour long on your live. I'm not going to sit here and listen to him. Um, it was going nowhere, so that's why he was paid to kick. So that's all I had to say.
I appreciate you. Thank you. Much love. Everybody, hats off to Jennifer and Jason. Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Yeah, I don't know how to get out of here though. Thank you.
I got you. Listen, I think the pay to kick thing is just fine. It keeps people honest. If you're going to be up here and you're going to be offensive or you're going to be disingenuous or dishonest, or if you're, one of those things, someone's more likely to pay to kick you. But if you're decent, you can come up here for as long as an hour and not get kicked until, I mean,
Hey,
hello.
so I just want to tell you, your hat caught me off guard because Joseph Coors, he was the second in charge. I worked for the company right out of college for 5 years and knew the Coors family. Joseph Coors wrote the $250,000 check in 1973 that started Project 2025. I have sold all my stock. All of the Coors family members that were on my Facebook when I denounced this, they all deleted me. I had all of Pete Coors' kids. I worked with these
Justin
people.
super chatted $5.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to. I was brand
I have a
loyal.
Miller High Life hat in my cart right now, guys. I promise I'm gonna get rid of this Coors hat. I'll buy it right now. All right.
So, if you want to drink the fascist beer, it does have higher alcohol content than any light beer on the market. It's at 4.5%. It does come from one water source, unlike Miller and Budweiser, which come from local water sources, which is why it tastes so differently. But you get more of a buzz from Coors Light, so I understand
I
if you're
appreciate.
brand
I don't
loyal.
even drink, so
Okay, well, I just want to let those know. But Pete Coors was the grandson, and he ran for U.S. Senate out of Colorado in 2004. So just letting you know, if you want to boycott something, the fascist beer is Coors, and Joseph Coors was notorious. He wanted a gulag in that brewery, and then other Coors members took over, and Pete really did a good job. And I left the company very happy and changed career fields. And they were always supportive of that. And until I read the Coors family book. And it talks all about this stuff. And if you don't, you can check it out. But that's all I wanted to say.
all right. Thank you so much, Nina.
Thanks.
Thank you. Chat. It's purchased. It'll be here Sunday. All right. You're gonna have to forgive me until Sunday. And chat, if you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box if you want to debate. And YouTubers, if you guys want to debate, you can come over to TikTok and request into the box. Until I'm 1v1, I can't do the phone system.
Hey, Pickles.
Hello.
So I was on earlier, but I just wanted to give some information as a historian about the Panama Canal. You guys were debating about that, and he was pretty fierce about that. But historically, the canal has been used, from the beginning of the canal. Has been used by so many countries. It was supposed to be a neutral trading center. There was a treaty for that, and yes, there has been other presidents that have sent troops there to try to commandeer it, and as of right now, after Trump was elected, BlackRock actually swooped in and pressured two of the major ports on the canal. So when that person was kind of pushing like Trump isn't trying to take over the canal, yes, they are, and they have, because BlackRock, if y'all know anything about BlackRock, they have, that is a bad thing if our trades are going straight through that company, right? So they have about 80% investments in the Panama Canal now. Another thing he was talking about is like the current administration and the judgments happening and the laws changing. I didn't get the full scope of what he was saying, but basically, to change the laws, change the Constitution, you legally have to get 3/4 vote from Congress. Yes, there has been times when presidents have tried to like overstep their bounds. That's why there is that rule that they have to have that 3/4 vote, right? And then this last lady brought up Project 2025. I just want to clarify that Coors didn't help start it. They may have invested in the current what's going on with it now and this generation of it, but the Heritage Foundation, everything that started back in the first civil rights movements. They originally wanted to keep segregation in schools, and that's basically how they started. So back like Reagan and all these other presidents, that was basically their think tank. They wanted to have this like playbook of how they could basically take over, and it was handed down from one president to the next, and each one tried a little bit, but they were like, that's too extreme, until they found Trump, and now he's finally implementing it. So those couple things. And then I got cut off earlier. I just had two major points. Earlier, y'all were talking about Pam Bondi. I don't know if y'all know how she actually got connected to Trump, but she was one of the
She was an
major
AG. She was an AG in Florida, right? And she actually was part of a suit against Trump's fraudulent university, and he openly paid her like
Yes.
$20,000 to
Yes.
drop the suit in
That,
her
yeah,
state.
let's say that louder. So the
Yeah.
people in the comments, Pam Bondi was a major like player in trying to like hold Trump accountable for the Trump University scandal, right? But she got paid off. Let's just
Yeah.
put it there. But did you know that her brother is next in line for is the DC Bar Association president? He is next in line for that. So
Woof.
they were talking about how he's not fascist. The way fascist regimes, like, they take out the AGs, the watchdogs that don't agree with them, and then they instill people that will do their bidding. That's just proof right there with Pam Bondi. She basically was paid off.
Yeah.
The last thing I wanted to bring up, I don't know if I don't know if you are going to get dinged for this. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping I'm not going to. But have y'all heard of Dr. Mebane Jr. with it's Election Truth Alliance and Smart Elections? So Election Truth Alliance and Smart Elections are two independent watchdogs. They are independent, nonpartisan, and nonprofit. They brought in Dr. Mebane Jr. He is world renowned. Basically, if there is something messy going on a quote unquote test, they bring this guy in and he finds the data, the proof. He analyzes everything. This guy has found 225,000 bad quote unquote tests in one state and 205,000 tests in another state that were bad. So it's really important to go on to like their websites and research like what's going on with the data collection and what they're finding for 2024 because it was bad. And I'm not saying as like a conspiracy or anything. They actually have the world-renowned people finding data on this. So that's all I got to say for now.
Okay. All right.
Thank you,
so
Pickles.
much. All we have is Jamin in the box. Orion, are you still here? Orion wanted a debate. Chat, if you're MAGA, type MAGA in the chat and I will invite you up for a debate. I don't take J-Man too seriously, y'all.
So, for anybody that wasn't aware of the thing we were talking about with Pam Bondi and Trump, so this is like an older article, but so Trump, yeah, he paid 25 grand or donated 25 grand to Pam Bondi's one of her PACs. And so like political action committees are typically the way that you get around this type of shit because the normal federal limit is 5 grand. But any big amount of money, they use PACs for it. So it was 25 grand and he donated it to a PAC for Bondi, who was at the time running for her second term. And what I didn't know, but just really kind of makes it worse, is that not only did he do that, he lied about it in an tax form, or in like I guess tax related form. So the IRS like popped him because he had whoever prepared his taxes or whatever incorrectly categorized that check, and that check, they claim that the check was for a charity somewhere in Kansas, and then it was Utah, and the thing is that it never went there. It went to Pam Bondi in Florida. So there's a lot of shady shit that surrounding that particular donation. And like Pickles had said, after that donation, she dropped the suit against him.
Yeah. Ding Dong, are you there?
Yes, I am. I would like to fact check you. Fact check you.
Okay, on what?
You referenced something about an eagle screeching.
Yeah.
A few people ago. Could you please play for your viewers the sound of an eagle's call? A bald eagle, to be exact.
Bro. Okay. Who pays you guys to do these lives? My followers?
It is true that the noise that we often assume is an eagle call is actually I think it's a hawk.
Oh yeah.
Or a falcon.
Okay. You know what? I see it now. What do you want, J-Man?
My girl broke up with me, bro.
Bro, turn the music off.
I was in here listening to Lil Peep and shit, bro.
What do you want to talk about, J-Man?
Shit, I'm kind of sad right now, so I want to talk about this Pam Bundy shit. I mean, stuff that you got on the screen. A $25,000 donation in Trump University, questions remain. Like, what is you even talking about? What are you even talking about?
Do you know who Pam Bondi is, J-Man?
Bro, she's in the government.
She's in the government. That's all you know.
I've heard of her before, but I can't tell you that directly. Bro, you not realize that I have freaking real estate school down. Hey, turn that off. You know, I realized that I got real estate school going on right now.
J-Man, I got a serious debate coming in. All right.
No, I want.
I got a serious debate. Go on, get J-Man. Hello?
Hello? Are you saying hi to me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes. Well, I'm an independent voter. I didn't vote for him last time, but I voted for him this time.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Actually, I want to start the conversation off different. I want to ask you, what do you think our country needs when you look at like the crisis? Like, what do you consider crisis in our country?
I would say the wage gap is a huge crisis. The wealth gap. I would say we could easily do more social safety nets. We could fix the education system, or we can make it better. I would say just about everything Trump has done has added more problems to the country than taken away. I would say the tariffs affecting free trade, fucking up small to medium-sized businesses is real bad. I think that Trump exploding the deficit's real bad. If Trump were never president, we would have like a quarter of our deficit or a quarter of our debt back in the hands of the people. I think that I don't know. We could definitely. I think universal health care is probably something we should have by now, considering every other developed nation on Earth has it, and it's better than what we have. I don't know. We could do more. I would love to see high-speed rail installed. I would love to see us do bigger infrastructure bills to industrialize and to this Trump is doing. Few of us that are very rich.
Okay. So I guess I don't know if it's a matter of like perspective. So I'm gonna give you like a little clarity on my position in society, I guess, as a citizen. I am a single mom. I when you talked about safety nets, I appreciate them, but I think that when we rely too much on the government, that allows them to control us more and to have a say in like how we spend our money. So when we establish more, I don't think of them so much as safety nets all the time, because you can become stuck, and a lot of people end up in those positions where there's a hard transition from this safety net into owning your own house instead of being on Section 8. And so I just want to clarify that as much as I appreciate government assistance, and I think that it can be beneficial, I think too much government assistance and too much government. Hold on. Okay, I need to stop looking at this chat. Okay, if people don't understand me, I'm sorry, but I hope you're trying. I think that too much government involvement, what it does is we're giving more money to the government to give to us.
Yeah, so like by
So
the
there's
way,
not actually
this
there's not actual stability.
do you know how much of your tax dollars go to SNAP and all of that? You know, like what percent?
That's not what I'm arguing
It's
here.
1.6%. It's 1.6%. And for us to start scrutinizing this as if it's something that's going to eventually save us money, I think is silly. And I think that when you start saying, "Oh, we should start taking them away in the name of people who abuse it,
I
who are
never
stuck in a
said
vicious
that.
cycle,"
Please don't
you're
put words in
hurting.
my mouth.
Okay, you're hurting
I
other
never
people
said
who
that.
actually need it. You're
I'm
saying
not
people are
hurting
being
anyone. I never said that.
people being quote unquote stuck because they're getting federal assistance that would otherwise maybe leave them
I
just out
think
on the
when there's not
street
enough money
or
in the
hungry.
economy to where you can be stable on your own, I think that's problematic. I'm not saying that the 1.6% or whatever is the cause of that. I'm making the argument that okay, and let's wrap it around to this. The employment rates, because this is actually on point with what we're talking about right now, in the sense of him having a record low unemployment rate since in the past 50 years.
Biden had a better one.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he
Yes,
did.
he beat Trump. Yes.
Trump had 3.6. Biden had 3.5.
Yeah. Yeah, and did he take any of those? If you look at what was reversed, the policies that were reversed, because I was just going over this and I need to pull up my computer because I did make a whole Word document on it, is that the policies that were reversed, they didn't affect things like employment. And on top of that, gas prices, that's something you were talking about earlier, like so people talked about, and they think that the president has a direct influence, and he
Trump
doesn't.
does.
But no, he doesn't. What he has an influence over is permits and what they're allowing to drill. Okay, and then we argue about, okay, well, he's causing all of these deregulations, and now what about the environment? You have to freaking pick which one and have like, you know what?
Let me help you
slow
out.
down.
Let me help
Hold
you out.
on, let me slow down because I'm not done speaking, but I am at 12:30 o'clock in the morning doing art and not in my best mind. Let me slow down. You cannot want cheaper gas prices while also blocking drilling because of environmental protections, which I do believe environmental protections.
We can have both. Let me argue your point.
You can have both,
You can have both.
but
Let me argue your point. First of all, Trump is single-handedly responsible for the gas spike in prices between 2020 and 2022. And I can tell you how, but he absolutely did. And the reason he did any of this was to increase gas prices. He did this thing called the OPEC 2020 deal. And he told Saudi Arabia to stop drilling to the tune of 9.7 million barrels per day. And since gas is a worldwide traded commodity, that made the supply of oil lower, which effectively raised gas prices. And we're locked into that for 2 years. That led into the Biden administration. It effectively caused gas prices to skyrocket.
okay, what are you talking about? I'm looking it up right now.
OPEC 2020 deal, 9.7 million barrels a day, Saudi Arabia. Look it up.
You can keep talking, by the way. I can do both. I just
Here.
get nervous talking and then I start stumbling.
Oil nations prodded by Trump reach deal to slash production. The deal will reduce output 9.7 billion barrels per day. Thank you so much, Laura, for the $5. Tell her about corporate welfare. Yeah, corporations that rely on our money too. You could have the same stance, but I don't think
Well,
you do.
on that note too, he also helped so that people could retire early.
Who did?
Hold on, because I do have a Word document about all of this.
Here's your gas prices during those times. You see those two circles? That's the time we were affected by Trump's OPEC deal. That's the gas prices going up.
Okay, May to June, OPEC imposed a dramatic 9.1 MBPD cut. Officially tampered out by 2022, it never remained in effect today. So OPEC has since made new agreements. 2022 to 2024, the coalition reinstated two MBPD cuts starting November 22nd, extending through December 23rd, 2024 to 2025 as June. 2024, they adopted larger voluntary cuts, about 5.86 MBPD total, with plans to gradually unwind these cuts through September 2025. Though market changes have accelerated that time, OPEC has been raising production moderately month to month since April 2025 to unwind the cuts quicker, targeting completion by September 2025 ahead of initial plans. Okay, bottom line. So no, it's not. The deal is still not, is not currently effective.
Yeah, I know. It was for 2 years, like 2020 through 2022, like I said.
Okay. Well, when you say he told them to stop drilling, do you mean we stopped buying from them?
No, they stopped drilling.
Why would they stop drilling when they could buy or they could sell to other countries?
Because Trump threatened to not sell any defensive weapons to them if they didn't.
Okay, well, I don't know much about this topic right here. I mean,
It also was beneficial to OPEC because at that moment in time when the deal was made, that was right around the time that
man, your viewers are so fucking hateful. Sorry, can I say the F word?
I get the same thing in I all day. Don't read the chat; it'll give you cancer. If you read my YouTube chat, you would understand. It's the same thing all day for me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that sucks. I'm gonna say this. I don't completely agree with Trump and everything, but I do see where our country is having improvements, and also think there's an unfair judgment towards him. I think that many presidents over time, I mean, Bill Clinton, fucking George Bush, Joe Biden, I'm sorry. On that topic, the fact that people glossed over the racist crap he said and is like tries to pinpoint any tries to act like the most minute things that Trump has said are like explosively racist when they and I didn't even see it then. I didn't even see it, and it wasn't until afterwards that I felt like
Trump
tricked,
literally
to be honest.
quotes Hitler. It's not a small deal, and when you're holding the biggest microphone on earth, and what he
Hitler
says
quotes
echoes throughout
Nietzsche. Nietzsche
perpetuity.
quotes the Bible.
I'm
If
sorry?
you really look, I said Hitler quotes Nietzsche, and Nietzsche quotes the Bible. Like, there's my point is that unless it's word for word, then I'm not gonna
Okay,
speculate.
when
over
a
that.
president
What
says
exactly?
things
Hold
so
on, what did he say?
cavalier that are extremely problematic, that
Did he, like-
causes people to be radicalized, we should call that out. You should not minimize it. It should be a deal breaker. It should be something
my
we condemn.
point. Exactly my point. Exactly. Thank you. It shouldn't have been minimized when Biden did it. And did
What did he
Trump
do?
work? Said a crap ton of racist crap.
Like what?
Oh my gosh! Here, let me pull it up for you. What was the comment about black kids are just as
Yeah, I feel like that was just
Oh my
him
gosh.
misspeaking. I don't think that's him being racist.
I think that is no. I think that's slipping up. I
Okay.
think that
Biden has
that
been
reflects-
Biden has been an advocate for things such as desegregation since before it was cool. So don't even try.
He also was in court calling kids or like these black guys the N-word.
No, he didn't.
Oh my God.
He was quoting
Yes, he
a
did.
Republican in Congress and condemning their words when he said that. He was quoting a Republican, one of y'all, and saying the things that he
Sir,
said that were
I'm
so
not a
bad.
Republican, I'm an independent voter.
No, that just an independent today is somebody who sides with Trump but wants to take none of the heat for it.
That's inaccurate.
You can't be in the
I
middle
vote
when it
for-
comes to, gee, I don't know, I really
Yeah,
love
I can.
like a
No, it's
fascist
not,
government.
I don't know. No, it's
And
not.
not.
I don't know. It's Biden has done racist crap, and to like overlook it is the whole
So,
point of
to-
this. Like this,
it's
this
just-
conversation
It's so weak.
itself
These things are
is
like
how it began.
these things
and
are
then
this
you
big
circle around and
compared
you
to
try,
Trump.
Exactly, you minimize. You
They're-
minimize.
They're,
it.
literally so small. Yes. Okay. Can you tell me something that Biden has said on the level of they're poisoning the blood of our country, that they have bad genetics, that they're vermin, that they're rapists and killers?
He's not calling all Mexican people that.
Okay. But he says
He's-
some might be good people.
he's calling most.
He's calling people that we're not born in this country that come and
Calling
are
them
supposed
vermin?
to respect, that are supposed to respect our country. Some of them
I don't like to call people that, but I don't like when some people come here and disrespect. That's like
So
some,
it's
hold
allowed
on.
if you
Would
don't like those
some?
people.
Would you
It's
like
alright.
somebody to come in your home and do that?
It's
Or
not the
even
same
Jesus
thing as
Christ.
private cop. You guys always use this. It's so silly.
No, because it's a valid argument.
It's
It
not.
is
No,
very
it's
valid.
not.
Yes, it is. And
No,
let
it's
me
not.
tell you why. Instead of cutting me off, it's a valid argument.
Ma'am,
because you would
I
not-
mean, you cut me
you're
off
doing it
like
again.
5 minutes ago, and I just let
I
it
honestly,
slide.
I'm sorry because
You're
I
and
have
you're
fully
seriously
acknowledged.
talking
I
over
have
me
not
right now as
acknowledged you at all.
trying to like feign this indignance for
No,
being
you're
interrupted, and you're
rude.
doing it again right now. Like I mean, if
You
we're
want me
going
to sit here and
to and you're
listen to
doing
you
it yet
berate
again, this is 3
me?
times in a row
Okay, let's
in less
focus
than
on the
60
conversation,
seconds.
please.
Okay.
Focus
I
on the
understand that you
conversation.
can
I'm
get
not going to
flustered
have a
and like
personal
you're
conversation
kind of
about your
scattershot.
feelings
That's
about you.
fine. I understand being nervous. I understand having a lot of thoughts, trying to get them all out at once.
Oh my
But
gosh.
like, and
When
again,
did this
I'm
become
losing.
personal?
I think this is 7 or 8 now, 7 or 8 times in less than 120 seconds. You are a grown woman. Can you please conduct yourself as an adult?
Why are you cutting me off?
I'm
And then,
not.
yes, you were. And then you try to turn it around. And then now you're sitting here, instead of having this conversation, you're trying to make it a personal attack. I don't care.
No, I wasn't trying to make it a personal
Let's go
attack. I
back
was
to
trying
the
to educate you earlier. You
conversation.
cut me off whenever we were talking about
Oh my
oil.
God,
Now we're
I
talking
don't
about
care.
racism
Can
as it
you
pertains to
move on?
Biden, right?
Can you finish
You
your
incorrectly
sentence?
cited something that Biden did not say, right? You don't
What was
actually
that?
know what he said. You are incorrectly attributing something to him, which Pickles corrected you on, and you just tried to move on from that.
No, he didn't. He minimized it.
No, he didn't minimize it.
Yes, he did.
He said that he was quoting a Republican. You then turned that into I'm totally an independent. I'm sure you
Okay,
maintain
here,
Word
let's go
documents
down here. I
on
got it pulled
Republicans as
up. Do you
well.
want me to list all the things he said?
Yep.
Yeah, you ain't black unless you vote for me. That
Okay,
was
here you
one.
go. Here you go.
Oh,
That's
hold
from.
on, I'm
That's
listing
from.
them.
No, we'll do these one by one. That was when Joe Biden went to the breakfast. Was it
One
the
by
Breakfast
one,
Club?
you know, I'll talk. Go
And
ahead.
he was the Charlemagne the God was the host
Mayor
of this, and
apologized after the
his
backlash.
and his saying on this podcast is you ain't black unless blank, unless you do this.
Vote for
So
me.
Biden used it, and then he later took it back. He apologized, said it was insensitive. Has Trump ever done that?
I can think of a time, and not particularly. I'll bring that up after I'm done
Okay,
going through
go
this
ahead.
list.
Go ahead.
Working with segregationist senators during his 2019 presidential campaign, Biden recalled working alongside segregationist senators like James Eastland, Herman Talmadge. He imitated Eastland, calling him son, which critics describe as nostalgic and tone deaf. Cory Booker and Kamala Harris both voiced strong concerns, which you voted for her.
She said, "I know you're not racist." She said it in the debate with him, actually.
Later.
No, it was immediately before.
No, it was not.
Oh, would you like to put a bet on that?
It was.
Pull it up.
It was during
No,
the debate.
I will pull up the exact
She
clip
goes-
because you are so painfully wrong on like
How about you pull
everything
up
that
the
you're saying.
date?
I'm
Pull up
sorry,
the
what?
date. Pull up the date because this is in 2007.
What is in 2007?
When
Biden's
they
track record,
criticized
it
Biden.
says everything besides
Exactly.
the fact
It was
that
in 2007 when they criticized him about this, and oh wait, this one, oh, my phone died.
Great.
All right. Chat, tap the screen. You know what to do. Give me a follow. Give me all the love. Tell me something nice about. Give me words of affirmation. Hello? Scott?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
What do you like about Trump?
I like most of his policies.
Which ones?
I can't name specific because I don't follow politics that closely, but the things that he has done, I don't agree with the way he speaks, but some of his policies I agree with. I do agree with the way he's handling the Iran affair. It just the last presidency, it just made me cringe.
Okay, so this is typical for people who don't know any policy from either side to be a Trump supporter, and then to also have criticism of the last administration without knowing anything they did. And I always try to point out how important it is that the campaigns that presidents run to get elected, that's just the job interview. What you need to pay attention to are the things they do behind closed doors when they're writing new laws to see what those new laws are. And I would say that Biden's achievements in regards to legislation passed were far better than Trump's. Trump is doing a lot of shit by executive order. The big beautiful bill in Congress right now is about to explode our deficit and our debt ceiling by $4.5 trillion. I think that everything he's doing is disgusting and ugly, and he's throwing around his body weight to get them passed. I don't think he's doing them, or that any of our Congress people or senators that are passing these bills have our best interest in mind. And for instance, things that Biden has done are things like the Infrastructure Act. The thing that Trump promised to do in his first administration, never did it. Biden did it. Things like the Inflation Reduction Act or the Chips and Science Act, all of these things to make huge investments in our own economy and our own infrastructure are more important than Trump gutting our debt and gutting federal agencies and giving a ton of tax breaks to super rich people. I think it's horrible. And he just tells you it's in the name of hating trans people, or he's saving the kids or some shit. He wants to deport all these migrants that are supposedly so bad for this nation, yet now he's walking that back and saying he's not even going to deport people working certain types of jobs because of course they're helpful for our economy. And his rhetoric is put him in a hard spot. He's got to look like the deporter in chief now, and that's why he's raiding birthday parties and locking up people outside of their court hearings that are trying to stay here illegally. I think Trump is an abomination. I think he's horrible.
And how many people did Obama deport?
Way more. And in fact, Biden deported way more, and he didn't raid birthday parties to do it. He didn't lock people up in prison for the rest of their lives while doing it. He did it the right way. Without calling people vermin, without calling people poisoning the blood of our country or rapists or killers. He did it quietly and diligently.
So that's kind of a spin on what he said, because he was talking about the criminals. He was talking about gangs such as MS-13 when he was referring to that. I don't believe he was referring to...
He didn't say that. You're just adding things to make it okay. He didn't say that. He wasn't referring to them.
I don't believe he was referring to everyone coming into the country illegally. And I'm not just speaking of Hispanics.
Isn't it dangerous?
I'm talking everybody coming in illegally.
So everybody coming in illegally are poisoning the blood of our country, and they have bad genetics, by the way?
No.
That's what Trump says.
No, I'm saying that I believe that he was talking about the actual criminal element with that. I'm not saying he was referring to all the immigrants. I think he was specifically talking about the criminals.
That would make it easier for you to sleep at night, but that's not exactly, I mean, you can say that, but that's not how everybody heard that.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't phrase it that way. Like, I mean, so you probably remember the original quote is, they're bringing D-rugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people. That is a direct, verbatim quote. Some, I assume, are good people. Not most, some.
When the numbers show that they're literally like the least violent and least criminal people in our country, they're like the more of them the better.
I don't know. I don't know why when we talk about, unless we're referring to the larger numbers of illegals coming to the country as just Hispanics, but it's not. It's a lot of foreign countries that are coming through illegally.
Okay, but he's talking about the border, build a wall. He never mentioned building a wall in Canada, did he?
Where's most of the influx of illegals coming through?
60% of them are here from visa overstays.
Right. Well, the ones that are not on the visas, the ones that are coming illegally, what path are they taking? Not
So you admit that
from-
now he is talking about people coming from the southern border.
right.
So he is grouping all of them together, not the people on visa overstays, not the white Canadians, people south of the border, Hispanics, Latinos.
No, I'm saying that the southern border is the highway for most countries to come through, not Canada. I'm saying most of the illegals are coming through Canada. So where would you start with? If you have a leak, where would you start at? Where the
I'm not
biggest
asking
leak
where
is?
we start. We're talking about who he's talking about, and that's generally who he's talking about, right?
Well, I would imagine he's talking about illegals, not just.
And you just said, where do
Mexicans.
most of them come?
Right, I'm saying they're filtering through Mexico, but they're not necessarily Mexicans. Or, I mean, you've got other nationalities coming through the Mexican border because I believe that is the weakest point into the United States. I believe Canada is a stronger point to come into the United States. That's what I was trying to convey.
Yeah, I still think this is, I don't know, you have to reinterpret just about everything Trump says because it's so loose and brazen and inflammatory that you have to minimize what he's saying to not be so bad.
I think I would have to disagree. So the three of us right now could hear one person speak, and if you were for that person and I was against that person, you would be hearing, we all hear the same words, but we would be interpreting it a different way because we would be looking for, you would be looking for,
And as a president, you should know this, and that you should
Right.
choose your words carefully. Something that you like about Trump, that he just says whatever the fuck he wants. Now you're
Right.
saying that, yes, it can be polarizing. The things that he says can radicalize people, and we've seen a huge, like, domestic right-wing terrorism has skyrocketed. They are first through 12th place in domestic violence and terrorist acts. And it has gotten huge since Trump has taken office, since he's picked up a microphone and started saying Obama's from fucking Kenya and shit like that.
And as I said when you first brought me on, I don't necessarily agree with the way he says things. Yes, he he should speak the way I write an email. Type it out, reread it, remove words and replace words, and then send it. I get that. I don't like the way he speaks, but I don't know. I don't know. I just think that the country is headed in a better direction when you don't have someone, not necessarily him, anyone, when you don't have someone in office looking to make a fortune while they're in office. That's
so Trump, who got a $400 million jet from Qatar and has gained 40% of his entire wealth since he was nominated in January, since he was inaugurated. 40% of his wealth he's made since he's been president.
I don't know where he made his wealth from.
From his crypto and from Truth Social.
But does that have to do directly with him being in office is the question. You have look at, all right, how much was Obama worth before he got in office, or Hillary?
He wrote a whole bunch of books, and he does a whole lot of public speaking, and now he has like a movie company. He made his wealth the right way.
No, no, I mean while he was in. I'm not talking about. No, no, no. I'm not talking about all the deals after the speaking assignments and everything else after. I get that, that aspect of it. I mean, while he was actually in office,
You tell me.
I don't have those facts. I don't. Like I said, I don't. I just know. I do believe he made more money while he was in office than before he was in office. And I get, yes, you're going to make more money when you get out of office because they want you to speak at colleges
So
and
he got his money from the books. He got 15 million in book advances and sales during this period when he went into office between 2009 and 17. He got a ton of book royalties. The
Yeah.
$400 annual salary was his primary source of income during this time.
What was it?
400 grand
a month,
a year.
Oh,
Yeah, prior to him becoming president, he was very briefly a U.S. senator. He was elected. I always forget. Was it 2006 when he was elected? He came in at the start of 2007. Senators get paid. I think now it's like 170, maybe 180. Back then, it was probably closer to, let's just say, 160, I guess. So very briefly, he was getting that. Then whenever he became president, he was getting 400 grand a year. And then you get like some like per diem type shit whenever you're president. But yeah, so like it was just like the salary. Like he didn't have any businesses or anything like that.
Yeah, Trump did a lot of stuff for himself while in office the first time. He expedited all sorts of patents for his daughter. He got $2 billion from the Saudis. They gave it to his son-in-law. He got hundreds of millions of dollars using tax money to go golf at his own golf courses over 100 times. I think it's over 150 times. He was fast and loose with it. I mean, for this to be a thing that you like about Trump is crazy. Trump is openly the most corrupt person we've ever had president.
I don't know. There were some pretty shady dealings going on while Biden was in office.
Tell me about them. Any of them result in an indictment?
No. No, but a lot of his pardons was in conjunction with some of the investigations.
So this is what fascism does. They call out your political opponents and they do never-ending use of like the DOJ. Trump is doing exactly what he accuses us of doing. Like Trump has pretty much used executive order to point the DOJ towards his political opponents. But what he's done is he's named Biden and his family a crime family, and you guys don't know which crimes he's guilty of, but you're sure you'll find some if you investigate him. There's a difference between that and saying, "Hey, Trump broke the law here, and we're going to investigate that." We don't even have a crime. Like, what crime did Biden commit? We don't know yet. We'll find one.
It's kind of what they did with Trump when they raided. What was that?
Mar-a-Lago?
Yes.
That's not true. What happened was an audio was given to the FBI, and it was an audio of Trump admitting he had classified documents after signing multiple, what are they called? Affidavits saying that he didn't have any classified documents. So this audio tape surfaced. He goes, "Hey, look at this. This is a classified document. Isn't this crazy? I'm not supposed to have this. And if I were president, I could declassify it. But I'm not president." It was literally the most incriminating thing I've ever heard. And then they said, "Okay, we're going to investigate. We think Trump has these documents." And what do you know? He had them. He had hundreds of documents chilling on a fucking ballroom floor and in a bathroom in his personal residence. After he swore time and time again he didn't have it. We have video of him moving some to Bedminster. We have it's all over the place.
What about the classified documents Biden had?
Biden found them, and it would be one thing if the government was like, "Hey, Biden, give us those classified documents right now," and he said, "No, I don't have them." Biden gave them up immediately. So what Trump was charged with was withholding classified documents. Biden didn't withhold them. As soon as he found documents in his house, he invited the government to come check and investigate his whole house.
I don't know. I didn't, like I said, I didn't hear anything about him inviting anyone to.
He allowed them to come do a
come
full
and
search.
audit him.
Same thing with Mike. Mike Pence had classified documents, gave them right back.
I don't know. It's, you know, with the way the media is and social media, it's hard to determine what are actual facts and what are parts of facts that a spin has been put on.
Okay, so to the point that Pickles made about like the audio of Trump, like I have it up. It's very brief. Just listen to this. Just listen closely. It's just audio. There's no video of it. There was just their audio recording. So listen to this.
This was done by the military, given to me. ABC News obtaining the recording of a meeting at Trump's New Jersey golf club in July 2021. Trump discussing a document with people who did not have security clearance, saying it had been prepared by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley. Well, with Milley, let me see that. I'll show you an example. He said that I wanted to attack Iran. Isn't it amazing?
ironic.
I have a big pile of papers. This thing just came out. Look. This was
Martin
him.
Gingerich super chatted
They presented me this. This
$5.
is
Yeah,
off
but
the
then
record,
was
but
deemed too
they
old to
presented
prosecute
me.
lol.
It was him. They presented me this. This is off the record, but they presented me this. This was him. This was the Defense Department and him. Wow. We looked at him. This was him. This wasn't done by me. This was him. All sorts of stuff. Pages long. Trump making it clear the information.
One second. Hold on. 1 second. I'm just skipping over the ABC.
No, you're fine.
So just hold on.
Making it clear the information is sensitive. It is like highly confidential, secret. This is secret information. Look at this. Special counsel's indictment includes a.
So, oh, I'm sorry. One
Yeah.
last piece.
The
There's one more
people in that audio also confirmed that this was the case.
He clearly describes the material as classified. See, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, but this is classified. Now we have a problem. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. It's so cool. Today,
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. No, I've like I said, never heard that before.
Yeah, that was part of the indictment. And yeah, I don't know. It's pretty damning. It's pretty damning, especially if he signed affidavits after that saying he doesn't have any classified information. And then we have also billionaires from Australia saying that he just verbally talked about the nuclear capabilities of our submarines, or the capabilities of our nuclear submarines. Just bragging. I mean, it totally sounds like something Trump would do. We have Kid Rock openly saying that Trump was showing him classified documents about North Korea, bragging about it months, like a year before any of this came out. I just don't think he takes any of this seriously. I don't think he takes national security seriously at all. I think it's a joke.
No, listening to that, I mean, I don't. You may be correct. I don't think that he takes the national security seriously, or he's just foolishly trusting the people around him that they're not going to say anything when he shows them whatever secret it is that he has. I don't know.
Yeah. And so, like, if he was still the president at that time, because this was like when that audio was done, that whole conversation that you just heard, that occurred in 2021. Okay. He was out of office.
Right.
If he was still in office, if he was still the president, technically he could have done that conversation and it would have been fine. It's like a weird, like, legality thing. It's called reading in. I won't bore you with the details on that. But basically, if he was president, that conversation would have been fine. He was a civilian. He was talking to other civilians about classified information that he had and was showing them.
Right.
And they did not have the clearance for that.
No, I
He,
get that.
because he's a former president, has like some kind of clearance, kind of. Again, that's a weird situation. But like, one was a staffer.
Yeah, it's the same way when in the military.
Yeah.
When you work with classified information, you have to sign a waiver that says that you will not discuss anything that you've worked on or have seen while you were in the military. I've had to do it when I left. So, I mean, I get that point.
Oh, well, I mean, and so then you're very familiar. They don't fuck around with that. Like,
No, right.
Yeah.
No, 100%. Right. And yeah. I don't know. Who was the better choice during the election? I don't know. It just seems like we really didn't have a good choice this last election either way. Unfortunately for United States citizens.
I feel like it was the easiest selection of my lifetime. A lawyer with 27 years experience, a game show host who is the most controversial person on earth. I choose the lawyer.
Yeah, well, apparently most people like reality TV and want to see how the game is going to be played out.
Yeah. Anyway, you got anything else you want to talk about?
No, that was it. I appreciate you. I didn't even know I requested it until you pulled me up, but
you're good. Have a good night, man.
This was a lot better conversation, I would have to say, that I've had with most Democrats, because, and I hate to generalize, but usually they get hot and heated about it and just start yelling. So I appreciate both y'all's, attitude towards this.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Thanks for
Yep.
saying that, man.
You have a good-
You
Yep.
too. Bum 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 bum. All right, we'll go to the next guest.
Hello again, buddy.
Hello, have we talked before?
You ended our call last time a little early.
Were you kicked?
No, you ended the call. You didn't really like centrism.
Are you a Trumper?
No.
Oh,
But
that's why.
I support his policies. However, I think that you're anti-American. You're more globalist than pro-American. You focus on other countries, on foreign policies, more than you focus on our own people.
I think it's not true. I think Democrats are, first of all, the only ones who respect the Constitution right now.
Oh, yeah?
And I think that we're also the only ones who take money and invest it here domestically in infrastructure and for social safety nets for Americans.
Well, newsflash, both parties do the same goddamn thing. They send our money overseas. We have an $851 billion defense budget. You know where that mostly goes? Fucking overseas. Not even just Israel nor Ukraine. It goes to mostly Europe.
65 billion is earmarked for foreign aid.
851 billion.
65 of that foreign aid.
Thankfully, in recent
1%.
news, supposedly all NATO countries are going to start putting in an equal share into the defense budget of NATO instead of relying solely on the UK and the United States.
I don't think you know what that means.
Maybe we'll see some impact on that thanks to Trump. But we'll
Thanks
find
to
out.
Russia, not to Trump.
Thank to Russia.
Yeah, thanks to
Oh, yeah,
Russia
to
invading
Russia.
their
They
neighbors.
want
Everyone's like,
money
oh,
in
we better
NATO.
start investing in our military again.
Well, we've been funding the entirety of Europe for so long.
I don't think you know. I don't think that's true. No, it's not true.
No, yeah, we have. Throughout the entirety of the Cold War, most of their fucking armaments came from the United States.
They bought them, right?
We funded them.
So
We funded
here's
them the
what
money
people
and
think
we
NATO
produced
is.
the
Do
weapons.
you think that there's a huge NATO bill and all of the nations come together and pay it once a year? Is that what you think?
No.
Then why are you so concerned with what other
NATO.
countries are doing with their NATO funding?
Have you not seen the statistics on the funding?
That's not what I'm asking. Trump
Well,
has made MAGA believe that for some reason we're like paying this huge bill and we pay most of it and they don't pay as much, and that's not the case. There is no NATO
Even
bank.
before
There's
Trump
no
was
NATO.
around, the statistics have been around.
I'm not talking about the statistics. I'm talking about understanding what it means. So if a country is in NATO, what's their obligation?
To call to defense against a foreign entity.
What's their monetary obligation?
To defend the northern Atlantic powers.
What is their monetary? What is the money? What do they have to do with money?
What do they have to do with money? Fucking spending their defense.
Exactly. Spend it on their own defense.
I'm more drunk than the last time we talked.
You're drunk
Not
again?
gonna lie, but still.
Come on, dude. All right, come back when you're not fucking sloshed, dude. Killing me. That's why it was cut short last time, bro. Someone says we always send our troops, and how many do they send? Guys, the only time Article 5 has ever been invoked was by the United States, and they sent troops for us. Try again. Hello?
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
I'm sorry?
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
What do you like about Trump?
Well, number one, I just wanted to ask you one question, and then we'll get into that, if I may.
Okay.
Okay. What other country allows or permits illegal aliens?
No one. No one's asking for illegal aliens to flood our country.
Okay, then, or do you agree with that or not?
I don't know. I think that people's obsessions with undocumented migrants are not warranted. I don't think this really means anything.
You don't believe that, huh?
No, I don't think that there's a huge crisis worth us spending hundreds of billions
Have
of
you ever
dollars.
traveled the world, young man?
Not really. No.
Have you ever traveled? Have you ever been out of the United States?
Yeah. Been to Mexico.
Where to? Mexico. Oh, wow. That's great. I mean, out of the United States. Mexico is safe. Have you ever been out of the United States?
No.
Southeast Asia.
What are you trying to say?
Africa. You're nothing, huh? Have you ever been in the military?
No.
Then what makes you an expert?
I don't have to be in the military to know things.
Have you ever seen combat?
I know a lot of combat veterans who don't know anything about politics.
I'm talking about you, son.
Okay, you're just trying to belittle me by saying I was in the military. I served in PUBG
No,
for 12
I'm
years.
trying to belittle you because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, boy.
I probably know more than you.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I
You
bet
have
you I
no
do.
fucking idea. You have no fucking idea what the world is really like, do you, boy?
I guess so, man. You really got me. You really got me.
No, I don't have you. I don't have you. You got your own ass stuck up got your head stuck up your ass because you have no fucking idea what the fuck you're talking about, who you are, or what. You're not even a fuck. I don't even think you're a fucking American. Okay.
Okay.
Now what?
Busted.
I don't know.
Pickles is
You
Canadian.
got me.
Now, this shithead down here, Nemo, he said he was in the military.
No, I did not.
I thought you was. You said you
No,
was.
I would never, ever claim to be in the military.
P. Paul, what are you talking about?
Oh, I thought you were. I was gonna. That was what was my beef was. And you said something about security clearance. Do you know what the highest security clearance is?
Can you tell me the relevance of this? Is this a trivia
Yeah,
show?
there's something relevant. I want to explain something to you.
Sure.
Do you know what the highest security clearance is?
I don't know.
Q
It's
level.
top secret.
What is the highest?
Tell us.
You want
Tell
to?
Either
us.
going to be it's
I don't have a
you want to?
computer.
It's
I don't have a computer to
it's
look up
either
the
okay.
answers.
All right. Yeah. So it's either going to be Q level or it's going to be some variation of.
No, let me make it easy for you. I don't have a computer in front of me. Okay, I'm not looking up the answers. I already know the answers.
Go
The
ahead then.
highest security clearance is a cosmic top secret. Look that up,
I just
young
said
man.
top secret.
I said cosmic top secret,
Okay,
not
I
just
don't
top
see the word
secret.
cosmic anywhere in
That's
this.
right. You don't see it, do you?
You're right.
Because it's not listed. Because it's something else that you don't understand.
Oh man, I
I'm
guess I
getting to
must
get out
not
of here, Zach. You
understand.
don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I guess I
You
must
don't
not
even deserve
understand
the fucking answer
anything.
because you're a little
You're
piece of shit trying to be something that you're not.
Hey,
have a nice evening.
Hey, I'd hate for y'all to get too emotional. Facts over feelings, guys. The party of facts over feelings.
Classification level is out of this world.
Brandon Henderson super chatted $20. This guy and his diabetes.
Oof.
Diabetes.
I talk to veterans all day that some of them, just because you're a veteran doesn't mean you know a whole bunch about politics.
Mel in the chat. Classification level crazy.
What if I told you there was a super cosmic top secret clearance? Bet you didn't know about that. Fuck you know about that.
Yeah, you wouldn't know. It's not written down anywhere.
I shouldn't even be talking
That's how
about
secret it is.
Yeah. Tom, Patrick, what's up, dude? Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes. I didn't vote, but I do support him because the line was too long. I didn't want to wait, but
What do you like about Trump?
well, I do like his foreign policy. I like him keeping Iran in check. I do appreciate that. Getting rid of the nuclear facility and all that.
They didn't really do that, right? We found out that they didn't really get that accomplished.
So actually, there's proof that they did actually destroy it. They released a video now. When they were saying he didn't destroy it, it was what
No,
was
the
it called?
uranium.
What?
So one of the facilities, it looks like it was mostly underground. It looks like they got like one small part of it. There were like 5 points to it. They got 1 point to it. And it also turns out that they may have been able to move their enriched uranium before the strikes. So I think at most of what we're seeing is that they're probably set back a few
Well, that
billion
doesn't make
dollars in a
sense
few
'cause-
months.
Because why would Israel say that they destroyed it then? Why would? Because Israel's the one that's instigating all this. So why would Israel be like, yeah, we destroyed it?
I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that a lot of international watchdogs and groups are looking at, and they're saying, hey, it looks like this possibly didn't do what y'all think it did. And for you to just say, oh, why did some dictator in Israel say it was true? I don't think that's really the gotcha you think it is.
Well, yeah, but wouldn't Israel benefit by saying, no, we didn't destroy it. We need to bomb them again, right?
I guess. I don't know. Maybe they're there stroking Trump's D. Maybe they said it too soon, right?
Well, what I heard, I don't know what the word was, but I was reading this morning, and they were saying it was most of the stuff that they've gotten reports on is basically lies from Iran, like trying to act like they're not weak yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, and nothing was confirmed, and then they released the video, and no one's contesting it anymore. They're saying, oh, like from what
I
I've
don't see
seen,
how a video shows how all of the things you hoped were destroyed are destroyed. I don't think a video does that.
Well, is there actual evidence that it hasn't been? Like actual evidence?
I would have to look at the like IAEA and all of the other international groups that say otherwise. Yeah, it looks
Okay,
like
so
they
you
have
don't-
like
you don't
images.
know
They have satellite
Yeah.
images of the trucks moving things days before the strike.
Oh, okay. So things could have been moved, yeah, but I think
that's
they
what we're
definitely.
saying.
I think. So you think he shouldn't have struck it then? Is that what you're saying?
I think we're in this mess because of Trump. For you to say, "Hey, thanks Trump for fixing your own mess," is kind of silly. for him possibly putting us in a conflict with other nations, for him to possibly cause us to see them close the Strait of Hormuz and fuck up world trade is another thing. I think it was sloppy. I have no confidence in Trump whatsoever.
Okay, so I can guarantee you they would never do that because China would not allow that. China
What if they
would
just
not.
let Chinese ships through, bro?
Well, we don't really use the strait that much.
20% of the world's oil comes from that strait.
Yeah, but we only use 3% of that whole oil, so the prices probably wouldn't be affected.
But the price of oil is a world commodity. If there's less oil available, that makes all oil go up in price, bro.
But like I said, we only use 3% of that oil that goes through that area.
It doesn't matter.
And you know what else it does? So I don't know if you knew this, but we've stopped drilling in the United States recently because of basically because we haven't needed to because oil prices haven't been up. So this will incentivize people to start drilling in the U.S. again, and then
It's
we'll
not
have
true.
oil.
We did not stop drilling. We're still drilling 13 million barrels a day.
No, bro. Oil drilling has stopped. Like it's halted like crazy. You can look it up, bro. You can look it up.
Okay. So drill baby drill wasn't the answer?
What do you mean?
So we didn't need to drill baby drill like Trump was saying until we bombed somebody?
Well, it's not beneficial to right now because imports are fine. Like oil's at a good price right now. You're happy with the gas price right now. You can't lie.
Yeah, Trump hasn't done anything. They've gone down like 12 cents.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been steady, right? I
think the national average is still up.
I don't know. I think gas prices have been great. Like I've been so happy, and like I said, like if it's gonna incentivize people to start drilling again, like maybe cutting off the strait might benefit the United States. You never know.
Why would that be a good thing?
Because then there'll be more companies in the United States drilling. There'll be more jobs.
What do you mean more companies? Like the companies are here. Like the companies are pretty much set.
No, people aren't investing in drilling right now in the United States because there's no need to because the oil prices.
Biden did great. We were drilling tons of oil during Biden. You guys finally admit?
I never denied that, but he was trying to get rid of it. So he was trying to get rid of it.
What actions did Biden do to get rid of oil?
The Green Deal, dude. He was trying to get rid of
the Green Deal.
He was trying to get rid of gas cars. Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
No, he wasn't, dude.
Are you kidding?
No.
Yes, he was,
dude.
The EV deal and all that,
dude. The fact is, when Biden invested in alternative fuels, that made the price of oil go down even further because they have to compete with these alternative energies. He did not reduce oil drilling. He gave the green light on just about everything. He didn't improve more fracking in the Inflation Reduction Act.
He was pushing for like no oil being used in basically anything. Like
he did not push anything for that. No, he did not. He may have mentioned that we eventually do need to get away from gas cars, which is a no-brainer.
No, it's not a no-brainer because if we get away from gas cars, bro, what about all the fucking lithium and all that you have to mine and all that? Like, how are we gonna get the
lithium's everywhere?
Yeah, and you have to mine it, and you use gas-powered freaking drills and all that. So we'd have to be drilling.
Yeah, I'm saying no gas cars. So you could use gas for everything else, but stop using cars because they're way less efficient.
Nah, because every other country is just gonna keep using cars. And
every other country's moving to EVs, and we have to keep up. Otherwise, we're just gonna be buying them from them.
Like what?
Like China. South Korea, all of the developed nations are moving towards EVs. Yes, they are. An internal combustion vehicle is only at most 20% efficient, given however much energy you put into it. An electric vehicle is like 95% efficient, bro. So it is very stupid, and they're more powerful. They're faster. It's stupid to hold on to your combustion vehicles.
They accelerate faster. They're not actually faster.
They're all literally faster.
No.
What are you just saying? They don't have top speeds?
I haven't seen the new Tesla Roadster like actually racing.
Dog, the Tesla smokes just about every fucking supercar you put next to it.
No, not at top speed.
Okay, who cares? Top speed? Who's going 190 miles an hour?
All right, well, okay, well, if you want to accelerate, cool. But I'm just saying, you can't say it's the fastest. It accelerates.
They beat everybody in the quarter mile, the half mile. The mile. What does it have to be?
I'm still anti-electric car though.
Why?
Like, because, bro, like if the battery dies on a Tesla, you have to replace the whole fucking
If an
battery for
engine
like
busts, it's the same thing, dude.
engines are way more reliable though, like than a battery.
No, they're not.
A
Dude,
battery
Teslas don't
can
even need
freeze.
oil changes.
Tesla's batteries have failed from being left in the snow. Have you not heard of that?
It's something we're
Or being
dude.
left in the sun.
Literally, in 5 years, that will be a non-issue.
Nah, I don't believe that. I don't think it's a good thing to invest in. I don't think we should be investing
Dude,
in
it's,
that.
dude, this is literally the worst take ever. To say that EVs aren't that great is silly, dude. It is the future. There's no reason for us to hold on to combustion vehicles. Like, we can have a few around, but like, it makes way more sense if you have 1 barrel of oil and you're going to choose to put that directly into an internal combustion engine. You're wasting it. You're wasting 80% of it when we can put an electric car and power an electric car, and it's 95% efficient.
I don't want to hear a silent electric car on the road. I want a nice combustion engine.
So you just, it's just an emotional thing then?
I guess, yeah. But I mean, I don't think it benefits us enough either, though. Like, to invest in all that.
Dude, literally, if we don't do it
they're
now, we're
all
gonna be
way more
buying it.
expensive.
We're gonna be buying it from everybody else if we don't do it now.
You can get, what's the cheapest electric car you can get? Like $30,000.
In China, 13 grand.
Okay, and you wait, a brand new car for 13 grand?
Yep.
You can get a new Nissan Sentra for 10,000.
No, you can't. They're like 18. The cheapest vehicle you can buy right now in the United States is a Leaf, and it's 18. It's like a Leaf or a Sentra or something.
Yeah, but look at these fucking cars, dude. Who wants to drive those?
They're fucking baller. Have you looked at the BYDs?
This guy doesn't know what.
All right, this isn't really a good argument because this isn't really about Trump or anything. But this is kind of more personal. But yeah, I do support him keeping Iran in check.
But he's not really keeping Iran in check.
How's he not?
Because he didn't destroy the sites.
Dude, he did though. There's proof he did.
No, there's not.
How much are those?
BYDs?
Yeah. Like probably 35,000.
These are expensive. They have top end ones. They have high end ones.
38,000 for the cheapest model.
So they go for as low as 7,700. Oops. 9,700. 16 grand. 32 grand.
Yeah, but that's with 120,000 miles.
No, it's not.
What? No.
Well, what 100? Oh, okay.
That's
I thought
won.
that was
That's the
I
currency.
thought that was like the Chinese word for miles for a second.
I bet that picture that you saw, that one where you saw like the numbers in the images section, I bet that was in yuan. I bet that's why it said that.
And also they have huge tariffs. I bet if you're buying this in Europe, they have a huge tariff.
Yep, that's yuan.
This. Yeah. Oh, it is it?
Yeah, if you zoom in just a little bit more on the number, I can see the symbol. Yeah.
No, it was like an E. I think it's euros.
Oh, my bad. Oh,
yeah.
Never mind.
I don't know. I still think for making it to be illegal to drive a gas car is crazy.
I think it's just wasting energy, and it's a no-brainer. Have you looked at what it costs year round to drive an electric car? It's like $5 to $7 grand. It's literally nothing. It costs so little. You charge your car for fucking $75. You drive it all month.
Yeah, but it looks like any nice electric car would drive is $45,000. So.
And the more we invest and industrialize in electric cars, the cheaper they get, bro. More companies competing against each other. In 10 years, we might have a really cheap electric car, but it takes time. Just because they're not cheap now. I mean, it used to be the cheapest one was 60 grand. Now it's 30.
It's not pushing me. We should probably talk about something else though, because that's really not about Trump and shit. But he did reverse it though, which I do appreciate. But the old EV deal. But I do appreciate him bombing Iran, and I think, well, also I think Kamala Harris was just a really bad candidate. Like, what was like? There was nothing for me to vote for her. Like, there was no reason for me to vote for her.
Okay.
Like, she had people thinking like she was gonna change like the whole abortion thing. Like, you can't just change that. That's a whole thing you has to
Yes,
go
of
through.
course you can.
It'd have to go through the House and have to go through the Senate, which it never would. And then, we all know that would never happen. You really think that would have happened?
I think that if we won both chambers, then we could have. Yeah.
Okay. So do you think abortion should be legal like full through 9 months? No
Yeah.
conditions? No conditions?
Correct.
Oh, wow. That's all right. Well, interesting. I guess we can't even argue about that. Like, that's crazy. But yeah, I just had no reason to vote for her, I guess.
Well, I mean, besides the fact that your taxes would have been better if you make less than 360 grand a year, your taxes would have gone down. She wouldn't have caused a recession in the U.S. economy in the third quarter of this year. She wouldn't have fucked up the stock market. She would have built 3 million new homes. She would have been a steady hand and a good leader that doesn't post memes after they bomb a country. She probably wouldn't have pissed off all of our allies and pulled us out of all sorts of international treaties that made us a part of. She wouldn't have abandoned everybody on the world stage. She probably would have continued funding Ukraine, who should have the right to defend themselves against a dictator. I mean, the list goes on. She wouldn't be accepting $400 million jets.
When did we stop funding Ukraine?
Trump's stopped funding it. What do you mean?
I've not heard that at all. I don't care if he did, but like, I don't think that's true.
He absolutely did. They're doing negotiations right now. Like, other countries are rallying together without us because we're the bad guys now.
Hold on. Let me just look this up real quick.
Yo, what's up, Dan?
Why did my server stop working?
He stopped in March.
Yeah, but then it said it got resumed in June again. It says it has resumed military and humanitarian aid to Ukraine. The level of support is more limited compared to previous years. Okay, so he still is supporting them. It's just more limited, it says. Situation remains fluid. The future assistance likely contingent. But he did condemn Putin lately too. So I think he's just looking more.
What did he say about Putin, dude? That he needs to stop like dragging him along. That's it. In a tweet.
No, he was up on the podium. I think it was like yesterday, and he's like, Putin called me. He's like, I can help you with Iran and help you figure that out. He's like, no, I need help with how I work. He's like, I need help with you and figure out what's your deal, basically. And he's like, yeah, and I feel like he's more in our interest though, because why do you want to antagonize Russia?
Dude, they're literally killing innocent people in Ukraine right now. They're bad actors. And if we don't stop this and say, hey, by the way, if you're another country thinking about doing this, this is what's going to happen. We should fund Ukraine and say, hey, if you're going to try this, you're going to get fucked. That's what we should be doing, especially since we signed a deal with Ukraine promising that we would defend them.
Okay, so doesn't that give Trump the same privilege to help with Iran, with Israel?
Listen, Trump pulled us out of the Iran nuclear deal. Do you know that? Do you know what that involved?
No, I heard it was a bad deal though.
Yeah,
for us.
Yeah, it was enough for you. Yeah, there was nothing bad about it. There's no real. I've yet to hear any real criticism about the Iran nuclear deal. It was enabling us to monitor their nuclear programs, their uranium enrichment. Literally, we had the IAEA on site in their country. And now we don't, because Trump pulled us out. He's like, I'm going to pull out, I'm going to put sanctions on them, and I'm going to do an even better deal. And because he is so jealous of Obama's Nobel Peace Prize, he wants one. Because he's a fucking narcissist. He's a malignant narcissist that wants a Nobel Peace Prize. He'll do anything to get one. So he pulled us out. So he renegotiated a deal, never got one done, slapped tons of sanctions on Iran, and now he bombed them because him pulling out has enabled them to get enriched uranium. They were not compliant after he pulled out.
Yeah, but he had good reason though to pull out.
No, he didn't. No, he did. Literally, no, he doesn't. No, he didn't. If you can't condemn them, if you can't think on your own 2 feet and say, gee, I wonder if this was good or bad, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
It says the administration pointed to intelligence, including information released by Israel, suggested that Iran had previously engaged in secret efforts to develop nuclear weapons and had not fully disclosed its activities. So, like, basically, we weren't getting enough insight on the deal.
Yeah, because we pulled out of the JCPOA.
This was before that, it says.
They were compliant. Everything reads the fact that they were compliant up until 2018 when Trump pulled us out. Why would they be compliant after he pulls out and puts sanctions on them?
I don't know. It just says it doesn't benefit us, and they were secretive, and it was benefiting proxy groups in the area.
When you say it says, what are you referring to?
Well, right now I'm reading responsiblestatecraft.org. I don't know. This is just a random website that first popped up. But yeah, I still think Trump was a better candidate. I don't know, and I think their economy's been great, and my jobs, like literally since he got this might be just a coincidence, but I've been making so much more money since he got elected. This just might be a coincidence, but it's actually insane.
What do you do?
I'm in sales.
I don't know. Trump is going to have long-lasting effects on our economy with these tariffs, and he's also going to have long-lasting effects on our relationship with our allies, including Canada, who just walked away from the negotiation table today, or he did.
What?
Because they said they mentioned that they're going to start taxing. What was it like? Consumer products, virtual consumer products. Lambert, thank you for the galaxy. But yeah, this is going horribly, and you're paying more taxes, whether you like to admit it or not. You're paying more taxes now that these tariffs are in place. The average household is going to see something like a $4,000 or $5,000 increase in
Tariffs on what, Canada?
I'm sorry?
Tariffs on what, Canada?
Tariffs on everyone.
He just got a crazy deal with China. I thought that the tariffs are actually worse for them still.
This isn't a competition. It hurts us. It's literally a tariff is something that just makes you pay more taxes. So he's like, you better watch out or else I'm going to make people like Pickles and whatever your name is pay more taxes. That's what he's leveraging.
I don't know. From what I've seen, he lifted most of the tariffs and got a good deal with China. From what I've heard, or from what I've read.
I guess that deal's so great. There's still tariffs in place. You're still paying taxes because of Trump.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, I feel like the economy's been good though. Like, gas has been steady.
He hasn't really done anything in that regard.
Money.
He hasn't done anything.
What about the NATO deal? He got them go up to 2% to 5%, more than double. That's insane.
That's not a deal.
What do you mean?
It's not a deal, and also that has no benefit whatsoever, no relation to the U.S. economy.
Well, not the economy, but it protects us more for sure.
It doesn't.
I don't think that the
didn't
US
save
would.
us any money, right? Like we're still going to be investing record amounts into our military, whether
Oh,
they
yeah,
do that or not.
But it advances everyone else's military in the area, or NATO, whatever.
Yeah. All right. Well, still, that doesn't really like. Do you feel a difference now that that's the case? Like that's not doing anything.
Well, if they're more than doubling their budget, and they have all these better weapons, that defends us more. Because think about it, everyone that would attack us is between us and the rest of NATO. So if they have better defense weapons,
a few months ago, you guys were against NATO.
Bro, I'm not against NATO.
Trump is against NATO.
That's the radical right, I guess, because that's crazy.
Trump said that we should pull out of NATO.
No, he threatened to pull out of NATO if they didn't start coughing up some bread, which they're doing.
which it has nothing to do with us. It has nothing to do with us.
Bro, it does. What do you mean? If they have better defense, if Russia shoots missiles at us, we could say, hey, Turkey, since now that you have these better defense missiles, shoot these down because you didn't have this before.
No.
Yes. What do you mean?
No. You don't understand. Like,
and we have bases in all these NATO countries too.
It helps exactly, which is why we wouldn't have to ask Turkey for permission. We wouldn't have to ask any NATO country for permission.
The funding goes to those bases.
No,
too.
it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Our funding does not go to them.
It absolutely does, bro. We train with all these. I'm not gonna say we because I'm not part of the military, but the United States military trains with all these fucking other countries. That budget would help. Like,
listen, I'm not gonna lie and say it's not a good thing that they're spending more on their defense, but for the most part, it doesn't. This is not something that I'm happy that Trump is using provocative ways to threaten NATO. Just a few years ago, he was saying he would let Russia do whatever the hell they want if somebody in NATO wasn't paying their fair share, pretty much alluding to the fact that we have to like pay more because they don't pay as much, which is not true. And he was using that rhetoric to prime y'all for pulling us out of NATO.
But you do agree it was a good deal?
What deal? What deal?
The increased spending.
These people started increasing spending already. Before Trump came along, they were doing it because Russia started conflicts in Ukraine. They were already going, oh, fuck, this could come to our doorstep. And now that Trump's being a pussy and not funding Ukraine, we better do even more.
I mean, you think they were preparing to more than double their budget? I don't think so.
I don't know. Probably worried about United States in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of NATO countries were already passed. So prior to this, there was an agreement to hit 2% by, I think the deadline was like 2024. And pretty much all of them had met that target, and they were already going past it. Like, because of the shit that was going on in Ukraine, Europe understood, oh, hey, yeah, we should probably go ahead and up our budget. Like Germany and Poland especially were actively talking about how they're going to increase their military budgets well before this little 5% thing. Also, the 5% thing, it's the same thing as the 2% thing, which is it's just like it's not like an enforceable deal or anything like that. It's literally just something that they
it wasn't
guys, like, how about we aim for this?
It wasn't enforceable, but at the same time, like if you're like what, Turkey or whatever, or somewhere near the Black Sea and all that, or whatever, near the Middle East and all that, like you're gonna be worried if Trump's saying stuff like they need to keep spending, like we don't even need this country. Like you're gonna be like, oh yeah, we should probably just do what he says. Like, come on.
That's not a deal, though.
What do you mean? They literally, everyone signed. What do you mean?
It's okay. It's a non-binding agreement. That's not a deal.
Non-binding? What?
Yeah, like, non-binding, like, as in they don't have to do it.
There's still countries that don't pay their 2%. What have we done to them? Nothing.
I mean, but like it's a start, though, right?
Sure, I guess. Sure, but this is obviously not just because Trump. Like the European allies also came to the table and said this is something they need to do.
When did they do that?
During this meeting you're talking about.
Okay, but Trump's been saying this since what, 2018?
So is Obama.
2019?
Like, Obama was literally responsible for the original 2% target.
Okay, and he was also the same person who agreed Iran should not be building a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, and he's the one who also signed the Iran nuclear deal, who did it without dropping bombs. Something Trump could never do. Trump is the worst diplomat to ever walk the earth.
There's proof they were still working on a nuclear weapon after the or during the nuclear deal.
It's not true.
Or
there's no proof of that. No, there's not.
Bro, Who else builds a base 300 feet underground for
You're
nuke
just
for?
speculating. You're just making that up. It's not true.
So that base in Tehran was not 300 feet underground.
Of course it would. Did it come before or after Trump pulled out?
What type of base for whatever they wanted to call
Was
it?
it before or
nuclear?
after Trump pulled out that they made that base?
I'm pretty sure it was before because it was discovered. It was, bro. They discovered the base like probably 5 years after it was made, bro. Like they didn't discover the base right away.
Bro,
I'll look it up.
it's
All
been
right,
7 years since he's pulled out. They could have made that base.
I'll look it up, but I'm positive that, like, bro, you don't just build base that quick. Base 300 feet underground with nah.
Bordeaux.
Fordo.
Yeah, Fordo was built in 2006. Or
Yeah,
rather,
exactly,
they
bro.
began working on it in 2006.
Told you.
But they had IAEI people checking these facilities on site.
Yes, and they were saying that they're doing suspicious shit. That was the whole point.
They were compliant.
Why is their base 300 feet underground then? Can
I
you
don't
tell
know.
me that?
Can we still go investigate them? Yes.
What do you mean?
If we just had to investigate those bases 300 feet underground, that's what they were doing. If that was one of their nuclear facilities, that's what we were investigating. When you're fucking with uranium, I don't know. I don't blame you for going 300 feet underground. Not to say that they're completely innocent. Yes, they probably do eventually want a weapon of mass destruction, but Trump pulling us out of the agreement that allowed us to monitor it was bullshit because all he wanted to do was make a better one. And now we find out that his efforts are not even that great. They're futile.
But weren't they monitoring it with like scientists with like no security or anything like bullshit like that?
I don't
like
know.
there's no U.S. military in Iran.
They don't need it. Was the IAEA. Those were the investigators, the inspectors, whatever.
Also,
I feel like if you're
that reminded me of something, which is like I don't know if Fordo necessarily did had nuclear waste or anything. Sweden has a long-term site. It's a pretty cool thing that they were doing for storage of nuclear waste because that shit is dangerous for like thousands of years. And so they built this long-term storage facility. It's called Forsmark. It's 500 meters down in the ground. And it's like a crazy ass facility that they just store that shit there.
They store
it's pretty wild.
Nuclear waste?
Yeah, it's for it's for nuclear waste.
But there's also would you agree that there's evidence that the Iranian government harbors terrorists?
So do we.
Like who?
I'm sorry, what?
I said like who?
Well, I mean, for a hot minute we literally welcomed bin Laden into this country, not to mention the whole rash of domestic terrorists that exist in this country.
I mean,
Donald Trump literally pardoned a bunch.
Yeah. And honestly, like according to other countries, we're terrorists, right? When we drop bombs for political reasons, when we drop bombs to instill like against a certain ideology, such as Muslim or just Iranians hating us, death to America, we just drop bombs, we are considered terrorists, right?
No, because it was on a nuclear facility that was constructing nuclear weapons.
All right. But otherwise, when we drop bombs and it kills people, wouldn't they consider us terrorists?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess. But, like, that's different than, like, kidnapping people and recording it and killing them and all that. Like,
what do you think we do in Guantanamo Bay, bro?
Bro, we're talking ages ago. I'm talking current. Like
You don't think we do that right now?
a pretty good country right now.
You don't think we do that?
You don't think we kidnap innocent people? No.
I mean, Trump does that with ICE.
No, those people aren't innocent. I mean, maybe some. Maybe some. It could be
65% of them have no criminal record.
Well, if they're an illegal citizen, then they would. That's technically
A legal citizen is not a thing.
Well, you can be in the country illegally though if you're undocumented. Like that's technically a civil crime.
The crime is entry without inspection. The entry into the United States is the crime. It's a Class C misdemeanor, punishable up to $250 fine. Kidnapping them is a little wild, bro.
Well, it's not kidnapping. It's arresting.
Okay, it'd be one thing if you were giving them all due process, but Trump doesn't want to do that. That's not arresting. Arresting insinuates that we're going to eventually hold them in front of a judge, have a hearing. Trump's sending them straight to a prison in El Salvador.
I've heard that's only the worst people, though.
Yeah, and 70% of them didn't have any criminal convictions at all in either country.
Wait, what was that last part? Sorry.
70% of them had no criminal background in either country.
70, but they're still committing a crime though when entering the country. Like
a $250 fine.
You think
prison for the rest of your life?
You don't get prison for the rest of your life.
That's what Trump. You do absolutely. When you send them to CCOT, there's no way out besides dying.
I've only heard of the criminals getting sent there.
Okay, well, I know. Okay, what about all the people that the ICE agents fucking interrupting birthday parties and arresting people outside of court? Are they criminals, bro? No.
Well, yeah. Well, they don't get deported though, but they get put through the system, like everyone should. Like they need to at least.
Some of these people are trying to adhere to the legal way of doing it. Trump's reversing those people too. Trump's reversing 200,000 people's legal status just so he can deport them too.
They're not getting deported like that, bro. I'm telling you.
Yes,
like,
they
the people
are.
No, they're not, bro.
Trump undoing their legal status to be deported. Yes, they are.
Do you have any source?
Yes.
Because I've only seen people from freaking what's it called from that are criminals getting deported.
No, Trump is not only targeting criminals. He's 65% of them right now are no criminal background. In May 2025, he reversed 500,000 people's legal status, and these people are from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, Venezuela, and they are to be deported. And 350,000 Venezuelans.
But yeah, isn't that all people that didn't go through the process that just stayed in the country without checking?
If you're
supposed to check in, I think it's like every month or something.
No, it's you get it for 18 months at a time, I think, and Trump just hardline just reversed their status altogether.
All right, hold on.
Also, this came out today. So DHS said Friday that it was terminating legal protections for hundreds of thousands of Haitians. So this is on top of the ones that you just mentioned, setting them up for potential deportation. DHS said that the conditions in Haiti have improved. That's some bullshit. The termination of TPS applies to about 500,000 Haitians who are already in the United States.
Yeah, we just had a Canadian die in ICE custody recently too. I'm sure that won't cause problems.
I don't know, man. I don't think that really negatively affects us at all. Like, I think anyone going from what I've seen, anyone going through the process the right way has not.
Do you know what TPS is?
No. What is that?
Temporary protected status. Do you know what that is?
When like someone claims asylum or whatever.
Sort of, but yeah, temporary protected status is just a status that is granted to someone by the government legally. Again, this is a legal thing, right? So let's just say that your country's falling apart or whatever. Then the government can designate that country as being eligible for TPS, right? And so we have a few countries like that. We had more. Donald Trump took a fuck ton off the list. Haiti was one of them. Haiti is one of these countries because of a number of reasons. It's borderline failed state. But they were granted temporary protected status, so they were here legally. It's not like they snuck in. They applied, they received temporary protected status, and they were allowed to be here with that, live
For how
here,
long?
work here.
For how long? Because I heard most of the deportations are expired work visas too. Like they don't renew their work
Yeah,
visas.
TPS it's indefinite, right?
Yeah, but if your work
and
visa
Trump gave
expires,
these people TPS as well. Trump gave Venezuelans TPS on his way out, his first administration. So now he's like, no, now you have to leave. We have to do this because I have to make my deportations. I got to get them up. I got to get those numbers up because Biden beat me so bad at deportations.
wait, you saying he's taking it away before it expires?
Yes.
Well, I've never heard that, but he's
So-
honestly less strict than me. Because honestly, I would like completely shut down immigration at least for a little bit.
That's dumb.
And like clean up the streets.
Clean up the streets. They're literally causing close to no crime. Literally close to none.
No, not even that. Well, they get like think about it, bro. If an immigrant, say an immigrant, I don't know, breaks his arm, or an undocumented immigrant breaks his arm at the whatever, he's gonna get helped at the hospital and not have to pay anything, no collection, nothing, because he doesn't exist in our country.
Okay, and I do that
That's
too.
a benefit that what?
Yeah, and I do that too.
You have to pay. What are you talking about?
Dude, I went to the emergency room. Yes, they have to work on you regardless of citizenship, and yes, you can walk away with that the same way. Migrants paid $97 billion in taxes last year, so you can't pretend they're not a net they're not a net positive.
Who cares? Sales taxes in any country, that doesn't matter.
It wasn't just
It's
sales
not.
tax.
Yeah, it's not just sales tax.
What else is it then?
ITIN and property tax.
Well, it can't be income tax if they're not documented.
If they have an ITIN, it can be.
Well, if they have an ITIN, then they're here legally, aren't they?
No, their ITIN is pretty much just for undocumented.
What? Okay, all right. Well, I did not know that, but you said they paid how much? 93 what?
They paid $96 billion.
Yeah, I've got ITEP up for it. So undocumented immigrants paid $96.7 billion in federal, state, and local taxes in 2022. Most of that amount, $59.4 billion, was paid to the federal government, while the remaining $37.3 was paid to state and local. Undocumented immigrants paid federal, state, local taxes in other words, for every 1 million undocumented immigrants who reside in the country, public services receive $8.9 billion in additional tax revenue. More than a third of the tax dollars paid by undocumented immigrants go toward payroll taxes dedicated to funding programs that these workers are barred from accessing. Undocumented immigrants paid $25.7 billion in Social Security taxes, 6.4 in Medicare, 1.8 in unemployment insurance. Okay, state, local, we'll skip that. 6 states raised more than $1 billion each in tax revenue from undocumented immigrants living within their borders. Let's see, large majority of states, undocumented immigrants pay higher state and local tax rates than the top 1% of households living. Fucking hit. That's wild.
They don't get any deductions. They
But
get no deductions.
I feel like that's just because of how many undocumented, like 90, whatever you said, 93 million. That's not that much for how many undocumented
Billion.
immigrants there are.
96 billion.
Or, yeah, 96 billion.
How many
That's
undocumented migrants do you think we have?
I don't know, but I just looked it up.
It's like 12 million.
So I looked it up about you saying the budget. It says they sent 96 billion actually, but it says that's only $8,800 per person. That's not that much, bro. I pay like $25,000 in tax a year, bro. Like $8,000 a person is nothing.
Dude, the average person does not pay more than $8,000 a year in taxes, dude.
All right, let me look that up. Let me look that up too. Because that's crazy. Because I must be rich then. Yeah, 13.
So
The average citizen pays
13,890.
Yeah, so like what?
It's not too much
Almost
less.
double. That's a lot less. What do you mean?
The bottom 50% paid
They're
an average.
paying less than
the
the
bottom
average
50% of the United States paid an average of $822.
They're paying less than the average citizen by a lot.
So if the average, first of all, the average that you would use here, if you were to cut like the top 1,000 people off the top of the United States, the average income plummets. It plummets from like 50,000 to 30,000. So if you're actually looking at the unweighted number of the
This is all
average
percentage.
American, yes, $800 sounds a little bit more like it. To be honest, I've paid taxes every year of my life too. Like $1,200, $1,400, what I'm liable for after all is said and done. After I paid, a couple thousand through paychecks. Most people get tax returns. If you have 5 kids, you're gonna get fucking like 12 grand.
Also, the 10.9. So there's about 11 million-ish, 12 million. It varies, but estimates is like 11 or 12 million undocumented immigrants. So like the number that we're working with here, where it's about 8 grand per person. Yeah, that's what happens whenever you count the entire the whole, like all 11 million. But do you know that all 11 million they're not paying those taxes, right? Like, because some of them are kids.
That's true.
What do you mean?
So if you're only looking at the tax, like the working age people, the people who work and contribute to the economy, and you're averaging that number, like instead of 12 million, maybe 6 or 4 million people, $96 billion is a lot.
I don't know. I can't agree with the fact that, like, why should you be allowed to be here undocumented?
For this to be such a thing for people to be hung up on is silly. I feel like, yes, if they commit like a big crime, deport them. I don't think we should spend hundreds of billions of dollars seeking these people out as if they're like this some detriment to our society. They're not. We should give them pathways to citizenship. I'm for like mass amnesty. I'm for just saying, hey, fuck it. If you're here, come report in. We'll do a background check. We'll get you some paperwork. See what we can do. I don't think that we should go hunt them down, spend hundreds of billions of dollars, and shrink our economy to do this. I think it's silly. I think it's political theater.
So I don't think it shrinks our economy. That's the thing. Like, I haven't ever seen proof of that or any evidence.
Literally, all the economists say that this will shrink the economy. I'll read you a report.
Okay.
I mean, like, we just gave you evidence that they pay taxes, right? Like, that they are providing tax revenue.
Yeah, but like way less than any average citizen.
Okay. So not really, because we also kind of debunked that, right? So if let's just be fair, right? Because we're, like we said, the 11 million, that's assuming that all 11 million are working age adults that are paying taxes. I guarantee that a big chunk of that are, a bunch of 5-year-olds.
Cindy, thank you for the 10 as well. She said ICE just beat the crap out of a father of 3 Marines while he was handcuffed.
Maybe I'm stupid, bro. I don't understand what you're talking about, like the kids and the taxes.
Okay,
please
forget all of that. This is what it says. Reduced GDP. Estimates suggest mass deportations could decrease U.S. gross domestic product by a significant amount, 4.2 to 7.4%. That is literally, it is the 2008 housing market crash. That is how bad that is. That's the 4% number. We get labor shortages, increased costs, reduced tax revenue, like Nemo was saying. The fact that they pay taxes at all is proof that it is going to be a loss. So we're paying money to also receive less taxes. It's just a double loser right there. Yeah, and we had something like a $7 trillion projected increase in GDP if we were to keep them. The surge of immigration, the Congressional Budget Office agreed that we would see something between like a 3.9 to 8.9% increase in GDP, which is trillions. No, I'm sorry, is $8.9 trillion increase in GDP because of the influx of migration. So just think about undoing that.
I don't know, man. This isn't making me not like Trump anymore.
Why not? I mean, like you were saying that you haven't seen proof, or that you've never been given proof. You were just given proof.
Well, yeah, I still don't get how that. Well, I was just saying I don't know if that's true, but that still doesn't affect me like
Here.
negatively.
The effects of immigration surge on federal budget in the economy. And there is this right here. It just says 1.3 to $8.9 trillion over the 10-year period.
So why was our economy the worst when we had the most immigration in the last 20 years?
Do you mean when we also had a novel virus spread throughout the world and caused a pandemic
No,
that
so
killed
no,
1.2 million people?
no. So inflation didn't even happen until 3 years after the pandemic started. I don't even want to hear that.
Inflation lags.
Bro, it didn't happen until no. That was not because of
Dude,
COVID.
there's no serious person who can just say that the economy wasn't affected by the pandemic. Every country is still like, this is what the map looks like. If you're gonna, I think you're trying to blame Biden for inflation. You see all these countries that are orange, dark orange, they still have 10-25% inflation from the pandemic.
Well,
we had the lowest.
It was also because, well, some people won't agree with this, but it was also because Putin invaded Ukraine. Some people say that's Biden's fault. I would say as well, but you'll probably disagree with that.
No one.
And I would say it was because of the whole pulling out of the Middle East and looking terrible.
Well, that was Trump's baby. So, Phil, thank you for the $2.
It didn't turn out bad until Biden took over, so he did something wrong because he obviously went in that office and they were so proud to say, yes, this is our. He went in there saying, yes. Kamala was like, yes, I agreed to this, the tie-breaking deal, whatever. They were so proud of themselves, and look what happened.
Dude, Trump literally negotiated that deal, released 5,000 Taliban from prison, and then tried to pull out as many troops as possible and dwindled the numbers down to 2,500 troops in December. When he said he would have them home by Christmas, didn't do it. And the pullout date was May 1st. That's when the ceasefire lasted till. And then Biden came into office. Trump didn't give him any sort of peaceful transfer of power. Didn't say, here's what's going on in Afghanistan. Didn't do any of that. Biden just said, fuck, what do we got to do? And he had to send all sorts of...
He has the speakers of the House. He has the whole... Bro, there were so many people in that room that knew what was happening. They told Biden...
The Speaker of the House?
Yes. Wasn't he in there? Mike Johnson, whatever his name is?
No. Do you guys not remember having like 3 speakers of the House in the last few years?
Okay, well, maybe it wasn't the Speaker of the House, but bro, there was like 20 people in that room. They all discussed what the deal was with Trump, and if that's got to be on Biden if he agrees to do that. Like, you can't say
he had no options, or else the Taliban were going to start firing. The Taliban that Trump released from prison were going to start killing U.S. soldiers.
Yeah, but didn't they leave citizens behind and shit? I don't think Trump would have allowed that.
No.
Trump just did that. Just did that in Iran.
What?
He just bombed Iran without letting citizens leave.
Well, no, because there's been a red, whatever it's, I don't know what it's called, but like a no travel order on Iran forever. So that's their fault. That's way different.
Okay, all right.
Way different.
All right. Afghanistan's way different.
What U.S. citizens are you talking about being
We don't
left
have
behind
bases in Iran.
in Afghanistan?
What?
You were talking about Afghanistan. You were saying that we left citizens behind. What do you mean by that?
I'd have to look it up for that because this is old info, but hold on.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't need you to look it up. Like, I can look it up. I just thought that you knew what you were talking about. Like,
well,
as far as U.S. citizens, if they were in Afghanistan, then they were there voluntarily. Every U.S. citizen that was like on the State Department and kind of like government related thing, obviously the military, they all got the fuck out. And we also airlifted like, I think it was 100,000 people. I think that may have been, that 100,000 number may have just literally been Afghans. 100,000 people were airlifted out of there in record time. Like it was crazy what the military was able to pull off whenever we were exiting Afghanistan.
Yeah, we just have
But
you
it
guys.
was
You guys have been listening to Trump campaign on this for years, and he's been. I mean, he's obviously a liar, and uh, I just think it's a joke that he has used these people that he's in definitely in part responsible for having killed, and he ran and politicized them for years. The fact that this is even questionable is just is gross on Trump's part. It's fucking terrible. Trump doesn't even receive our dead soldiers when they come home. He didn't say a fucking word about the 4 people that we lost. I think even like in Estonia. He didn't say a fucking word about them.
neither did Biden. What do you mean?
Yes, he
You
did.
talking about
Biden receives them. Biden received them just like every other president.
wait?
Trump doesn't care to.
You talking about the Afghanistan soldiers?
Yes,
Like in their family?
all of them. Anybody that dies abroad.
Wait, what? Because the whole thing I heard was Biden and Kamala wouldn't acknowledge the soldiers' families from Afghanistan. That was
No,
what I've heard.
it's not even true.
All right.
Just
Well,
Lithuania.
can I look that up? Because I think that's definitely true.
Go for it.
All right.
Are you looking that up right now?
Yes. Oh, can I actually ask you a question though?
Yeah.
So you said even abortion at the 9-month under any circumstances okay?
Yeah, at the 9-month, if you're having an abortion, it's usually something like a complication or the fetus is viable. And for some reason, Republicans just think that when someone has an abortion at 9 months, they're just unaliving a fetus for no reason. When the case
No,
is
no,
that they can
I
live.
get that. But I'm saying under any circumstance, do you
Yes.
think it's okay still?
Yes,
legal?
if I was about to push an 8-pound bowling ball out of my ass and I wanted to opt out, I want to be able to. Right?
Well, it doesn't come out your ass for one, but
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying.
Yo, I'm dead. That's funny as fuck. But so okay, so say I want to give a hypothetical real quick. Say a man cheats on his 9-month pregnant wife, and she wants to abort the child to get him back. Say a hypothetical. You think that would be justified?
Yeah, if a woman doesn't want to have a baby that she doesn't consent to 100% of the time, I think that she'd be able to choose. Someone just paid to kick you though, Ty. We had Jip for an hour. Thanks for being chill. All right.
All right, yeah, because you know.
Boop. Thank you, Jennifer and Jason, for the kick. And yes, I fully believe that yes, for any reason, if a woman wants to opt out of pregnancy, that she should be able to, and that you shouldn't be able to stand there in the middle of her and her doctor and be like, you shouldn't do that because my feelings would be hurt.
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
What do you like about Trump?
His abortion legislation and deportation operation.
Well, so okay, I'll do his immigration thing. His deportation. Do you think you should be able to deport people to prison for the rest of their lives with no due process and no crime in either country?
Well, there's context between that. It's not exactly how you're explaining it.
Is there a context in which that would be okay?
Yes.
Okay, tell me.
The context in when these are violent criminals.
Okay, but the 70% of the people that he did this to were not, right?
Right, they're being deported, but they're not being deported to the El Salvador prison. That's not true.
It's not true. 70% of the people on the plane that went to CCOT had no criminal record in either country.
The majority of the criminals at the El Salvador prison are like actual violent offenders.
Okay, but the people Trump sent aren't, though, right?
At the end of the day, they're being deported because they weren't in the country lawfully.
That's not what I'm asking you. Should we do this without due process, and should they be in prison the rest of their life?
Well, due process isn't really going to be an excuse in this situation because of the Alien Invaders Act of 1798, which gives Trump the right to deport without due process.
Okay, do you think we're having an invasion right now, bro?
Absolutely. The population of New
define an
Jersey was
invasion?
yeah, an invasion is a mass entering of like our population and then committing heinous crimes. We get the population of New Jersey in our country during the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, crime went down during the Biden administration. It was down from Trump. You're gonna have to try again.
Well, there's victims of these illegal immigration, though crime went down in total. That is not deny the fact that we were being invaded as a country.
Okay, how many? You can't just generalize, right? So, like last year, they committed 29 murders. Is that an invasion, bro?
Well, answer this: is what is it? 7.9 million only illegal immigrants in our country. Is that an invasion?
No, we have a total of about 12, and that's
I
up
know,
from
but
Trump's
yeah, that's about
11.7.
no, right. That's about the in total. But under Biden-Harris, the amount that came in would clarify as an invasion. So that would give Trump the right to enact the Alien Invasion Act of 1798, which gives
No,
him
that's
right
not the
to
net
deport
number.
without due
That's
process.
not the net number
Without due
gained.
process.
So you're saying 7 whole million people were let all the way through. You're not going to count them being expelled immediately.
What are you
50%
getting at here?
So Trump only shows people the amount of people who crossed the border and tried to come in. He doesn't show the amount of people immediately expelled from the country that Biden did, at a higher rate than Trump, by the way.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter though. It's still 7 million people in the
It's
country
not 7.
undocumented under
It's not
Biden.
7. There's like the increase from Trump to Biden is literally like 1.7 million tops.
So where's your point here? Are you arguing that we're not under? You wouldn't argue it as an invasion.
No, an invasion usually involves someone like armed trying to take over. All they're doing is like trying to come work.
Trying to come work.
Yes.
So do you agree with deporting the criminals? The
If
ones that
they're
commit heinous
violent,
crimes.
yeah, if they're violent criminals, yes, we already do that.
Okay, great. So you don't agree with the. So what is the punishment for coming into the country illegally then?
$250 fine.
Not deportation? I can really not deportation? That's not the punishment?
No, it's a $250 fine, literally. It's not deportation, no.
Right. So if I just break into Canada or Mexico, for example, I won't be deported.
You would probably, yes, if you committed a crime, you'd be quickly
Right.
deported. But
Well,
I mean, they have all sorts of undocumented migrants there too, and they're not running multi-$100 billion operations to go find them because
what would you say they
it
have as
doesn't.
many as the rate of America?
I don't think so. I don't know. What do you think the rate is in America? It's like 2 to 3%.
My point is that when breaking into a country illegally, there has to be punishment. $250 fine is not punishment. That's barely a slap on the wrist. Being here illegally will lead to deportation.
Okay.
This
Yeah, I know.
this hasn't been a problem until Trump took office. You know, Clinton, Obama, Biden, they all deported illegal aliens.
Yes, I know, but they didn't do it the way Trump is doing it.
At the rate right. That's the
Trump,
argument here. I'm
Biden
arguing
did
that he
it
does
at a
not
higher
need.
rate. Biden did it at a higher rate, by far.
Well, yeah, well, Trump's on track to deport more. But my
No, he's
point is
not.
that yes, he is definitely.
Says who? No, he's like
He's on track to have like 20 million.
What? There's not even 20 million here.
My point is to you that
No,
my whole thing,
he's
you're
literally
arguing.
light years behind Biden. Biden did like 57,000 per month. Trump's like doing 40, struggling, raiding birthday parties to get this number, reversing people's legal status to get this number.
You're arguing that you don't like the process in which Trump is doing it. And I've already told you under the Alien Invasion Act of 1798,
I
he does
know.
not need due
We're
process
not
to
under
deport illegal
invasion, though.
immigrants.
Every good dictator and authoritarian, they invoke all these wartime laws and invasion laws to do things that they usually wouldn't be able to in the name of national security. This is not a huge deal. All of these people here, most of them, out of the 12 million, most of them, like 99%, 99.999, they're all paying taxes, working, contributing to our economy.
But we're ignoring the initial crime of how they got here.
Yeah, I don't
It
care.
doesn't matter if they're, oh, you don't care. So if
Not
someone
really.
breaks into your house, what they're doing your laundry and cooking your dinner, they can stay?
No, because it's personal property, right? That's private property. But if somebody crosses, hold on.
right,
If
but the
somebody
United States has
crosses,
guidelines.
if somebody came here from Oklahoma I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck who they are. You wouldn't call that coming in my house, would you?
My point is that there's no owner of the United States. That's correct. But the United States have guidelines which restrict any what like it would restrict illegal immigration. So when it's now being enforced, it's a problem.
No, Biden enforced it way better. Trump is overstepping. He's doing too much. He's doing political theater, wasting hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars to do political theater to keep y'all in a state of fear.
It shouldn't matter the cost to uphold the
Yes,
law.
it should. Yes, we could do things all day that cost way less than hundreds of billions of dollars, that save tons of lives, that make the economy way better, but instead he's doing political theater with it.
It shouldn't matter the cost to uphold the
It
law.
absolutely should. We could
No, it shouldn't.
listen, we could save, there's 48,000
Especially
people
at
that died. 48,000 people died in car wrecks last year. We could take far less than $200 billion and get that number as close to zero as possible, literally save tons more lives, and it would congest our highways. Nobody would speed even 1 mile over the speed limit. It would be harmful. It would hurt our economy if we did that. We arrest everybody who's speeding. That would be fucking dumb.
So you're comparing speeding
Yeah, I think
to
speeding's
crossing
worse.
to breaking the border? Well, speeding's worse.
Yeah, because the end
Would
result
the
would be
victims
somebody
of
dying.
yeah, right? Would the victims of illegal immigration agree with you?
No, the 29 of them?
Would they agree with you?
I don't care. That's just a call to emotion. Would the
Oh, you don't
victims of the
care.
people who died in car wrecks agree with you?
Probably not, but I would rather that you enforce something as strict as someone breaking into our country illegal than that what the average American does.
So
speed.
Wait, okay, but you're you're conflating, right? So number one, you're saying that the people that come into this country illegally, that they are going to go unalive someone. Like that you are conflating
No,
that.
no, I'm not saying that every one of them will. That would
Right.
be
Do you think that
that would
most
be a
will?
stereotype. No, not most, but they still the
Can
initial
we
crime
agree
here.
it's like an exceedingly small number?
Yes, it is. I'm not gonna. It's not. It's like an agreement. It's a fact. But my
Yeah,
argument is that the
it's so
initial
tiny.
crime
It's so
here.
tiny that Pickles said it already. It's 29.
No, but the thing is, the initial crime here is that they broke into
Okay,
the country
initial
illegally,
crime of
and
speeding,
no
far more
no other
danger.
country can you just do that and stay.
Dude,
Why is it that
there are
America
plenty of
that you
countries
can do
that
it
deal with the exact same thing that we're dealing with.
at a rate that we are?
Yeah, higher, much
Yeah.
higher.
No.
Or relatively low. Yes. Our population of immigrants is literally like 3%. And there's countries like fucking Sweden with like 40%.
I would say Sweden's illegal immigration policy is better than ours.
What is Sweden's illegal immigration policy, Michael?
They deport immediately.
Under what authority can you cite the law? Can you tell me that process?
I cannot, but I do know they deport immediately.
I don't know if you know, Michael, but all countries deport immediately once they become aware that somebody is here as an undocumented migrant.
Right, but Pickles is arguing that we shouldn't. He even said it with the last guest that he would
No,
support
that's
full
not,
amnesty.
no, that's not what he said. Also, like you kind of glossed over something that Pickles had brought up earlier, which is that the way that Trump is going about this, you focused on like trying to say, oh yeah, well you're just mad that he's being tough, except that Pickles pointed out.
No.
What?
I was continue.
So Pickles pointed out whenever he was going through that, Trump reversed the legal status of people who are here, meaning they were here legally, according to the US government, here legally. Trump said, nuh-uh, reverse, and then deported them.
Yeah, and that would be absurd. I can't get behind that. But
okay, but
deporting
he's
illegal
doing
immigrants
that.
is what I can
And that's
get
going to be that. Mind you, even after all these deportations number rises, like if he gets his numbers up, we can still deduct about 500,000 from his number because he manufactured those deportations.
My main argument to you is that illegal coming into the country illegally has to have punishment. Despite if you're a good society member of society,
This
you
is just
broke the
something y'all are
law.
hung up on, dude. Okay,
It's
I
not
debated
though.
Trump supporters. I debated Trump supporters on this for months about Trump's his suit in New York about his taxes, and everyone's like, well, everybody does that. Everybody lies about their self-worth. Why are we going after Trump? You guys don't have the same belief about going after everybody who breaks the law. Only when it comes to these like migrants, right? You guys are like, oh, well, everybody lies about their taxes. Why are they going after Trump? Why are you going after migrants? Everybody's illegal.
Everybody's illegal.
Yeah, we have 12 million of them. Everybody does it.
Out of the, I would say that 12 million is a small percentage of the 350 million that live in the country.
That's how many people are rich enough to lie about their self-worth on a loan to a fucking Swedish bank?
I never defended Trump on that.
How many speed?
I would say close to
What was the question?
90%
What
of
was the
all
question?
people speed on the highway.
I mean, yeah,
I feel like that sounds like a much bigger problem than me.
and it should be upheld by the law.
Okay, well, we should probably focus on the larger problem as opposed to the tiny, minuscule
Yeah,
problem.
right. But I just don't see speeding as a larger problem than illegal immigration.
Why? They're
Why?
breaking the law.
They are, and it should be upheld. But
Well,
there's
they're
it's like, would you say that speeding should be more like what I'm trying to say? Trying to give you an example as how speeding would not be as close as concerning as illegal immigration would be.
There are more bad outcomes from speeding. It is by far worse than undocumented migrants. They literally come here and they contribute to our society. They contribute tax dollars. They create demand for small businesses. They're literally a net positive in every way. But the little status they have on a piece of paper is what keeps you up at night, rather than somebody going
Right?
like
It's
illegally
it's
speeding
not
on a
keeping me
highway.
up at night.
This is something you're just stuck on because you've been campaigning on it for years. You don't understand. You can't possibly fathom, like, us being able to pick and choose what we can enforce and what would be like cost prohibitive.
So this is all a total pivot. What I'm trying, not on you, it's on both of us. But honestly, I told I told you that every president has deported illegal immigrants. And you said that you don't like the way Trump's doing it because it's not with due process. And I explained to you, because of how bad Biden Harris has got illegal immigration in this country, Trump no longer needs due process under an act signed by John
No longer
Adams in
needs.
1790. Due process, that's right.
Listen, a Supreme Court thinks otherwise, and also a Trump elected judge also agrees that we're not being invaded, and that Trump's
So your
whole
argument is that
premise
it's
of
not a war,
invoking
is what you're
this.
saying.
What's
So
that?
you're saying it's not a war. So is your argument that it's not a war?
No. What? What's a
Okay,
war?
why?
What
Why?
war?
Because it's not. Well, we're being invaded, so we can
No,
use
we're not.
wartime. Okay, so you're arguing that it's not a war. Why? Because it didn't go through Congress?
No, because it's not a war. Who's dying? Who's fighting this war?
Well, multiple people have died to illegal immigration, to criminals. But what I'm asking you, is it because it didn't go through Congress that you're saying that this is not a war?
No, no. That's not my qualifier. I'm saying that it's literally people coming here with no hostile intention at all.
No hostile intention. I think, would Lincoln Riley's family think differently? Or how about Alex
Yeah,
Smith
that's
Jr.?
one of them. Not all of them, right? So like if somebody breaks the law, if they murder somebody, kick them out. But like 11 million of them have yet to do that, right?
My point to you is that under Biden Harris, it was an invasion. So Donald Trump can
You're just saying
use
it's an invasion again. We're just
wars.
arguing about what is an
First of all,
invasion.
because that's the initial point that you kept pivot from. Donald Trump declared this as an invasion. His administration declared this as an invasion.
Yeah, I
So he
know.
can use
That's
wartime
what
material
all
to deport
good.
these people.
That's what all good dictators do, man.
Oh, he's not a
Love that.
dictator. He was democratically elected into office. He's not a dictator.
There are plenty of dictators who get elected into office. That doesn't mean anything.
Okay, how is Trump a dictator? Explain it then.
Trump is trying to consolidate power and operate in the dark without seemingly against the Constitution. We don't have to give anybody their constitutional rights now because he tells you he just can't do his job with having to do that. It just takes too much time and money.
No, I'm saying who's being affected by his dictatorship?
I don't know, everybody who he's used the federal government against, like Harvard, all of the law firms, all of the news stations.
Fake news.
Yeah. If you want to justify his attack
No,
on the
I don't
First
know. I
Amendment
don't
with
justify.
fake
No, I don't.
news,
It was a joke. I wasn't justifying that. Continue though.
those things, his unitary executive theory, his Project 2025 playbook literally calls for him to consolidate power like he's doing right now, and he
Right. So for him to
distanced himself so much from it. And now that he's doing it, you guys don't care.
80,000 people were fired from the VA. If you just want to ballpark it, I want to say it's a quarter of all employees at the VA are veterans, which means that Donald Trump fired, rough estimate, 20,000 veterans.
Right. So I think we're throwing around the dictatorship word a little like kind of like blatantly here. Obviously, if Donald Trump was doing anything that would be even close to a dictatorship, he would be impeached. We all know this. So the argument that Donald Trump is a dictator is like it's a little weird. If he's maybe doing stuff that you might not agree with, that doesn't mean you can just automatically call him and label him a dictator.
Okay, is he defying Supreme Court orders?
What Supreme Court orders have you defined?
The 9-0 decision to turn the plane around that went to
Wait, what are
CCOT?
you referring to? I'm lost here.
The 9-0 court decision against him using the Alien Enemies Act.
Oh, right, for him to send illegal immigration to El Salvador.
That one? Him not minding that Supreme Court order?
And I mean, the illegals we're talking about. Why is Supreme Court going against this?
Because it was unconstitutional and Trump is acting outside of the law. He's using executive orders to undo entire constitutional amendments.
So him deporting illegal immigrants to El Salvador
Against
is
the Supreme Court's
unconstitutional?
orders. Against the Supreme Court orders, yes. And who's in charge of pursuing him, right? Like it's either Congress who has his back pocket or the DOJ who's in his back pocket.
Well, Congress is it's a multi-party thing. So it's like maybe the Republicans are, but for most majority things, it has to be a bipartisan deals. Like that's why his BBB has been stuck in Congress for months.
You said maybe the Republicans are. Who controls Congress?
Right, Republicans have the majority, but most things
In
have
both
to be
chambers, right?
Right, but most things have to be a bipartisan to get out, so Democrats have to vote for it. My example to you is that BBB was still, and it's been in Congress for months now because Democrats don't vote for it.
Okay, but what Pickles is talking about is checking Trump, right? So impeaching. So the checks and balances, right? The Constitution gives Congress the ability to remove a president, to check the power of a president, okay?
That's right, yeah.
And that is impeachment, okay?
Yeah.
And that's what Pickles is talking about when he is saying, like, Congress is the one that's supposed to curtail his power.
Right, and they tried to deport him, like, what is it, not deport him, impeach him a couple of days ago, and 128 Democrats voted against it.
Okay,
so what's the argument there?
Yeah, no, dude. So the point that we're making, like you said that you agreed that Republicans are in his back pocket. It takes a majority in the House, simple majority, and then 2/3 in the Senate. That is impossible. Mathematically impossible.
Okay, and I just explained to you that
So that means that he is unchecked.
Right, but even Democrats aren't trying to impeach him, is what I'm saying. So all of this wouldn't matter because still, even if he didn't have the majority, Democrats aren't trying to impeach him either.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that I feel like that people in districts where this could eventually affect their seat, maybe they're in swing districts, worried about their vote for impeachment could get them ousted.
Oh, so that's your excuse for 128 Democrats not voting to impeach Donald Trump?
Sure, I bet some of them, yeah.
128, all of them are scared of losing seats?
Probably.
I think that's a little dense, honestly.
I didn't say all, but most. Midterms are coming, yeah.
Also, the articles of impeachment. Remind me, what was it? I mean, it was kind of like to begin with, like the ones that they brought. Democrats are reliable on being fucking sticklers for process in the most detrimental way possible. Democrats are great at interpreting process in the least charitable way for themselves and the most charitable way for Republicans. That's what the Democratic Party is very reliable at doing. So, 100-something Democrats voting to not impeach, that's not really that surprising.
No, I only said that to combat your argument that he has control of he can't be checked, which by your logic, he can't. But your logic wouldn't even be needed if even Democrats are not trying to impeach Trump.
Yeah, I don't know. It just shows that we're at a standstill with an impeachment process. And no matter how much maybe a few of us recognize and are willing to call him out, a lot of the other people are spineless. And it's a broken part of our system right now. And Trump is taking advantage of that. Trump is taking advantage of that, and he
criticize the
also.
Democratic Party.
I'm sorry?
So you do criticize the Democratic Party a little bit right now. Okay. That's fair.
Yeah. That's what I was just doing. You understand that, right?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I misheard you there.
Yeah, I was saying that the Democrats are really reliable at doing things in the worst way possible whenever it would benefit them.
Okay. So do you guys want to move on to the abortion topic, or do you want to debate that at all?
I guess we can debate abortion.
I'm gonna assume you're pro-choice.
Yeah.
So in my worldview, I would assume that life starts at conception, and
I agree.
Great. And so unaliving, I don't know if I can say the other word on here. Can I or
I don't. Yeah, I think you can.
Okay, so my definition of murder would be the unjustifiable intent to kill. How would
person,
since we
right?
both right. So we agree that abortion. So we agree that a fetus is alive in the womb because life starts at conception. So how would it be justifiable to
Self-defense.
unalive the fetus? How is it self-defense?
Do you think it hurts pushing an 8-pound
Right, but
bowling ball out of one of your orifices?
okay, but is it actively trying to kill the mother?
It could, but it is
In
also.
those scenarios, I would agree that the mother's
Do-
life is more valuable than the fetus. So yes, choose
here
the
in
mother.
here in
those
Texas,
scenarios, but that's highly
here
unlikely.
in Texas, somebody can just walk into my front door, and without having to shove an 8-pound bowling ball up my ass, I could unalive them, right?
You're self-defensing. You're defending your property.
Yeah. Is your body not your property?
But what I'm trying to say is the of the relationship with the mother is that when she aborts the child, it's unjustifiable because the child is innocent. The child has done nothing to the mother.
It could cause the mother discomfort. Listen, it's taking the mother's
Discomfort
resources.
is a reason to take a life.
Yes, it's taking the mother's resources as well. Yes. If
But
can I
it's
come
not-
up and
it's not
jab you in the
actively
neck
trying
and
to-
start taking your
No.
resources?
Yes, right, but it's not actively trying to unalive the mother.
It's still taking your resources.
That's not a justifiable reason to unalive a child.
First of all, I don't really give anything moral consideration unless it has sentience. And if it doesn't have its own agency or sentience, then I don't really care. I think that if a mother does not consent to the pregnancy, if the mother does not consent to this relationship it has with something inside of her, she should be able to break that relationship.
So are you arguing that because the child is not conscious, not aware, not knowing that it would be okay to kill the child? So we
Uh,
should go into like the homes of dementia patients and just kill them?
no, they could still feel that. That would be a negative experience, right?
No, right, but when they're but no, how would they actually
They would
if
experience something negative and pain.
it depends on how you do it, they would feel pain. They wouldn't even know.
All right, you're also doing it against their consent. They can't consent to that.
And a baby can consent to being unalive? I
No,
mean, being
a baby
aborted, you can
baby has
consent
no
to that?
sentience. It doesn't know what's going on. It can't even feel pain. Up to I believe
Okay,
like
so
15 weeks.
okay, so you think we should ban abortion after 15 weeks?
No, I think that first of all, I think the mother's bodily autonomy matters more than all of this. And if a mother or a person doesn't want to harbor a fetus and share her resources with a fetus, she should be able to opt out. I think there should be consent, ongoing consent, 100% of the time. And if the mother doesn't want to do it anymore, she shouldn't have to.
I would agree with you, but we're talking in the case of like the parental relationship, and it's a human life that we're talking about. A mother's feelings shouldn't get to dictate if a human life gets to make it out of the womb or not.
I think it absolutely should.
That is not justify abortion.
I think it does. Like if somebody came into your house, you don't like just because you invited them in, you don't think you should be able to kick them out?
My house and a human life, there's two different contexts there.
What's the delineation?
My house and a human life, you
Yeah.
don't know?
Yeah, this is a metaphor.
A a
You're gonna have to tell
house?
me how, yes, like your personal property, being able to control what's going on in your vicinity, the thing that you own, having bodily autonomy.
Right, if I kicking somebody out of my house, that wouldn't be threatening their lives, that wouldn't be threatening them at all. The child
What if they
cannot even.
refuse to leave?
What
Well,
if they
then
were
you call the
starving?
cops and they'll be
What if they
forcefully
really,
removed.
really, they were gonna die? They needed your food right then and there. They needed some water too, and you told them to get
Honestly,
out.
well, in this scenario, I would help them, but to accommodate your hypothetical, and they have to get out, but they're starving, and you say they're not leaving?
Uh-huh. Should you be forced to give them food?
No.
Okay. Should you be forced to continue like housing them until they're clear and free of any harm?
No.
Okay, why should you have to do it for a fetus then?
Because of your parental relationship with the fetus.
Okay, what if it was a 23-year-old man and he wouldn't leave your house and he was starving and you were related to him? Should you be able to do the same thing, or should you be obligated to feed him and house him?
No, I shouldn't be obligated to feed him.
What's the difference?
Like I said, like I said, it's the parental relationship gives the mother the moral obligation
What
to
if he's your
now.
son, the 23-year-old man?
Then yes, I would feel moral obligated to help.
You would
Yes,
feel, but are you
yes.
obligated?
Legally, no, and that's the problem with
Okay, that's the
abortion.
point.
Right. You don't, so you don't see how that is concerning, right? And a
So,
lot of people are now out waking up to this. Roe v. Wade was overturned.
dude,
Certain
no, I
states
know,
have
I'm fully
heavy
aware that Roe
abortion
v. Wade was
bans.
overturned. Can you please tell me of two medical procedures, routine medical procedures, that are governed by law other than AB, like that are heavily governed by
Like
law?
like medical procedures that are heavily guarded by law. That's what you're asking.
Yeah,
Like other than abortion?
correct.
No.
Okay. Like I mean I can give you like, and they're not really, I guess, routine, but The ones that I can think of, and I've asked doctors and lawyers about this because I've been genuinely curious. The only ones I can think of are like power of attorney type, pull the plug situation, and organ transplants. Those are the only ones that I can really think of. And I mean, that's a whole thing, right? So for the most part, medical procedures are not like these heavily regular, like heavily litigated, like, fuckers in a legislature somewhere passing laws on how a doctor should do their job. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, there is such a thing as regulation that is different from like law being passed in a legislature. Do you
Yes.
follow what I'm
Yes.
saying? Okay.
Yes.
So the point is, the abortion is this special thing that everybody's got an opinion on it,
Because it's
and
a
so
human
because
life.
of that, it has to be litigated in a state legislature, as opposed to a doctor's office. Dude, I don't know about you. The way that I've always framed this is I do not want anyone coming between me and my doctor as it pertains to my health. And when I say me and my, I mean this for literally everyone. No one should come between a doctor and the patient whenever it comes to any type of medical care for that person. That's just how it is, okay? That to me, that is common sense. To
Yes, I
take,
agree to an extent.
MAGA's thing, which is that's common sense. Why would you put someone else in the doctor's office other than the doctor and the patient?
I
Why?
agree to an extent.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we're really overstepping like the whole like Republican thing where there's like small government and all this stuff. I think Trump's the complete opposite of that. And for y'all to think that you have more morality and a better sense of what should happen in regards to a doctor treating a patient without any sort of degree or any sort of doctorate or not having ovaries or a vagina yourself, you probably, or uterus, you probably shouldn't be involved in deciding what they can and can't do.
So the father doesn't have a say when the mother aborts the child?
No, I think that I guess maybe you could take into consideration, but I don't think like if my girlfriend got pregnant, I can't be like, you're gonna take this to term. Like, no, I don't
Is it
think I
not
should
your
be able to
child
tell
too?
them that.
This is my whole like this is why I don't agree with the bodily autonomy argument. Like bodily, I forgot how to say it, because the fetus in the womb is not the same DNA. It has a different heartbeat,
It's just the
sometimes a
mother and the
different blood
father's
type.
DNA combined. It's
Right, but it's equally a different DNA than the mother and the father.
it's
Yes or no?
it's the same DNA in a mixture of it. They're
Well,
fused together.
it's different from the dad's, it's different from the mother's. But what I'm getting at is it's a different DNA. It has its own
I
heartbeat
don't
and
go around
sometimes a
looking at
different blood
people's
type.
DNA.
That is why I'm just explaining to you, that is why the mother's feelings or how the mother feels shouldn't dictate if a completely different, unique life form is at stake, is what I'm arguing. That's why the bodily anatomy argument does not
I don't
justify
value
abortion.
how unique a life form is when deciding whether or not, it should have rights. I think it's just an arbitrary fact that it's unique. I don't think that means anything.
Okay, how
I think that's
viable do
just
you think a fetus is?
at what stage?
Let's just say conception.
How viable is a fetus at the stage of conception? 0?
So it wouldn't share the same viability as a newborn child?
No, outside the mother?
Yeah.
No.
Okay,
Do you
but like,
understand what viability means in this
yeah,
context?
yeah, I do. But what I'm getting at here is that they both are completely dependent. So outside of dependency, since they both are completely dependent, and without an outside source, or typically the mother, they both will die.
The
So
the
outside of
newborn baby
dependence,
does not need a mother to breathe,
it needs a mother to eat, to hold its
but
head
it doesn't
upright.
need a mother to
So it needs
breathe.
its,
It doesn't need a
without
mother to
okay,
breathe, and so
without the
that,
mother,
like,
how
it's
far does the
not.
baby
It's
get?
they're not equally dependent.
How far could the child get without the mother?
I'm saying to you that one literally cannot breathe without the mother.
Exactly. The
So that
circumstances
is
are
so
the
if that is true,
circumstances are different, but the
if one of
outcome is
them
the
can,
same.
if one suffocates without the mother and the other can breathe on its own, then those are not equally dependent. You're gonna bring up, oh yeah, but feed, clothe, shelter. Again, I'm saying you were trying to say they are totally totally dependent. No, they're not. Do you stop trying
No, no, no. I'm
stop trying to be
agreeing that
disingenuous?
this.
You understand the point that I'm making.
Yes, and I agree that the circumstances are different, but is the outcome not the same? And you agree to that?
What outcome?
Of
Outcome.
death. Without the mother, they both will die.
Yeah, but it's one thing to commit your
Yes,
time and
so you agree to
efforts.
that.
It's
So
one
you
thing
agree to that,
it's
no?
one thing to commit your time and effort to support a child. It's another to literally share a body with it. And I think that you
Time
should
and effort
that should
is
be
literally what's happened to inside
okay.
of the
I think
fetus, no?
there is a difference between between putting in work to keep a child alive, which you can opt out
We're
of. You can
pivoting
opt
here.
out
We're
of that
pivoting.
as well. You can opt out of that and give it up to foster parents or whatever. Put it in the adoption system. You can do that too.
Yes, you can, yeah.
But in this
Then why
case,
don't no, but
you
why don't
can't
mothers
just
that then why
maybe
don't
one
mothers that
day
get abortion just do that?
a lot of them do. A lot of them. You're stopping.
Right,
A
that's
lot
a
of
good
y'all.
thing,
A lot of
right?
y'all. A lot of y'all who say, "Are you against abortion in the 9th month?" Or all of these things. Those are children. Those are kids that can be viable outside the mother. You're stopping them from getting abortions too.
That's completely not my argument. But would you agree that the outcome is the same of the newborn and the fetus in the womb? Is the outcome the same?
Is
No,
the
the
outcome of
outcome's
what?
not the same.
The outcome of death
Of death?
without the mother. Yeah, without the mother, a
Yes,
newborn.
but
And if
the
yeah, so
dynamic
you
that
do agree. So
the
right, so how is the viability different then if the
the
outcome is
dy-
the same?
the dynamic is different. The commitment from a mother sharing her bodily resources is different.
But she can physically do it, so why not?
But this is totally it's far more dangerous than having to work a 9 to 5 to support a child. It's far more dangerous. There are far more permanent consequences to this.
So obviously dependency would equal viability in my opinion, and you
Okay,
agree that the
so
outcome is the same. So can
I
you
also so
outside of dependency, what makes the newborn morally viable than the fetus
I
in the womb?
disagree. I disagree with your framing, Michael. That the newborn does needs a mother to survive
It needs an
because
outside source. The mother is just an
an
example. It
outside
needs an
source,
outside
right?
source.
That's different. That is different
Right, but the outcome is the
because
same. I've
the
already
outside source
explained
would be voluntary, would it not?
it would, but I've already
Okay,
explained
so then
that the
it's not the same
circumstances are
thing.
different.
It's
Right,
not
but
the same thing.
the circumstances aren't. That's right. But the outcome is. That's why the viability is the same. But if you unalive a newborn child, you go to jail. But if you abort a fetus, you don't.
Valkyrie, are you here to help us with this debate?
Yes, I am.
Okay, yeah.
I'm an abortion advocate up here in Canada. As well, I'm a mother of 3. This is
Awesome.
a very important thing, Michael, that you need to understand. The last
Right.
thing to form in a child, in a fetus, the last thing to form is the lungs. My child, my youngest, was born at 35 weeks and 6 days. Okay, that is 1 day before the 36-week mark. 36 weeks is considered to term technically, but there are many babies that end up in the NICU. My daughter had to be on breathing equipment because her lungs had not fully formed. So therefore, technically, she wasn't viable. When we talk about viability, it means that that baby can survive not attached to a mother or without assistance to breathe, to be fed, to be taken care of. Viability is so important. When you're talking about viability, it's about a baby that can literally function. If your baby cannot function properly, their lungs are not working, they are not viable. You're talking about viability like you're talking about at 16 weeks. At 16 weeks, there is no viability. Hell, before 37 weeks, technically, there is no viability. And if you want to talk on the topic of how hard it is on a mother, my last daughter, I found out I had a heart condition while I was pregnant with her. I was having blackouts. I had to have an extremely controlled labor where they were terrified that if I had felt any pain during the process, I could have blacked out. My heart rate could have dropped. My blood pressure could have dropped. It is so dangerous. And the rate at which mothers, do I have to use algo speak or can I use actual speak? Okay, thank you. The rate at which mothers die in the US giving birth is substantially higher than any other first world country. The rate at which mothers die in your country is substantial because of how you treat women. Abortion is a right here in Canada, and it is a right for a reason, because it is a medical procedure that is so fucking important that I don't know if you've seen the news, Michael, but quite literally, your country just had a corpse carry a child. And that happened because of the removing of Roe v.
Are you
Wade.
referring to Ariana Smith?
Yes, she was not alive.
Okay.
She was no longer living. They had to remove the fetus that was barely viable to go into a NICU, barely, because her body was decaying.
Right.
This is the avenues that taking away Roe v. Wade has opened up. This is what removing the right to abortion has done in your country. It has put not only women at risk, many women who might need to have an abortion because their baby isn't viable even if it made it to term. So I like the argument here that you're having and the moral stance that you're having right now with abortion and how you feel about it. You don't even understand, one, the science, or two, why doctors are the ones that need to be making this decision. I'm going to tell you right now, 9-month abortions aren't happening. That's called birth.
I never argued for that.
Anything, but I know, but that is the major argument for a lot of pro-life people is that they go to the point that 9-month or 8-month abortions are happening because a woman just decides that they're not going to be able, they don't want to have a baby. That doesn't happen. Doctors don't do that unless it is absolutely necessary and the woman's life is at risk. But again, that's birth because that baby will go into a NICU. Like, I don't know how else to explain this to you, Michael. Like, I understand how it's been portrayed, and I understand the rights that you feel like if this were to happen, that as a man that if you wanted to have that baby, but what would you do if your partner, and I'm going to give you a very specific example. There is a type of thing that can happen during pregnancy called Rh negative, where a mother and the baby have two different blood types, and the baby's blood type, I believe, is Rh negative. And then the mother's body starts attacking her and the baby, and she has to get shots every week for the entire pregnancy to make sure that herself and the baby make it through the pregnancy.
I already stated that, and in the pregnancy, if ever the fetus is actively attacking the mother and the mother cannot confirm the pregnancy, if a C-section won't save her, that's the only time that abortion is medically necessary.
No, you don't understand. This is from day one.
What about
this is from the
ectopic
start of a
pregnancies?
pregnancy.
Well, then yes, abortion would be medically necessary in that situation.
But there are a lot of women that go through the pain of that to become mothers. There are some women that can't go through that because that could be medically too hard on their body. This is the point, Michael. You and your government do not have the choice, or should not have the choice or the option to tell the doctor and the woman what to do with her body. Women are not using abortions as birth control. I'm sorry to tell you this. It's not fucking happening. Do you check in with every woman that you've slept with to make sure she's not pregnant?
No, I use protection.
Protection doesn't always work. Do you check in with every woman?
No.
So how do you know?
Failure rate of condoms like 17%. Might want to make some phone calls.
Because
how do you know that there hasn't been a woman in your life that has
This
had to
example
have an
wouldn't
abortion.
really be like great to use me as an example, considering I've only like done that with like 2 people.
But that doesn't matter. You've done that with 2 people. I'm adopted from birth personally. I'm an adopted child. My birth mother was 15 when she had me. My father was her first. It can happen off of one time. It is very, very, very possible. Do you know how you completely eliminate abortions, though, Michael? If you really, really want to advocate for something in a pro-life stance, advocate for vasectomies. Advocate for all men as when they turn 18 to
That's
get
permanent.
vasectomies.
It's
It
not
is not.
permanent.
Vasectomies are 100% reversible.
Well, that would literally
They're
just be
reversible.
advocating for like birth control or
Birth control is not effective either
IUDs. How
No.
wouldn't it be?
because people still get pregnant on
Birth
birth control and IEDs.
Yeah. Birth control is not effective. Not 100%. And a lot of the side effects that women go through from birth control are 10 times worse than the actual benefits.
If you're here in Texas and if you get pregnant with an IED or IUD or through contraception, you just have a $10,000 bounty on your head if you get caught trying to have an abortion, or if you're raped.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm pretty familiar with the abortion bans in Texas.
Do you think that's right?
It's saving lives.
No. Do you think it's right that a woman that needs a medical procedure, because this is not just
Yes,
differentiating
yes.
between women that are getting an abortion, deciding on their own, and one that's trying to get one medically, because there have been many, many cases
And I've already said to you
like legal
that if
cases
yes,
against
and
the
I said
government
to
of
you
Texas.
that if a pregnancy is going to harm the mother of the child, then yes, abortion is medically necessary in that sense.
Okay, but those abortions are being stopped. This is the problem.
Where?
Because there were already
Every
guidelines.
red state that has banned abortion has had an exception for that.
Michael,
So
No.
what are you
when
talking about?
Valkyrie first came up here, she told you about Adriana Smith. Like in Georgia, in my state, a red state,
It's mine
where
too. I agree.
her literal corpse was kept going to incubate a fetus.
I don't really. Okay, my opinion on that it really varies, but
The family
honestly,
asked to pull the plug multiple times. The government decided no.
no. The government said they could. The hospital decided not to. The
No.
Georgia state government said that they could pull the plug on Ariana Smith. The
Oh
hospital
my God,
decided to play
Michael.
heroes.
No.
I'll
No,
fact check
they
it right
did
now.
not. There are, I don't know if you have even looked into the topic, but the family was begging for it to stop. And the doctors were afraid of being sued.
So as the family claims, the hospital told them legally, by the law, not the hospital, that she had to be kept on life support to allow the fetus to grow.
How far along was she? Was she 8 weeks or 9?
Yeah, she was like 9
That
weeks.
shouldn't matter.
Well, the abortion ban in Georgia is 6 weeks, so it wouldn't make sense.
That
What do you mean?
literally does make sense.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Everything after 6 weeks is considered a baby. in Georgia.
Viable. That's right. I know.
But that's not what viability is, Michael.
Do you know how big a fetus is at 6 weeks?
It's hardly even like considered.
Yeah. You think that if it exits the womb, that thing is going to be able to survive even with the best medicine known to man?
Absolutely not. No.
Okay, so
But that and because of that, that makes the child not viable. Is that what you're arguing for?
yes, that's what viability is.
No, I already
Yes.
proved to you how
There's viability of
I've
a
already proved
fetus
to you
and
how
viability
it wouldn't.
of a baby. There's two different kinds of viability, Michael. Viability of a fetus means that the fetus will grow and is not showing signs that there are defects and can continue to grow in a normal fashion. Viability of a baby means that it has made it to term and it can breathe on its own and be taken care of by its parents without medical intervention. There's two different things here. There's two different phrases that you're looking at. Viability for a fetus means that it could continue to grow within a womb, but that doesn't mean it will make it to term.
A fetus is viable enough to protect its right to life.
No.
No.
And it is just as viable as a newborn baby.
Michael, you
No.
are creating your own little definition of viability and attempting to use that as the medical definition of viability. No, you cannot do that.
Right. So I already proven to you.
No, you didn't prove anything. You created
listen,
your own
real
definition.
quick,
You created your own subjective definition and then attempted to pass that off as a medical definition. They're not the same thing, dude. And
You
again,
agreed
back to the point, back to the example that Valkyrie gave you of Adriana Smith. She was brain dead. She had a 9-week-old fetus growing inside her. They kept her corpse going to incubate against the wishes of the people who have power of attorney.
Right. So I have a question.
If you have power of attorney over
Ariana
someone,
Smith was already dead, correct? Rest in peace to her. But why not try to save the baby in the womb? Why not give the baby a chance at life?
What?
Should we start using every dead woman's body as an incubator? Because, I mean, this is real slippery slope, dude. This is real bad thinking, man.
My point is that the mother of the child is already gone. There's no saving her. But there is a chance to save the child.
You do know that the doctors have said that that baby may have severe defects, right?
So you're arguing the quality of life is not good enough for you?
There will be very bad. The doctors have said that that baby's quality of life will not be good because no matter how many drugs or different types of medications that they pumped into her, they could not replicate fully what an actual living mother could have given to that baby because they had to keep her body alive.
So babies with Down syndrome, we should just deport all of them?
No.
The quality of life for them wouldn't be good.
Michael, there are many other kinds of defects that aren't Down syndrome. There are heart defects. There are brain defects. Do you remember when was this? When was it? Zika virus. Zika virus, was that the mosquito one?
Yeah.
Where babies were being born. I can't remember what the term is.
It was microcephaly.
Yeah.
Was it microcephaly?
Where
It's either that or hydro.
I think it's hydro. One of the two. But like mothers were having children that didn't have a brain. Like there can be severe defects that can happen.
Let me just to clarify, since the baby and Adriana Smith's baby would not have the right quality of life, you think that they should have just let the baby die with the mother? Is that what you're saying?
This is not just a right quality of life.
Can you just answer the question?
That this child will be on its own form of life support for most of its life.
So that would be its quality of life. No.
So, Michael,
it's real simple.
Michael, you're really bad at making these arguments. Like you already telegraphed the setup that you were trying to do. You're gonna do like the whole Down syndrome parallel, dude.
Exactly. That is my main point.
Like you don't
the quality of life should not dictate
let's not
if the
belabor
child should be
trying to do
born
the
or
setup
not.
again. I'm telling you that
Quality
you
of
are
life
yet
should not
again
dictate if
attempting
the
to
child should be born or
insert your
not.
own
Absolutely should.
criteria in without actually listening to what is being said. Now, Pickles, Dr. Eric, do you know on here? You know who Dr. Eric is, Pickles?
No.
He's you probably recognize him. So he's like a doctor on TikTok.
Okay.
And
he might have come up before.
Yeah, so he's Oh no, I was just saying, like, he did a video talking about
I
this
know who
exact
Dr.
thing.
Eric is. Yes,
Yeah,
I know who
yeah,
Dr.
yeah.
Eric. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
all
yeah, yeah,
like I'm terrible with names, but yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Are you cool? Like, I can play this. You can keep me on the small screen.
Go
It's
ahead.
just him talking about this. So, like, I mean, this is a medical professional. I feel like he kind of beats all of us.
Okay, that's fair.
Please feel free to share it with your favorite pro-life content creator. Tag them in the comments down below. And I would love for you to watch this video in its entirety because I have an important task for you guys. First of all, congratulations, you guys won. Adriana Smith, the young woman who suffered brain death following a devastating stroke back in February when she was 9 weeks pregnant, whose body was forced to stay on life support so that it could serve as a human incubator for her fetus. Well, her body underwent an emergency cesarean section at 24 weeks the other day, and her son, Chance, weighing 1 pound, 13 ounces, is now in the neonatal intensive care unit. And Adriana's body, having served its purpose, was taken off of life support. And while Adriana died back in February, her body is finally now allowed to rest. But this is what you guys wanted. You wanted to defend the unborn. Now the unborn is born. And I'm sure you can imagine that this is an extraordinarily emotional time for Adriana's family. And not only do they have to deal with the emotional burden of the trauma that they just went through and continue to go through, but they also have to deal with the financial burden because all of this is very expensive. They have to deal with hospital bills for both Adriana and her baby. They have to deal with funeral expenses. And if Adriana's baby does survive, if he survives, he is likely going to need lifelong medical care, which will be very, very expensive. So this is where you guys come in. Adriana's family has set up a GoFundMe account to help offset these costs. And I think, you guys are always talking about how you really care about life. So now is the time to put your money where your mouth is. And I'm sure, you're offering all of your thoughts and prayers, which is very nice of you, but thoughts and prayers are not going to pay any of these bills. They're not going to help Adriana's son if he survives with all of his medical bills. So I know times are hard. I know the tariffs really got you and people are struggling financially. I understand that. But, this is a cause that I'm sure you guys are willing to scrape a few pennies together. Maybe like shake out those couch cushions, hold a fundraiser at your church, a bake sale, sell some of your useless crap on eBay, and really dig deep into those pockets and donate to this family. Help them out. So now's your time to shine, to prove to the world that you're not just pro-forced birth, that your concern and your care for life doesn't just end when they extract a premature infant from his dead mother's womb.
Yeah, like I said, this gets into really horrible territory with ethics. Like, do you think that we should be able to farm all of these, like everyone's bodies for all of their organs for the sake of saving lives? Because that would save lives. Should we do that without their consent or their family's consent? No. Do you think that we should start using brain dead women as incubators as a whole? Because why not? She's already dead, right? Why not use that to raise a life? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not what I was saying.
What's the difference between what you're saying and what I said?
Because I mean, the mother wasn't dead. She was only brain dead. That's why they were able to
Oh, Michael,
save
yes,
her
she
like that.
was. When the
But
brain dies, the rest of the body's functions do not work.
but that's why they kept her in
Period.
the incubator so they would work. But
No, no,
They don't work the same, dude.
they don't. But that's why the child is gonna have life
That's why the
deforms.
child
But
is less than 2 fucking I've taken shits heavier than that child.
My daughter
and
was
I already
born at
explained to
5
you
pounds.
that
When I brought her, Michael, you need to listen. My daughter was born at 5 pounds. I brought her home because she was born just before 4 weeks early. I brought her home. She was 4 pounds and 10 ounces. I have a lot of friends that have children. I've held a lot of babies. She was the tiniest baby I have ever seen. Tiniest. I have friends that have had premature babies. A premature baby, even at 3 pounds, can fit in the palm of your hands. A 24-week baby, there was a mother in the NICU a few down from me. She had twins that were born at 24 weeks. One of those twins passed away because they could not make it because being outside of the womb before even 36 weeks is very much so dangerous, and it is very much so likely that a baby may not make it. A baby cannot survive outside of the womb generally before 36 weeks. And even then, that can be even too early because, again, the lungs are the final piece of the puzzle and they need to make it to term. My daughter was on a forced air breathing tube for a week after she got out and was put on, or after I had my C-section. She was put onto steroids for a week. She was in the NICU for 3 weeks. It took us 3 weeks to be able to take her home, and I was 36 weeks.
Yeah, I think this is I think we should condemn this. I like when you find yourself backing the stance of what happened with her. I think it's pretty wild. I think we're getting into radical territory. I don't think there's any way you could
Wait, are you like what
morally
happened
say
to
this is
Ariana Smith?
okay.
Are you saying that I'm backing what happened to Ariana Smith?
Yeah.
No, I would argue that you shouldn't do that, but I see why.
You've
You can
spent the
see
last
why?
20 minutes arguing that it should happen.
Yes, I said that the child inside of her stomach should have been fought for to save the child's life, but that is very like the way they did it is yes, disgusting and sick.
At what point does a mother, a woman like myself, would be allowed to have the same rights as a fetus in your eyes? Because at this point,
Well,
you've given
you
a
have more. You have
fetus
no. You
more
have more rights
rights
than a
than a
fetus.
mother.
And
No, we do not.
I've constantly said that if the fetus is going to cause the mother any harm, that is the only time that abortion is medically
Every fetus
necessary.
causes harm to a mother. No mother
Well,
makes it through a
life
pregnancy
threatening,
without
life
some type of
threatening.
medical issues.
Yeah, life threatening is what I
None.
meant. I'm sorry. I know, and I just clarified that I meant
Just
life threatening.
Rh negative isn't necessarily life threatening. It's not life threatening, but it could cause detrimental harm to a mother. Birth alone
Well,
is
obviously there's
extremely hard on a
context.
mother's body. What?
I said obviously there's context.
Don't most women also have like lifelong emotional problems after having given birth? Like there's all sorts of things. Like this is so easily.
So postpartum can be long term. Most postpartum is a year afterwards. There's a reason why many countries have 9 to 8, well, now up here in Canada we have 18 months of maternity leave, because it can take up to 2 years for a woman's body to fully heal after a pregnancy in general, not to mention if you have to have a C-section. Like the C-section, probably the least favorite. I'm an amputee. I lost a limb. I would rather have another limb cut off than go through another pregnancy. I hope you know that.
Well, would you say that a C-section is safer than an abortion?
No, not
You
even
wouldn't say that?
slightly. Have you ever had somebody cut you open while you're awake and root around your insides, Michael?
I have not.
No,
But I would if it would
it's
save a
not
life.
good.
But I would if it would
This
save
is
a life.
illustrative of what we're talking about. Michael, do you know what a C-section is?
Yeah, it's when like a birth would like affect the mother, so they cut like I think like right below the belly button and get the child out that way.
No,
Well,
no.
Well, if not that, then a lot similar.
Do you think it's a easy procedure?
No, probably not. But it's saving a life, so you should do it.
Well, no. Women get C-sections that are planned all the time. Like they get
Right.
voluntary C-sections all the time.
Right?
Yes.
So do you think it's an easy procedure?
Still probably not.
Michael, my C-section scar is not my belly button. It's along my
I said
my pelvic line. It was a 8-inch incision. I was awake the entire time. I had a pain block. I could feel everything. There just was no pain. It was more traumatizing. That was the most traumatizing part of the entire experience, was feeling people touching my insides. They have to pull the uterus out, which means they have to move your intestines. They have to move things that are in the way and are sitting around, and they have to make sure that they're cutting in the right place. They have to cut through multiple layers of skin and fat and derma to get to the uterus. And I could hear them saying, "This is back in place. Let's not make sure we leave anything in there," as they were putting everything back. It is traumatic, Michael.
And he
I
asked me, do
don't
I think
blame
it's
any
easy? And I
fucking
said no.
woman that doesn't want to go through it.
You're
And I
staring
will
down the
never.
barrel of that when you're pregnant. 100% of women, that is a thing that they might go through as a result of pregnancy.
Save
Do
the
you see
child's
why?
life.
Do you see why
Absolutely, they would do it.
people? Do you see why people should be able to choose whether or not this happens?
No, because I mean, I would argue yes if it was something like minor, but this is a unique human life that we're talking about. So no, you
It's
shouldn't. The
not.
women do not get the choice. No,
Oh
It's
my
it's a
not,
god.
unique
Michael,
human
again,
life.
it's not unique DNA. And this is one thing I'm going to
It is.
correct both
It's unique
Pickles
from the
and
mother, and it's
Yimon. It
unique
is
from the father.
not.
It
It is
is.
not. It is a mix of the mother and father's
Yeah,
DNA.
and different it from the mother and the father. No,
No.
how?
No. If you have ever done a DNA test, there's a reason why 50% of your DNA matches your mother and 50% of your DNA matches your father, because you're
Right, but the
50% of
DNA with the
each.
fathers is it the same as the mother? No, it's not. Because of the 50 from
I
the
don't even
father.
see. I don't see.
And
I
and
like.
it's quite literally the different from the mother as well.
Nobody actually gives moral consideration to anything considering its DNA makeup. That is a
You
far
guys
reach.
brought this argument up, not me. I just defended it.
Nobody. I don't know what my DNA looks like. I don't give a fuck. Nobody cares.
I didn't bring this argument up. I defended it though. That's all. That's all I'm
My
saying. So like you
DNA,
saying that
my
is like
I'm going to tell you, Michael, again, bringing up the adopted from birth. You want to talk about whether or not I'm a unique piece of DNA? When I met my birth father, him and I are so fucking similar, it hurts. I never knew him until I was 27.
sure
So
share similarities. You're 50% him.
we chase storms, both of us. That's a pretty weird thing to have in common, that we've never known each other. But the point of the DNA thing, like, this is the arguments that you are giving. You are totally, again, removing not just the rights, but the consideration and the morality behind what or how you look at a woman. Because a woman
Absolutely not.
is a life that is already viable, a life that is already here,
Why
a
do you
life
keep
that is
bringing
already
this up as
living.
if I did not already explain to you that I would value the woman over the fetus?
But you don't, because you keep
Absolutely, I
arguing.
do.
You keep arguing to an extent that
Yes,
it
it's to an
only has to
extent.
be if the woman's life is at risk. There are many reasons why pregnancies have to be terminated, even if the woman's life isn't at risk.
Explain them. I want to hear those. I never heard it before. You're educating me. Explain it.
I did. In defects, there are many serious birth defects. That it's not just a quality of life thing. It's
Quality
that
of
the
life does not
baby
dictate if
will
the
not
child should be aborted or
survive
not.
outside of the womb because of the level of a defect. That baby could make it to term. That doesn't mean
carry
that
it to
baby
term.
couldn't make it to term and that it's going to put the mother's life at risk. But once that baby's born, it could probably not breathe on its own. Its heart might not start. Its nervous system might not work.
So why not carry it to term and just find out then?
Oh, you're asking
So we're
women to
just
do.
gonna.
Oh man.
It's
You're
Have
just.
you ever?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Pickles. I don't mean to cut you off. I'm
You're
trying
good.
really hard not to yell.
this isn't even radical thinking. This is common sense.
It's not. It's not common sense, Michael. It's not. If it was common sense, you would be thinking about the common sense of the life that is already here and the woman who is allowed to make the choice. You would
Okay,
have
so
looked
should we
into
not
what it's
value the
like to give
fetus
birth.
at all?
A fetus doesn't even have a nervous system or a brain or function
At certain weeks it will.
until at least 24 weeks.
So since it doesn't have that, it shouldn't be valued, is what you're saying.
I don't give it moral consideration. No.
No. Why would we give that moral consideration when it has no morality or ability for morality?
Because it will have that. Future
So
sentience
because
should be
you
valued.
will someday maybe have half of a brain, then I should just think that you're a good person? Because half the arguments you've given here have not given me any reason to think you're a good person.
So advocating to save fetus lives makes me a bad
Why
person.
won't you advocate for a woman? What is so wrong about advocating for women? This is the question I have for you. Because at this point you are advocating for the fetus, but where's your advocating for women? Where's the advocating for women to be able to get medically necessary procedures? Because you aren't advocating for that. You're continually advocating for the fetus, which means in your moral high ground, the fetus takes precedent over the mother.
Well, obviously, like I said before, there's context, but usually, honestly, I don't think abortion is ever medically necessary unless the fetus is life-threatening the mother, and a C-section won't fix that.
First of all, this is a pipe dream. This is a pipe dream that you cannot legislate.
It's
When
a
you
pipe
guys
dream.
say
It's already been legislated. Look at the abortion ban in Alabama. There is no exception. So what are you talking about?
Perfect.
It's already been
Yeah,
legislated.
I know. You guys are saying, oh, and if the life of the mother is at risk, we're going to allow it. And then all of the doctors who are underneath those laws in those red states are just fleeing the states because at any given moment they could be stuck in a situation where they have to either perform a life-saving abortion or leave it alone because they might get sued, they might lose their license, they might get put in prison because they performed an abortion that wasn't technically considered life-saving according to some random panel of 8 people. Like, this is not, it doesn't work. There's just huge healthcare deserts in these red states now. It costs more. People are just more likely to just straight up not have children. They don't want to risk it. They're just immediately aborting. You're causing more harm than you think.
It's not. Why do you think it gets passed? Why do you think why do you think Roe v. Wade was overturned?
Because Trump put fucking
It's not.
3
It's not.
judges in one sitting.
Okay. What about the other 3? It was 6 that voted. What about the other 3?
Yeah, they're all conservative.
The other 3 weren't Trump appointed.
They're all conservative.
But you just argued that Trump appointed the radical thinking that why they got overturned.
So Trump
That
added
was your
3
argument.
judges in order to do this. 3 activist judges who were
Yes, he
probably
did.
handed to him on a piece of paper by the Heritage Foundation, said, hey, put some of these people in place so we can get this overturned.
Yeah, right. But there were 6 who voted for the overturning, and 3 of the ones that weren't appointed by Trump were conservative. But your argument is that Trump did this. So how would Trump do it if 3 out of the 6 were not appointed by Trump?
Trump takes credit for this all day. You even said that you like Trump because of his abortion stance, which, by the way, is to only send it back to the states. He doesn't actually have one outside of that, right?
And honestly, I disagree with that. It should be a nationwide thing.
All right.
Honestly, Michael, there are so many pieces to the puzzle of a life cycle of a pregnancy that you don't understand. I saw somebody in the comments ask me to bring up stillborns, which are a thing. There are many mothers that unfortunately make it even close to term and then end up having to give birth to a stillborn. It's traumatic. It's difficult.
Well, that wouldn't
It's
be
not
abortion.
easy.
That's a different procedure. That wouldn't be
It
abortion. And in
is.
my worldview, that
It
wouldn't be
is.
murder.
It
Dude,
is.
Fuck your worldview. Why is
My
your
worldview is winning over
the
yours.
one? No. Why is your
No, it is not.
worldview the one
It's
that
not.
governs all people? In my worldview, Michael, I think that you should be sterilized.
Same.
So should we go ahead and get the scissors out?
My worldview
Do
is
you
winning
want to
over
comply,
yours.
Michael? Do you want to comply, or are you resisting now?
Resisting the what?
Wait. Why? No. If you're resisting now, in my worldview, you are resisting a morally correct position, and I now have the right, in my worldview, to use deadly force. Michael, are you resisting?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, cool. You see how that
Michael,
works?
if you're talking,
Can we
you're
get back to the
talking
debate
about
here?
worldview, the majority of first world countries, if not all, have a right to abortion. England just made it legal
Yeah,
completely.
they're pro unaliving kids.
So when you say worldview, your worldview is not winning anything. Your worldview within
In
the
America, it
United
is.
States has rolled back rights to a point where it is like even before this,
60%.
I need you to understand, Michael. You need to understand even before the removal of Roe v. Wade, the the number of mothers, not to mention black mothers, that would die during childbirth because they could not receive proper care is substantial. It's the highest out of first world
and
countries.
you're wrongly invoking that the majority or whatever voted for this. 60% of Americans support abortion in all or most cases. So it's not winning.
Majority of
It's the
Trump voters voted
it's
for
the
either deportation operation or abortion legislation, and Trump won the election.
Okay.
Yeah,
So what does that say?
Michael is no longer debating. Like he's just kind of like he's falling back to the standard red hat mantra of, well, we won though. Yeah, but most people vote for this. Yeah, but America's winning. Yeah, but
for 30
Trump's
years
still your
we've had the
president.
majority, and you guys said, "Oh, well, democracy. We're not a democracy," and now you're invoking democracy as your reason why you're right.
So when a large group of people don't agree with you, it's revoking democracy.
You guys cried from the hilltops that we're not a democracy, we're a constitutional republic, and that mob rule is immoral, and
No,
that the
we're
majority
well,
shouldn't rule. And now you're
on paper
invoking
we're
the
a
majority.
democratic republic,
I'm sorry?
not a we're a democratic republic. That's true.
Okay, we're a constitutional republic and a
N-
democracy.
No, we vote for electors, and they like. It's not like everything we vote on is how it goes. We vote for representatives,
Yes,
and they
I
make
know.
decisions
I
for us.
understand
That
that.
would be a
And you know what? You're
democratic
12 times
republic.
smarter than the next MAGA person that I talk to who probably still doesn't believe we're a democracy.
Okay.
Like at this point, you guys should just join the Commonwealth again. Trump really wants to. Like maybe you'll actually get a decent Westminster system. I don't know what to say. Like you, this is I like. I don't even know how to put words to this because I'm so flustered by this conversation. Like as a mother, this is it. Oh,
Someone just paid to kick. Bell.
oh,
Much love, Bell. W Bell's in the chat.
W for sure. Thank you for bringing me up, Pickles. Hi, by the way, I'm Valkyrie. It's nice
Hello.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you so much. You did so good. We appreciate it. We were looking for
Yes.
somebody to come up.
No worries. Yeah, I crawled into bed and I was gonna go to bed and then I saw Nemo was on here and I was like, oh, listen. 5 minutes later.
Well, welcome.
But no, I appreciate you bringing me up, and like I said, I advocate for this because my province is one of I live in Alberta, and they've really restricted abortion here in Alberta, so it's something that I advocate for a lot. We have all of 2 clinics for our whole province, and it's a very large province, so it's not easy being in Alberta. But I appreciate you bringing me up and letting me talk about this because it's an important topic.
Anytime. Say something in the chat, and I'll give you a follow back.
Sounds good.
There's one PC.
Okay, thanks, guys.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah.
I think I want to wrap up. Anyway.
Yeah.
It's 2
I don't
a.m.
blame you.
It's 2:30. I think I just woke up like at 6, so I'm gonna play some video games. Maybe we should do movie night. We'll vote on it in Discord, y'all. If y'all haven't joined my Discord, please give me a join. And Nemo, I was gonna message you too. Do you have me on Discord?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so. Hold on. Yes. Pickle GG's.
Yeah. Shoot me a message real quick so I can find you. I can't. Okay, there you are. Okay. All right. Chat. Love yous, and I will see y'all either on my alt account or in Discord. I'm either gonna game or whatever after this. But yeah, I think we've done the deal. It's been 6 hours now, so Yeah, everybody, please give Nemo a follow. Pickles, have you ever ate tater tots with chopsticks? I absolutely have, Santana. Thank you for asking me. But yeah,
I don't even know if that's cultural appropriation. That's like, I feel like that's racism or something like that. It's got to be worse than. I appreciate you having me up, man.
anytime, dude. Chat, I love yous. I will see y'all on the other side.